Chapter 801, Internal Conflicts. While Jiang Fei waited for Hong Yu to become familiar with her new body, some people were having a tough time. The mutants planned to make America's fleet attack the martial artists continuously with scientific and technological weapons to make the martial artists struggle. When the martial artists become exhausted, the mutants would come and clean up the mess. However, due to Jiang Fei's existence, most of the martial artists, including Bai Wanli, had been hidden. Only Soaring Cloud sect was still exposed to the American fleet. So, tragedy befell Soaring Cloud sect. Since yesterday morning, the people from Soaring Cloud sect have been attacked by missiles, just like how Bai Wanli and the others were attacked previously. Although the American fleet used conventional missiles, one whole day of missile attacks had caused Soaring Cloud sect to lose 2 level 3 martial artists. The 2 level 3 martial artists were already seriously injured from the battle with the mutants previously, so they did not manage to dodge the missile attacks. The missiles hit them directly and blew them into pieces. After a whole day of continuous missile attacks, Soaring Cloud sect had only lost 2 people so far. Moreover, the 2 martial artists were killed because they were already seriously injured to begin with. However, the American fleet's attacks gave the people from Soaring Cloud sect no breathing space at all. They were all badly frightened. "Master, let's take a break. Our young disciples can't take it anymore," a Soaring Cloud sect elder advised. "No! We can't afford to. You do know that we'll be attacked as soon as we stop, right?" Yi Tianshan said with a glare. As he was a peak level 4 martial artist, running the whole day was still acceptable to him. "Master, we should take a break. If we continue running like this, our low-level disciples will probably exhaust themselves to death before they're even blasted by the missiles." Qin Xianming pleaded with Ma Xiantong. Well, Ma Xiantong was hesitant. He was not blind. He could clearly tell that the disciples around him were exhausted. However, what Yi Tianshan said was right. If they stopped moving, the attacks would come again. "Master, why don't we ask some other sects for help? We can see if they have any ways to avoid these attacks," Feng Shuani advised. "That's ridiculous. We're the Soaring Cloud sect. How can we possibly go and ask the inferior sects for help?" Before Ma Xiantong could speak, Yi Tianshan said with a glare. "You're the one being ridiculous. Should all the disciples of Soaring Cloud sect die in vain just because you want to protect your worthless reputation?" Feng Shuani was also really anxious at this time, so he spat at Yi Tianshan directly. "What? How dare you talk to me like that?" Yi Tianshan waved his hand and released a wave of energy, which sent Feng Shuani flying 5 or 6 meters away. Cough. Feng Shuani coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that he had had a major internal injury. "Yi Tianshan, what the hell are you doing?" Qin Xianming ran to Feng Zuani's side. He held Feng Shuani up and asked, "Brother Feng, are you okay? Does it matter if I'm okay or not? Everyone is going to die here today anyway. Is there a difference between dying at the hands of this bastard who had brought disaster to the Soaring Cloud sect or of the mutants?" Feng Shuani clenched his teeth and said, ready to risk everything. He was staring at Yi Tianshan with no fear in his eyes. "Humph. Feng Shuani, is this how you talk to your senior?" Yi Tianshan's eyes were cold. He was ready to kill. He was the great elder of Soaring Cloud sect, a senior to Feng Shuani and the others. So, he had great power in Soaring Cloud sect. "Kill me if you dare. Instead of watching all our disciples die because of your stupidity, I would rather die in front of them." Feng Shuani struggled to stand up, then shouted. "Humph. Since you want to die, I shall grant you your wish." Yi Tianshan's eyebrows lifted. It was evident that he was going to kill Feng Shuani. "If you're going to kill him, kill me too." Qin Xianming suddenly stood in front of Feng Shuani. "Qin Xianming, do you think that I want dare to kill you?" Yi Tianshan said very coldly. "Great elder, kill us too, yeah. We can't run anymore anyway. You can kill us now and relieve us of our pain and suffering, yes." am willing to die alongside Master Feng. When they saw that Yi Tianxun was actually going to kill Qin Xianming, the disciples in the back could not take it anymore. Before this, when Yi Tianxun suddenly attacked Feng Shuani, they were already furious. However, because Yi Tianxun had great power in Soaring Cloud sect, these disciples did not dare to speak up even though they were angry. Now, the two seniors that were speaking on their behalf were in trouble and were about to be killed. So, these disciples of 3 generations could not stand it anymore. Okay. All of you want to rebel, right? If that's the case, I'll house clean the entire sect today. Yi Tianxun was extremely angry at this time. A group of disciples of 3 generations actually dared to go against him. He was burning in anger and he was ready to kill them all. Yi Tianxun almost could not contain his anger anymore. Although he could actually kill them all, he was a little hesitant when it came to Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani, as they were also elders of the Soaring Cloud sect. However, he could easily kill a few generations of disciples. Great elders, calm down. Ma Xiantong quickly stopped Yi Tianxun. Initially, Ma Xiantong was just watching from the side, not saying anything. However, this was because he could not bring himself to speak. To be fair, what Feng Shuani and Qin Xianming said were undoubtedly right. However, the problem was that Yi Tianxun was a great elder and also their senior. Ma Xiantong had to respect Yi Tianxun. Moreover, the old ancestor Feng Tianqi had also taken Yi Tianxun in as his disciple. This made Ma Xiantong even more hesitant. So, he just watched and did not dare to speak. Even when Feng Shuani was attacked, he kept quiet. Now, however, he could not keep quiet anymore. Seeing that Yi Tianxun was really about to kill some of them, Ma Xiantong could not sit back and ignore it anymore. If Yi Tianxun killed several generations of disciples, then it would be over for Soaring Cloud sect. Soaring Cloud sect would be destroyed even before the mutants attacked them. What? Do you have any advice? Yi Tianxun could get rid of Feng Shuani without thinking twice. However, Ma Xiantong was still pretty important to him. Great Elder, this is not the time for internal conflicts. Ma Xiantong also had a severe headache. He clearly knew that Yi Tianxun was the thorn in Soaring Cloud sect's flesh. However, this great elder was the one who saw his talent and accepted him as a disciple. So, Ma Xiantong was in an extremely difficult position. What are you talking about? I just want to discipline these disobedient juniors. As a great elder, do I not have such a right? Yi Tianxun was not giving in to Ma Xiantong at all. As he had Feng Tianqi to support him, he already saw himself as the absolute leader Soaring Cloud sect. So, he could not tolerate anyone who dared to go against him. Chapter 802, Leaving, Grand Elder, that is not what I meant. Understand the situation that we are in now. We are facing an enemy with a larger force. It is all the reason why we need to work together. If we are fighting amongst ourselves, we will only become a laughingstock for the enemy, said Ma Xiantong calmly. It is exactly the reason why I am silencing these runts. I would not like them to cause trouble to the entire sect for a stupid reason. Yi Tianxun roared. Ma Xiantong had never thought that Yi Tianxun would not even listen to him. The man had clearly steeled his decision to kill those level 3 disciples. Sect leader, since the Grand Elder is clear with his intention. We shall take our leave, said Qin Xianming when he saw that Ma Xiantong was torn. He carried Feng Shuani and went their own way. Master Chen, we will follow you. Me too. When Qin Xianming had failed to reason with Yi Tianxun and had left with Feng Shuani, almost 50 level 3 disciples had followed them. They knew very well if they decided to follow the main group, they would be killed, not by the enemy, but by Yi Tianxun. Brother Chen, Brother Feng, please, cried Ma Xiantong as he tried to chase after them. If they left, the entire Soaring Cloud sect would be divided. They would lose their fighting force. Let them go. We don't need weaklings in our sect, said Yi Tianxun. He had clearly not learned his lesson. Ma Xiantong sighed heavily. Even though he was the sect leader, Yi Tianxun was his senior and the personal disciple of the great master of Soaring Cloud sect, Feng Tianqi. If he tried anything to dethrone him of his authority, then there would be consequences. Sect leader, I know that you are a man of wisdom. If we continue on like this, none of us is leading Japan alive. I know that our survivability will drop to 0 once we leave the main group, but I would rather die in the hands of the enemy than in the hands of that senile old man, said Qin Xianming. He then turned away with Feng Shuani on his shoulders, leading more than 50 level 3 disciples away. Humph. Spineless runts. Let them go. At least we now know that the weak are gone. Yi Tianshun scoffed. Ma Xiantong gazed at the leading party and sighed once more. Let's go, said Ma Xiantong as he led the main group in the opposite direction. The communicator that Jiang Fei had given him was in his hands. Qin Zuaming's group had no means of communicating with the other group, leaving them open for attacks without any ability to summon reinforcements. Worst of all, they had only 2 level 4 fighters and one of them was already injured by Yi Tianshun. Ma Xiantong's current group size was smaller than Qin's. However, they were about the same as Qin since they had over 20 level 4 fighters. Even though they had only 1/3 of Qin's group member, their combat power was still on par. Ma Xiantong had never once used the communicator that Jiang Fei had given him. Hence, Jiang Fei did not know where and how the Soaring Clouds sect was. Concurrently, he was watching Hong Yu mastering the skills and arts that 0541 had imprinted in her mind. When the sun was rising from the horizon, Hong Yu had gotten used to her new body. Even though her combat skill was not yet sharpened, she could at least gauge her own power and know her limits. That alone was enough to join the fight. All right. Let's go, said Jiang Fei. Ariel, who was laying next Jiang Fei's shoulder, jumped to her feet and nodded. Yes, my lord, said Hong Yu as she stood as still as a pole and saluted. Hey. Need I remind you again that you should never, ever call me that. From here on out, only address me as brother. Remember, we are students under the same roof. That is all, said Jiang Fei as he frowned. Like the other girls that he had brought into this world, he had told Hong Yu about the situation they were in and that she must never address Jiang Fei as my lord when others were present. Unfortunately, this female commander had gotten too used to the military's conform that it would take some time before she could kick the habit. Sir, yes. I mean, yes, brother, said Hong Yu as she tried her best to follow Jiang Fei's order. Haha. It's fine. Always mind your words. You might get me in trouble, said Jiang Fei. Machim, Hong Yu nodded. The girl was smart. She knew that she might take some time before she could get used to calling her master as brother. As a precaution, she had decided to just stay quiet most of the time in case she slipped. All right then, follow me, said Jiang Fei as he returned to the cave. Brother Jiang. You finally returned. Brother Bai here is worried sick that he had even started to pray to his ancestors, said Yan Wentao as he greeted Jiang Fei. Ha! Didn't I say about fetching a junior of mine, said Jiang Fei as he introduced Hong Yu to the group. Please, little lady. Have a rest here, said Yan Wentao as he invited Jiang Fei and the rest inside the cave. Ever since Jiang Fei had informed how the Americans were locating them, these martial artists had learned their lesson and dared not leave the cave during the day. Brother Jiang Fei! You've returned, cried Bai Wanli happily. Thanks. Ah. This is my junior. Her name is Hong Yu, said Jiang Fei. Pleased to meet you, Miss Hong Yu, MHM. Hong Yu kept quiet and merely nodded at Bai Wanli's polite gesture. From Bai Wanli's point of view, it was only natural for a young girl to be shy when meeting a stranger. Hence, he had accepted the odd behavior. Brother Jiang Fei, have you received any news about military reinforcement? Bai Wanli asked. It was the thought that was in his mind for a while, hence, he did not bother wasting time trying to butter him up. Jiang Fei was caught off guard. The reinforcement from the military had been delayed repeatedly and there was still no news about them. What's wrong? Did something happen? Bai Wanli asked again, only this time, he grew anxious. The martial artists had previously underestimated normal humans' capabilities and had suffered a great loss when they were attacked by missiles and the mutants. Knowing their true strength, the same martial artists dared not leave their disciples to roam the island anymore. All of them wanted military support to help them. "I'll ask again," said Jiang Fei. He did not realize it until now, but he did feel odd that the military had not answered him. Once he was out of the cave and at a faraway place, he contacted Han Tianyu once more. "Brother Yu, where is my support? What is going on with the military?" Jiang Fei asked. "Ugh, there's a problem here and they need to solve them first." "It might take some time," said Han Tianyu as he struggled with his words. He needed to obey Qin Tian's order if he wanted to live. "How long?" Jiang Fei asked. 1-2 days max. "They are asking you to fight the mutants when you can and they will provide support," said Han Tianyu as he followed the scripted words by Qin Tian. "Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? You're behaving abnormally these days," said Jiang Fei. Chapter 803, Black Dragon Lair. Jiang Fei did not bother to wait for an answer and hung up the phone. There was something wrong, but he could not put a finger on it. "How is it? When are they coming, tomorrow or the day after?" "They could not give me any details," said Jiang Fei. "Tomorrow." "All right." Bai Wanli nodded. It would not be too much trouble if it were just 2 days. They could still hide from the Americans in that cave until support arrived. "Let's wait it out," said Jiang Fei. According to Han Tianyu, the military wanted Jiang Fei to engage in a decisive fight with the mutants before they sent in their soldiers. Jiang Fei was no idiot. He knew the dangers of facing the mutants head-on and without support, it would be suicidal. Without military support, the mutants would be fighting the martial artists with the American army. If that was the case, winning the war would not be as much a priority as surviving. Jiang Fei could predict that only 10% would survive if they won. Jiang Fei was worried about the martial artists, but he was more worried for his fellow biohuman girls. Jiang Fei and the rest of the martial artists spent the entire day and night resting in the cave. Everyone had completely healed thanks to Jiang Fei's unlimited supply of Grand Restore pill. Even their chi was fully restored. Even though everyone was ready to fight once more, they were not as keen as they were when they first landed in Japan. The smug, arrogant look on their face was gone. Even the young ones were exceptionally quiet when they were all complaining and bragging about killing mutants a few days before. Everyone then had experienced the real terror of war and had learned their lesson well. When night came, Jiang Fei entered the game as per 0541's request. He did not bother to even ask the reason why, since 0541 would always reject a proper explanation. Even so, Jiang Fei knew that it was better to follow his advice since it was always for his own good. When Jiang Fei logged in, everyone else was waiting for him. It was a new day, and the Dragon Lair dungeon would be open for them to raid. 7-star, what do you think about the new pet? Jiang Fei asked with a crooked smile. Hee hee. It's nice. Besides burning a hole in my pocket, I'm extremely satisfied with everything else, said 7-star warrior happily as he summoned the pet dragon to show Jiang Fei. The little bloodstained light dragon was no longer the small cute little dragon that everyone once knew. It was now a large, 2-meter-long juvenile dragon. Jiang Fei did not even have to ask. He knew that 7-star warrior had burnt through a mountain of cash to feed the dragon its current size. This little thing is as powerful as a fully grown fine-tier pet now. In just one more day, it will be as strong as an epic tier pet. After that, I will need more time to earn more points to continue feeding it, said 7-star warrior as he cringed at the thought of how expensive it was to raise a dragon pet. Half of all the magic crystals that 7-star warrior had exchanged for were eaten by the dragon. The other half was left to feed it today. If he wanted to see the dragon to grow stronger, he needed to earn more guild contribution points. Heh, good for you. Since there's nothing else that you want, earning some contribution points would be worthwhile, said Jiang Fei. Hee. It is as you said. All right, let's get going, said 7-star warrior. He unsummoned the dragon before moving. This little dragon was strong, but since it refused to attack other dragons, it would be useless for 7-star warrior to summon it then. Where is Lady Casanova? We're going off, said Jiang Fei in the guild channel. It'll be right there. Wait for me, cried Lady Casanova. The group that Lady Casanova had gathered today had many new members. Many players had already obtained dragon eggs in yesterday's raid, hence those with pet eggs had dropped out of today's raid to allow new players without pet eggs to join. They were fine as they were, since Imperial Dragon was much stronger than the other guild. They had more than 100 players that were already level 70 and higher. With a new batch of players, Lady Casanova had informed Jiang Fei that the raid might be slower. However, since Jiang Fei was joining the raid, there was no need for the other members to fight. All they needed to do was stay alive until the dungeon was over. Alright. Let's try the Black Dragon Lair today, said Jiang Fei as the expedition had arrived at the entrance of the dragon lair. Geez! I can't wait to get my own pet dragon. Me too. Get in line, pal. Relax, the guildmaster is here. Well, each get one eventually. Everyone was excited. After yesterday's success, many players had flaunted their dragon pets when they returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress. The new players then were really excited, since with the guildmaster was there, they would surely be obtaining a new pet that day. When Jiang Fei and his fellow guildmates arrived at the entrance of the dragon lairs, a few other guilds had noticed their presence. OSH*T. It's them again, dude. If they keep it up like that, we might not even get to clear the blue dragon lair before they do. That's right. Verger Glider is such a tyrant. He's hogging all the good stuff to himself. What about the rest of us? Know yourself, plebs. At least he gave us a chance to raid the easier dungeon. If he had started from the easiest one, we would not even have a chance to raid them. The return of Imperial Dragon to the dragon lairs had triggered many other disgruntled players. It was a love-hate relationship. Many of them could not hate the Imperial Dragon, but they could not accept the fact that Jiang Fei was indeed hogging all the good stuff to himself. Naturally, it was that Jiang Fei had not given others a chance. As such, many of his fans and other guilds had defended him. Everyone ready? Jiang Fei shouted. He then proceeded into the dungeon without even listening to what other guilds were gossiping about him. Alright, folks. Don't die yet, said Lady Casanova to the members. Like other dungeons, there was a buffer zone right after the entrance to allow players to get ready before engaging the dungeon. This dungeon is about the same as the Light Dragon Lair, said Little Rain. Appearance-wise, the dungeon was indeed similar to the Light Dragon Lair. For Draconian guards stood at the next section of the dungeon. The only difference was their color and attributes. They were perhaps even stronger. Draconian Guard, Shadow, Humanoid, Lord, level 80, health points 70 million, attack power 7,500, skills, Speed Slash, Bash, Deathly Strike, Shared Life, Speed Slash, attacks all targets in a 45-degree cone-shaped area. Bash, attacks a target and clear all aggro value. Deathly Strike, attacks a target strongly and decrease all healing effect for 80%. Shared Life, all 4 guards share the same health pool. The properties of this Draconian Guard was similar to the Light Dragon Lair. However, these would not be enraged and become stronger when one of its allies died in battle. These ones shared the same health pool, which in terms, cannot be killed one at a time. Meh. Nothing special. Let me handle this, said Jiang Fei as he shrugged nonchalantly before launching his attack on them. Chapter 804, The Oddly Draconian Pair, Die, Intruders. All 4 Draconian guards roared in unison. Unfortunately for the 4 of them, Jiang Fei was unfazed. Due to the lack of explosive attack power, Jiang Fei was not threatened by them even if he allowed them to hit him till Kingdom Come. Here are 4 pet eggs. Alright, start the auction, said Jiang Fei as he presented 4 pet eggs that were dropped from the guards. Emblem of the Draconian, Shadow, Pet Egg, Epic, use, unsealing the pet egg summons a Shadow Draconian guard to be your pet. These pet eggs were not attractive to the big shots like 7-star warrior. However, the other members of the guild were head over heels for them since epic tier pets did not require magic crystals to evolve. It was cost-saving, and that was one of the traits that the regular members would want. 100, 110, heh. 150. Those that were unable to obtain pet eggs during yesterday's raid knew that any pet eggs dropped in the later part of the dungeon would be claimed by the other big shots in the guild. To avoid losing the chance of obtaining a pet egg, they had decided to put it all out for the first 4 eggs. In the end, the eggs were bought over for 150 contribution points by 4 slightly stronger players in the guild. Once the auction was over, Jiang Fei proceeded with the dungeon. After the first obstacle, Jiang Fei had officially entered the dungeon. The entry cooldown of the dungeon would only register once the 4 guards were killed. Once this dungeon was clear, they would need to wait until the next day before they could enter another dragon lair. Only when the party headed deeper into the dungeon did they found that the black dragon lair was different than the light dragon lair. The monster count in this dungeon was lower than the light dragon dungeon. There were only 3 waves of monsters after 20 minutes into the dungeon. Odd. If the guild master had not fought the first 4 draconian guards, I might actually believe that the dungeon had been cleared, said a new returner. Actually, the lesser the monster, the harder they'll be killed. Just wait and see, said 7-star warrior. The man was the superstar of the guild, the leader of the main attack force of the guild. If there was a man who knew everything about a dungeon, it would be 7-star warrior. What to see? Everything is cleared by our big brother Jiang Fei. Not even a boss could hold him back. The man had killed a god, cried Little Rain as he was already on board the bandwagon to blindly trust Jiang Fei. To be fair, Jiang Fei was indeed too strong for any boss currently discovered. Little Rain and joined a few other players who were sitting at the side, waiting for Jiang Fei to kill everything else and for the reward. That's true. But, Guildmaster, you can do it. Yeah, you go, man, cried 7-star warrior. To be honest, he was a little scared at the start, but Little Rain did make a sensible statement. Eventually, he too sat at the side to cheer for Jiang Fei instead of worrying any further. Don't just sit there and wait to be spoon-fed. Remember the boss fight and skills. I'm only telling this one time. I won't be joining you for any further Dragon Lair raids. You are the ones who are responsible for them, said Jiang Fei, annoyed at these lazy players. Relax, boss. We have Lady Casanova here to deal with that. She has even written down the strategy after we have raided the Light Dragon Lair, said a new returner proudly. Have I? Said Lady Casanova with a smile that was so eerie that a new returner felt shivers down his spine. Have you? Jiang Fei turned to look at Lady Casanova, amazed. When the guild master was looking at her in amazement, she caved in and confessed. Yes. I have. The strategy was indeed written down. However, the boss fights were too quick. There are still gaps in the strategy, but even so, I'm sure that we can raid it without the guild master, said Lady Casanova. Although she was a little butch, both physically and mentally, she was still a girl in heart. Heh. I'm impressed. You lots should learn from this sister. Instead of just sitting down and wait, I swear I'll stop attacking right now if you lots are not taking this seriously. For Pete's sake, and not getting paid. Jiang Fei roared. Hee. Boss, of course, you're not getting paid. I mean, who's going to employ the greatest player who is pioneering everything in the game? A new returner laughed. Geez. What am I going to do with you guys? Jiang Fei sighed and chuckled. Everyone laughed at the subtle joke and soon arrived at a large hall without any monster in sight. There were only 2 humanoid draconian bosses talking to each other. Garion, did you know, the best way to cook an iron shell lizard is to broil them? Excuse me, Waldos, but everyone knows that the best way to cook them is to steam them. That doesn't make any sense. It is evident that broiling them is better. Nothing tastes better than broiled lizard meat. Ha ha ha. My friend Garion, it seems that you had yet to see the true art of the culinary world. The best taste in the world is human meat, you idiot. I'd say, hold on, someone is here, humans? Aren't those your favorites, shhhh? Be quiet, don't scare them away. Once they start running, it's going to be hard to catch them, fine. Share some with me if you manage to catch them. What the hell is with that conversation? Are we their snacks? Cried Jiang Fei, annoyed after he had listened to their conversation. Welcome visitors. You must be tired. Please rest here. We won't do anything to you, said the taller, skinner draconian named Garion. That's right. Slurps come in, said the shorter, fatter draconian Waldos as he licked his tongue. Dude, they think we're idiots, cried a new returner angrily. The two were just talking about eating them a few seconds ago. Ever so loudly even. Wait here. I'll go in and check their skills, said Jiang Fei as he approached close enough to check their attributes without triggering the battle. Garion, humanoid, lord, level, 85, health points, 40 million, magic attack, 17,000. Skills, fireball, flame burst, rising flame, ticking bomb, soul return. Fireball, casts a fireball after 2 seconds of chanting. Attacks a target with a fire attribute strongly. Flame burst, casts an ultra-large fireball after 6 seconds of chanting. Deals powerful fire attack to a target. Burns the target for 30 seconds, dealing 10% health points as damage every second. Cannot be interrupted, rising flame, marks a spot in the field which will explode with powerful fire damage, dealing powerful fire damage to all targets within the area. Lasts for 15 seconds. Ticking bomb, randomly selects 5 players and marks them. Marked players will receive 5,000 damage per second. Explodes after 5 seconds, dealing powerful damage to marked target and targets that are close. Soul return, on death, Garion will return to the world in spirit form and will continue to fight until his partner is killed. All skills cast during spirit form cannot be interrupted. Gains 50% increase in all damage. Skill will be activated if Garion is the first to die. Chapter 805, The Formidable Duo, Waldos, Humanoid, Lord, Level, 85, Health Points, 65 million, Attack Power, 11,000, Skills, Armored Bulwark, Petrifying Stare, Snatch, Swallow, Illuminating Return, Armored Bulwark, creates a powerful armor around Waldos capable of absorbing 3 million damage. During activation, Waldos will gain a 50% increase in physical attack. Petrifying Stare randomly marks 5 targets. Marked targets cannot move or they will be inflicted with petrification. Snatch randomly picks a target and forcefully drag the target to his front. The target that is inflicted with petrification will be prioritized. Swallow, if there's a player that has been inflicted with petrification, Waldos will swallow said player, dealing 5,000 damage per second for 10 seconds. If the player dies, Waldos will regain 20% health points. Illuminating Return, upon receiving a fatal blow, Waldos will recover 50% health points over 5 seconds. This skill has 3 minutes cooldown time. Skill will be ineffective if Garion dies. What a powerful duo, cried Jiang Fei as he saw the skill set the two bosses had. The two humanoid draconian bosses were strong. If any other regular players made a mistake in the fight, the battle might end right away. Best case scenario, they would just lose a few fighting members and prolong the fight. The worst case scenario was a complete party wipeout. It was obvious that Garion was the magic DPS with powerful attacking skills while Waldos was the tank with high health points. The skill, Illuminating Return, was annoying as it indirectly set an attack power requirement for the party. If the party did not have enough DPS in their team, or someone accidentally died and restored the boss health, the battle would be concluded with a loss. After understanding the boss's skills, Jiang Fei could not determine which of the boss he should kill first. Other parties that would be exploring this dungeon for the first time would surely be in for a treat. If Garion was killed first, he would return to be an undefeatable ghost that could not be attacked. Not only one could not interrupt his skills from being cast, but his damage output would also be increased by 50%. On the other hand, if Jiang Fei had chosen to kill Waldos first, he would have to consider the 3-minute-long repeatable health restoring skill. This skill was a test to the party's DPS output. Paired with Armored Bulwark, Waldos would probably survive longer than 3 minutes to use Illuminating Return. Be careful of the boss's skills. Get ready, I'm going in now, said Jiang Fei after he had explained the boss's skills to the party. Don't worry. We have been through worse dungeons, said 7-star warrior. Although not all, the members of the raiding party were strong. They had been raiding dungeons for so many times that none of them could even count. If it was not by the thousands, it was close to that. Working together in a dangerous situation was like breathing. If they could not even do that, they would not be in the raiding party. All right, enough said Jiang Fei as he charged first. As soon as Jiang Fei entered his attacking range, he unleashed a volley of arrows at Garion first. Until he had locked Garion's aggro on him, he then switched to attacking Waldos. Jiang Fei planned to first kill Waldos since he had a high defense stat. Even though the Draconian had Illuminating Return, Jiang Fei was confident that his DPS would be higher than what he could heal. Don't resist my little sweet desserts. Garion laughed as he stomped over to attack Jiang Fei. A quick chant and Jiang Fei was hit with a fireball to the chest. Minus 58,017. Jiang Fei had taken a direct hit. It was powerful, but nothing to worry about. Oh! The legendary Tasties. I want to eat you, cried Waldos as he charged at Jiang Fei with saliva dripping from his jaws. Minus 8,125. Garion was able to deal more than 50,000 damage to Jiang Fei since his attack was magic. Waldos' attack was physical type, hence, Jiang Fei's defense could mitigate a wholesome amount of damage away. Minus 214,582. Minus 218,953. In no time at all, Jiang Fei's ruthless barrage hit the max stack and Waldos was taking a good shower of arrows to his face. Ugh! This little critter is annoyingly strong. Waldos roared and started using his skill. Whoosh! A barrier was erected around Waldos and at the same time, his defense value increased. Jiang Fei's damage was lowered down to around 170,000. Help me! Garion, cried Waldos. Can't you see that I'm busy as well? Garion scoffed and started using his skill as well. It seemed that they would use their skills at the same time. Even though Jiang Fei's attack was somewhat suppressed, Jiang Fei's insane attack speed had broken Waldo's barrier in just a few seconds. At the same time, Garion had finished chanting a spell and had fired a gigantic fireball at Jiang Fei. Wham! Minus 117,542. That amount of damage had taken more than half of Jiang Fei's health points away. King hell. Where did that come from? Cried Jiang Fei as he started to sweat. If that attack had been a critical hit, Jiang Fei would have died immediately. Priest, a little help here. If you see that giant fireball coming at me, please cast a barrier for me, said Jiang Fei in the very next second. Sure thing, boss, said the priests of the party. Jiang Fei had never been reliant on healings, especially after he had obtained the Cauldron of Spirit. However, it was different now. The skill Flame Burst was strong enough to kill him instantly in one hit. It mattered if Jiang Fei could regenerate 1 million health points per second if the enemy could deal so much damage in one instance. At this point, it was safer to have the priest cast a barrier to help mitigate some damage to prevent Jiang Fei from dying in one hit. Garion? What's wrong with you? Cried Waldos when Jiang Fei was already halfway through and killing Waldos. I'm almost there. Where's the fire? Cried Garion as he chanted a spell. SHH. The ground underneath Jiang Fei and the party members started to sizzle and glow red. It's rising flame. Everyone! Scatter, cried 7-star warrior. Whom? Pillars of flame burst out from the ground, dealing substantial damage to the players who had not managed to get out in time. The damage dealt was powerful but not at all lethal. Ding! Garion is marking Little Rain, Cutie Pie, Hazy Memory, Blue Banshee, and Seventh Fighter. Stop! Stop moving, cried 7-star warrior to those players who were marked by Garion. He was taking on the role of the subcommander of the party. Hence, even though he was a melee fighter, he did not rush into the fight. Instead, he stood far behind the battle to observe and record the battle for future raids. Haha! Come and play my little desserts! Garion roared as he activated ticking bombs on all the marked targets. While 4 of the ticking bombs were placed on the other players, Little Rain was unfortunate to be picked by both bosses. Oh! F***ck me. Should I run? Or should I just stay here? Cried Little Rain. Since he had the ticking bomb on him, he should run away from the group. However, if he moved, he would be petrified by Waldos. Chapter 806, The Lady Calls It, Little Rain. Run, cried 7-star warrior. If Little Rain stood there, the other players would have no choice but to run away. However, if they did, the formation would be a mess. If the boss had decided to use another skill right away, the party would face another trial. All right, cried Little Rain as he ran behind the crowd. My dessert! Come here, cried Waldos. A binding light whip flashed from Waldo's palm and curled itself around Little Rain. In the next instant, he was dragged in front of him. Little one! I will enjoy you slowly, said Waldos as he swallowed Little Rain in one clean gulp. Crap! I need heals. I need heals right now, cried Little Rain from inside the boss' stomach. Ticking bomb would have a 5,000 fire damage per second. Paired with Waldo's swallow skill, Little Rain was taking another 5,000 damage per second on effect. It would take a long time for him to die. Little Rain, you're on your own. Healers can't heal you because you are out of sight, cried 7-star warrior. No sh**t. Little Rain grunted. Even though healers could heal from a faraway distance, they would still need a line of sight to the healing target. Sadly, even if the healers were standing next to the boss' stomach, they could not heal Little Rain since they could not literally see him. F***ck me. My mana is running out, cried Little Rain as he panicked. Mana crystals. Desperate, Little Rain used the mana crystal to immediately restore 20% of his mana pool. With enough mana, he would be able to deploy Mana Shield to mitigate the damage dealt to him and survive. Fortunately, Little Rain had survived for the entire duration of Swallow. After 10 seconds, the boss vomited him. That's scary. One more second and I'm done for, cried Little Rain. It matters not if you lived. Just don't feed the boss and let him recover health points, said 7-star warrior as he chuckled. Hey, have a little sympathy here. I was literally in the belly of the beast, while the two were talking nonchalantly. Jiang Fei had already dealt so much damage to the boss. At this point, the boss had only over 20 million health points left. Use your ultimate skill, cried a new returner as he cheered for Jiang Fei. Relax. Take it slow. One needs to have patience, said Jiang Fei. The boss was still able to use Illuminating Return. If Jiang Fei used Dragon's Bane now, the boss would survive the attack and might pick up the spear to use it against Jiang Fei. After several more minutes, Waldo's health points were almost gone. I've underestimated you all. But this isn't over. Humph. Waldos roared and activated Illuminating Return to restore his health. There is it! Time to kill him now. Don't let the boss kill you when you're in his stomach, cried Jiang Fei. If they were killed in his stomach, the boss would restore health points. After healing himself, Waldo's skills was unleashed at a faster rate. Garion had also joined the sudden amuck and used just as many skills as Waldo's. Jiang Fei aside, the other party members had to run around faster than ever. That only showed how strong were these two bosses were. As everyone besides Jiang Fei was always running around, they did not have enough time to stand still to attack. Without Jiang Fei, the almost invulnerable cannon to attack, there was no way the party could finish the boss fight without everyone dying. It was all thanks to Jiang Fei's crazy strength to deal over 1 million damage per second. If it were not for him, Waldos could never be killed with his illuminating return skill. Waldos? Are you dead? Garion roared angrily. What a useless one! Even so, I will not forgive you ants for killing Waldos. All of you shall die. Once the partner was dead, Garion went on a berserk. His skills were cast one after another with only a few seconds gap in between. Flame Burst was even used once after every 3 fireballs. This is bad. I think, said Jiang Fei to himself. The damage dealt by Flame Burst was worrisome since the skill Pain Suppressor could not be used by the priest as fast as Garion used Flame Burst. Although without a barrier on him, Jiang Fei could still survive being hit by Flame Burst. The only thing that kept him on the edge was critical hit. If Flame Burst triggered a critical hit, Jiang Fei would surely die. For having a high magic attack, Garion lacked the one thing that Jiang Fei was happy to exploit, defense. As a magician, Garion's defense was less than half of what Waldos had. The same went for his health points as well. Jiang Fei had taken less than half the time to take away more than 50% of Garion's health points. Time to die! Jiang Fei roared as he hurled the Dragon's Bane and killed Garion. Minus 25,379,520. It's finally over. Little Rain blurted. Everyone else sighed in relief once the boss was killed. Even though Jiang Fei had already done his best, everyone else still felt the battle had taken too long. Everyone was constantly running around, trying their best not to be killed or snatched by the boss. What's the drop? Lady Casanova barked, interested. I'll check it out, Jiang Fei snorted as he picked up Dragon's Bane first before checking the boss drops. Black Dragon Command Order, Magic, Pet Egg, Legendary, use, once unsealed, summons a Black Draconian Destroyer to be your pet. Black Dragon Command Order, Defense, Pet Egg, Legendary, use, once unsealed, summons a Black Draconian Defender to be your pet. The two bosses dropped one pet egg respectively. Garion, the magician, had dropped a magic-type pet egg while Waldos, the tank, had dropped a tank-type pet egg. It's auction time. Guys, cried Jiang Fei to liven up the mood. 200. I want the destroyer, cried Lady Casanova as she threw everything into the pot. Lady Casanova, you're no lady, said Little Rain. Ever since he had played the same way, by throwing everything he had into the pot, he had started to look down on others who had offered points that were lower than him. 7-star Warrior did not throw everything he had, but he had used up all his contribution points to buy magic crystals to feed his pet. That was why Little Rain was fine with 7-star Warrior but not Lady Casanova. Little Rain. I know you don't like me, but guess what? I don't like seeing your head attached to your neck, said Lady Casanova with an eerie smile. Ugh. Oh my, what's that over there? Little Rain stammered as he tried to run away from Lady Casanova's menacing pose. The lady was indeed behaving unladylike, but who could call her out for it? Not even Billy Boy could advise her to change her ways. Humph. Calling me unladylike is a bit, Lady Casanova murmured softly to herself. Is there anyone else? Jiang Fei called. Let Lady Casanova have it, yeah. Let her have it, she deserves it. Little Rain bellowed from the back, making sure that no one knew that he was the one who said that. Everyone in the guild loves having her around. Even though she was more butch than Jiang Fei, she was adored by all. Even though the price she had placed was not high. No one would raise a higher price to take the pet away from Lady Casanova. Chapter 807, Black Draconian Destroyer and Defender. Once she had won the Black Dragon Commander Order, Lady Casanova immediately unsealed it and summoned it. A ball of faint light appeared in front of her and a tall, skinny Draconian appeared in front of Lady Casanova. There was nothing much to say since it looked exactly like a miniature version of Garion. Even so, it stood at 2 meters tall, taller than the average player, but not Lady Casanova. Ding! A golden light cage encased both Lady Casanova and the Black Draconian Destroyer. Once the pet contract was signed by Lady Casanova, the cage made of light dissipated and she had officially obtained a new pet. "How is he?" said Little Rain as he pushed himself through the crowd to see the pet. "Quite good. I like it," Lady Casanova commended before she posted the pet's attribute for everyone to see. Black Draconian Destroyer, pet, legendary, level, 75, health points, 110,000, magic attack, 8,800, skills, Mega Fireball, Flame Burst, Flame Barrier, Rising Heat, Mega Fireball, casts a huge fireball after 2 seconds of chanting. Deals powerful damage. Flame Burst, casts an ultra-large fireball after 6 seconds of chanting. Deals powerful damage and burns the target. Flame Barrier, erects a magical barrier and increases 20% physical and magic defense. Any melee attackers will receive medium flame damage if they attack the caster when the barrier is active. Rising Heat, marks a spot and set it on fire after 5 seconds. Deals fire damage to all targets inside the marked location. The pet's health points and defense stat was only normal. It was almost the same as a normal tier and even an epic tier pet. One could never tell the difference by simply judging its health points. However, its magic attack was superior to the average pet. The Destroyer was capable of being a powerful attacker provided that someone was there to protect him. That was where Lady Casanova came in. The pet had 2 of Garion's original skills: the Giant Fireball skill and the Flame Burst skill. It was powerful, but it was not a boss. The Black Draconian Destroyer could be easily interrupted or be cast silence. Its prowess could only shine if Lady Casanova protected the little Draconian Mage. Not bad, Lady Casanova. Now you can also be on the offense, said Jiang Fei, satisfied with the outcome. Lady Casanova was supposed to be a DPS class warrior. But since she had chosen to put on heavy armor equipment, she had built her stats leaning toward defense. Her skill set was also built to be a crowd controller to disable other monsters or players. Now that she had a pet, she could contribute more to DPS. "Alright guys, there's one more here." "Who wants it?" cried Jiang Fei once more. "Here! Here! I have 100, 101, 102, 103, 104. Can I have this one? I'll offer 200 points." When the crowd was shouting out their offers, a sudden crisp, loud, cute voice of a girl came to attention. "Ming Ming? You want that?" asked another player who had 150 points to offer. "Yes. I need a strong bodyguard," said Cutie Pie as she smiled bashfully. She was a bow user, and even though her class had the strongest defense, it was still very weak when compared to a warrior. Hence, having a powerful tank-type pet to help her control the monsters coming at her would definitely boost her rate of attack. "Alright then. I'll back down," said that player. He backed down since Cutie Pie was extremely cute and 200 contribution points was not a low number for a regular member. "No other offers?" "She's gonna get it," Jiang Fei confirmed with everyone else before handing the second commander order to Cutie Pie. "Thanks guys. Please be as cute as me." Cutie Pie beamed as she picked up the pet egg and unsealed it. After the ball of light dissipated, a fatter, shorter Draconian guard appeared next to Cutie Pie. Like Lady Casanova, this Draconian guard looked exactly like Waldo's, except smaller and cuter. That was what Cutie Pie thought. It was small, round, and cute, nothing mannequin like the large counterpart. A cute little girl with a round little pet was a perfect pair. Even though it was cute, the Black Draconian Defender was powerful. "Let us see the pet stats," Lady Casanova barked. "Alright. Here it is, Black Draconian Defender, pet, legendary, level, 76, health points, 550,000, attack power, 2,500, skills, armored bulwark, taunt, torture, maim, hold down, armored bulwark, erects a barrier capable of absorbing damage. When the barrier is active, increases 30% defense point. Taunt, taunts a target. Generates powerful aggro on a target and force the target to attack the defender for 2 seconds. Ineffective against players. Torture, makes an ear-piercing shriek, generating powerful aggro on all targets and reduces target's 50% movement speed for 3 seconds. Maim, attacks a target immediately and deals medium damage to the target. Reduces 20% movement speed and attack speed of the target. Lasts for 5 seconds. Hold down, pins down a target for 5 seconds, preventing the target from doing absolutely anything. The Black Draconian Defender's legendary tier was nothing special. Once Cutie Pie had made a contract with the little ball, it reached level 76 in an instant. This pet was 1 level higher than a new returner's pet, but it had 550,000 health points. It was obvious to everyone that this pet was a tank with extremely low attack power. While it was not suitable to be a bouncer, it was suitable to be a tank to take all the damage in Cutie Pie's stead. The pet was deemed as strong since it had more than 1 aggro-generating skills that were useful in PvE battles. It was also useful in PvP battles since it had many disabling skills to slow down and even stop a player from doing anything. "Oh! There are no merging skills," Cutie Pie murmured disappointingly. She had hoped for skills like a new returner's pet. Actually, it was better for you to not have a merging skill. In fact, it would only slow your DPS down. Think about it. You're a ranged attacker. If the pet had a merging skill, you would need to run around to attack a target. Wouldn't that be time-consuming? 7-Star Warrior suggested after he had looked through the skill set. "Oh! That's right. With him standing in the front, I can safely attack from behind." Cutie Pie exclaimed happily after she had understood what 7-Star Warrior was telling her. As a Bao user of the Imperial Dragon, her DPS was considered as the top-tier lineup in the guild. If she did not need to move around too much, she could focus solely on attacking. If she did, not even a tank at the same level as she could stand for long being attacked. Chapter 808, Living Energy. Once the loot was distributed, Jiang Fei and the party proceeded further into the dungeon. After the hall, the party was met with a small narrow waterway leading downward into the sewers. It was both smelly and wet, an environment where germaphobes would rather die than go into. "Bandits, scout what's ahead and check for traps," Jiang Fei commanded. The waterway was too small and narrow that it was difficult to squeeze in 100 players at a time. In this case, since the dungeon was designed to fit in a 100 players, narrow passageway as this one would most likely be fitted with traps. "Aye, sir," said Hazy Memory as he led a team of bandits to scout ahead. "Is it me, or is the Light Dragon dungeon better than this Black Dragon dungeon?" said a new returner. "Why do you say that?" Jiang Fei asked, puzzled. "Well, the monster count in this dungeon is too low. There's hardly any experience points to be farmed here," a new returner spat. "Yeah. This dungeon offers very little experience points." Cutie Pie chimed in. "What are you complaining about? Didn't you just get yourself a pet? You can farm experience points later when we're done with this dungeon." Jiang Fei snorted and laughed. "Guildmaster, you're in no position to say something like that. Don't get me wrong, but we're all nowhere near your level," a new returner cringed. He and Cutie Pie were stuck at the bottom of the barrel. Their position in the level ranking board was a downward spiral. "Haha. True that." He, Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly as he understood what a new returner was trying to imply. He decided to just stop talking since if he didn't, he would just be humble bragging. Lately, players had been leveling up faster than usual. Especially after the events with the dragon lairs. There were so many things to do. First, there were the quests available. After that, there were missions to help the Shadow faction to fight the dragons, and helping the dragons to defeat the Light faction. There was a saying, human greed knows no bounds. Cutie Pie and a new returner were already higher than level 70. They belonged to the 10% of the entire player population that had reached level 70. Others were only around level 65 to level 70. Even though they were level 75 and level 76 and should be proud and satisfied, they were eclipsed by Jiang Fei being level 90. No matter how hard they tried, they could not feel special unless they were either level 80 or higher. Just as the conversation came to a halt, Hazy Memory and the other bandits returned. "The coast is clear. There are no traps around," said Hazy Memory. The Minesweeper squad had not found anything after heading deep into the waterway. "All right, let's go then," Jiang Fei commanded and proceeded into the waterway. Before he could move further in, Hazy Memory cried out to him, "Guildmaster, there are monsters ahead." Instead of slowing down, Jiang Fei started to spread forward. The waterway was small and narrow, but thankfully short. There was a large hall after the waterway ended. The hall was huge and was filled with racks of potions and empty bottles. It looked like an alchemist's laboratory. Many monsters were patrolling around and a giant being that was chained down to the ground. "What is that?" said Little Rain as he pointed to the enigmatic being. "That monster's name is Sulu." "Anyone heard about it before?" asked Cutie Pie. She had the skill Eagle Eye, which allowed her to have extremely sharp and the ability to see further away. "No clue," said the others while Jiang Fei turned to Akatsiris. "Sulu," she gasped. "You know about that thing?" Jiang Fei barked, surprised. He was surprised since Akatsiris had never been useful in dungeon fights. He had almost forgotten about this beautiful succubus. "I'm sorry, Master. I do not know about it, just the name," she explained. "Anything else? Perhaps, legend has it that they were the beings that lived when the primordial celestial ruled the realm. Their body is made from sparse energy. They had a supernatural ability and strength but extremely low intelligence. They were once the servants of the primordial celestial. However, after the ancient war was over and the Celestials were sealed away in an alternate dimension, these Sulus were lost in history. No one had heard or know where they were. I am surprised to see that the Black Dragons had actually captured one," Akatsiris explained. "Do you know how strong are they?" Jiang Fei asked. I don't know, Master. From what I've gathered, these Sulu were servants that do all the hard labor and rarely be used as fighters. That was why there are hardly any records of them in history," Akatsiris explained. "Thank you," Jiang Fei nodded. Although he was a little disappointed with the lack of information, it did not matter much since Jiang Fei would know everything about it after he had a good look. "Guys, clear the monsters first and do not get close to that boss," said Jiang Fei. "Okay." Seven-Star Warrior roared as he led the party to clear all the small monsters. Just as Jiang Fei shot an arrow to kill one of the monsters, the Sulu made a low grunt before groaning. "You, intruders, punish, zap." A bolt of black lightning struck everyone who was close to the Sulu and each received 10,000 damage. "Huh? Has the boss fight started already?" Jiang Fei gasped. Never in a million years would Jiang Fei have thought that killing a monster would trigger the boss fight. Since the boss was awake, Jiang Fei cleared a few monsters on his way and approached the boss to check its skills. Sulu, living energy, High Lord, level 85, health points 27 million, magic attack 14,000, skills, negative energy, darkness, summon guards, shadow arrows. Negative energy randomly targets 5 players within the vicinity, dealing 5,000 shadow damage per second for 5 seconds. Darkness releases dark energy to an area. All targets within the area will receive 5,000 damage per second. 2 seconds later, 8 dark beings will spawn, can be purged. 30,000 damage will be dealt to all targets, entire party, if anyone made contact with the dark beings. Targets that are damaged by the dark beings will receive damage when receiving any healing. Summon guards, summons 10 advanced elite draconian guards to protect Sulu. Shadow arrows, releases a massive amount of shadow arrows and attacks anyone within 20 meters of Sulu. Take note, when the ground turns black, run out of it. Priest, please use any purging skill on the monsters that spawn in the black area, Jiang Fei explained to the party after he had seen the boss skills. The skill Darkness was a party-wiping skill. The 5,000 damage per second was nothing much to be concerned about, but the 8 dark beings that spawned later are problematic. One touch and it would explode, dealing 30,000 damage to everyone in the party. It was so powerful that a single detonation could kill a clothed armored player. There were even 8 of them on the map, and if all of them were eliminated, even Jiang Fei would perish. Anything else? 7-star warrior asked. Remember to heal everyone in the party. Tanks should handle the monsters. Nothing else. Leave the boss to me. Remember to run out of the black area and do not touch the black monsters that are spawned, said Jiang Fei. As long as the dark beings were left alone, nothing bad should happen. If anything else, the boss fight should be quick since the boss had only 27 million health points. Even though it had powerful party-wiping skills, Jiang Fei could still kill it fast enough before things got worse. Chapter 809, Second Stage. After clearing all the monsters that were in his way, Jiang Fei rushed to the boss and immediately attacked it. Sulu was chained to the ground in the hall and was unable to move around. The most used skill was the Black Lightning Bolt that dealt 40,000 to 50,000 damage to Jiang Fei. A powerful damage, but nothing to be worried about. The only problem with this boss was the Draconian guards that were summoned. These guards were strong and were spawned right behind the party. Thankfully, the tanks of the party had nothing to do since none of them could approach the boss. Hence, when the monsters spawned, the tanks immediately drew their attention and the DPS attacked them. Since no one could stand within 20 meters of the boss, the melee fighters joined the tanks to deal with the summoned Draconian guards. Even though the summoned Draconian guards were at the level of a 5-man dungeon boss, they were quickly killed by many melee fighters that swarmed around it like a pack of hyenas. Sulu was also strong in its own way, but it had too little health point. Jiang Fei had only taken 10 seconds to take more than half of his health points away. Pain. Suffer, Sulu groaned and released a dark cloud that sunk into the ground. Run out of the dark area. 7-star warrior roared. Before 7-star warrior had even responded, everyone spontaneously ran out of the dark area. The healers had even healed all that had taken damage from the skill. 2 seconds after the dark area was created, right dark beings came out from the ground and started to move very slowly to the closest player. Run! Run! Cried a random player before the dark beings could touch them. Priest! Start purging them please, cried 7-star warrior. Everyone cooperated smoothly and purged all the dark beings that had spawned. Phew! Jiang Fei sighed with relief when all the dark beings were purged. If all 8 of them were detonated, the stacked 230,000 damage would kill him and every party member. As the battle raged on, the boss continued to cast darkness, causing everyone to run around like ants. This placed huge pressure on the healers as they needed to run, heal, and purge at the same time. To date, Jiang Fei felt that this boss fight was the most stressful for healers. Darkness aside, negative energy was repeatedly used by the boss. At first, it was fine, but as the battle dragged on, the pressure started to build up. F***ck this. How am I supposed to fight? A new returner roared as he taunted one of the Draconian guards while running out of the dark area. There was literally no rhythm as it was hard to even stand still for a second. If Jiang Fei was not there with them, there was no telling how the others could even survive the boss fight. There was no time to attack the boss itself. I agree with you. After this, we should just stick to the Light Dragon Lair as it was much easier and has more experience points to start. 7-star warrior croaked as he shared the same rage with this boss fight. Even though both dungeons were heroic difficulty, the Black Dragon Lair was clearly harder than the Light Dragon Lair. The Black Dragon Lair demanded much higher coordination as well as much stronger overall DPS. At least in the Light Dragon Lair, the entire party would not be wiped even if someone made a stupid mistake. Right now, as long as no one created trouble for Jiang Fei, the party should be able to survive. Everyone, except Jiang Fei, had only one role. Purge the dark beings or run away from them. Thankfully, nothing bad happened for the entire course. The boss was killed in less than 30 seconds and everyone was extremely tired, both physically and mentally. Crack, just as the boss' rocky body hit the ground, the chains and rocks around its body broke loudly. What happened next made everyone gasp in horror. Freedom, revenge, kill. Everyone, once the shell exploded, a new, larger, and uglier boss emerged. Living energy mutant, magic being, High Lord, level 85, health points, 30 million, magic attack, 15,000, skills, negative energy, black hole, darkness, negative energy, randomly targets 5 players within the vicinity, dealing 5,000 shadow damage per second for 5 seconds. Damage dealt will increase over time. Black hole, randomly picks 5 players and place a black hole on them. 5 seconds later, the black hole will become a node that will start chasing any random targets within 10 meters. The node will deal 3,000 shadow damage to anyone within 5 meters, knocking them away. Darkness releases dark energy to an area. All targets within the area will receive 5,000 damage per second. 2 seconds later, 8 dark beings will spawn, can be purged. 30,000 damage will be dealt to all targets, entire party, if anyone made contact with the dark beings. Targets that are damaged by the dark beings will receive damage when receiving any healing. It appeared that the boss had a second stage. Although it had lesser skills, it had become so much stronger. Not only did it have higher health points and magic attack, but its skills had also been enhanced. Negative energy would deal more damage over time, and if the party did not end the fight soon, the skill alone could wipe the entire party. Darkness had the same effect as before. The skill Black Hole was not as terrifying as it seemed, but the ability to chase and knock players around was problematic. If someone was unlucky enough to be knocked into the black area and hit the dark beings, the entire party might be killed. Guildmaster, how is the new boss? 7-Star Warrior asked, since he needed to know if there were changes to the boss to adjust the battle strategy. There are only 2 things to worry about: the skill Darkness and a new skill called Black Hole. Nothing to worry about. Just run from anything that appears. Remember to purge the black monsters that spawn. Jiang Fei barked as he attacked the boss. The faster he killed the boss, the higher the chances of survivability of the entire party. Understood, said 7-Star Warrior as he nodded. Little Rain, go back. Back away, the black area is up. Priest, get ready to purge. It's the black hole. Run! Run away from the players that are picked. 7-Star Warrior was so busy that he did not have time to monitor the boss fight properly. During the second stage of the boss fight, the boss skill releasing rate increased dramatically. Darkness was released right after the first one was gone. The same applied to the black hole. When a black hole appeared on a player, everyone needed to run away from them. If they were too slow, they might get themselves pushed into the area of darkness. F***CKU. I don't believe you would have a third form. Jiang Fei roared angrily when he saw just how many black areas were created by the boss. Chapter 810, Shadow Whip, Dragon's Bane. Jiang Fei hurled his ultimate finishing move as the situation could not get worse. The number of dark circles created via darkness was reaching its saturated limit. The number of players dying from the lack of healing had increased over time. If Jiang Fei had delayed any longer, he might be the only one player left standing. Minus 25,379,520. It was fortunate that Jiang Fei had managed to hack away enough health points that Dragon's Bane had dealt sufficiently enough damage to empty out the boss health bar. The unfortunate boss had only just been released off of its chain and shell but was killed in the next 30 seconds by Jiang Fei. It's finally over, said Little Rain, looking at the battlefield, panting as he did. If there was a rhythm to fighting the boss, it would be too fast for anyone to track. Not even Lady Casanova could know what was going on. All she had recorded was multiple black areas. Must dodge, don't get too chummy just yet. There are still the dark beings roaming around. You don't want to let your guard down just yet, said 7-star warrior as he commanded the last surviving priests to use purge on them. Although they were instant-killing machines, they were not much of a threat as long as they were left untouched. However, it was still not a good reason enough to relax just yet. Once the last of the dark beings were removed from existence, Jiang Fei sighed in relief. Guildmaster, the loot. Check out the loot, cried Little Rain as he relentlessly nudged Jiang Fei. All right, said Jiang Fei, both annoyed and relieved. After he had picked up Dragon's Bane and put it away, he proceeded with the boss drops. Shadow Essence, Magic Essence, Legendary, use, increases a pet's magic ability. Master. Can I have this one? Asked Akatsiri as she came to him and bowed politely. What for? Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow. This will be useful for me to become stronger, said Akatsiri with a straight face. Umhm, fine. Akatsiri was registered as Jiang Fei's pet, hence, she could use the Shadow Essence to empower herself. Guys, I'm taking this one. Jiang Fei screamed maniacally as he held it up high to declare it to everyone. Guildmaster, I'm not questioning your taste, but why are you always taking strange things for yourself? 7-star warrior chuckled away. Naturally, everyone would not have anything against Jiang Fei even if he had decided to claim all the loot. Technically speaking, it was Jiang Fei who did all the hard work, the rest of the party were just hitching a ride. It's useful for me, he shrugged. I don't need pet eggs anyway, so, thing black-colored, stuff is good enough. Oh, by the way, said Jiang Fei as he suddenly recalled something. Remember to ask for reimbursement from Miss Rose. A compensation for me taking this little thing. Even though he did all the killing, the Dragon Lair raid was still considered a guild excursion, hence, he needed to reward the party for at least participating. It did not matter to him since the guild's treasury had plenty to go around. It was good to share some of that wealth with the members to increase the overall morale. Huzzah! Thanks, Guildmaster. All right. Calm your boots. Let's get along with the raid, said Jiang Fei as he waved away the cheers and praises. Here, said Jiang Fei as he handed over the Shadow Essence to Akatsiri. Thank you very much, my master. Ding. Your pet Akatsiri has gained 6,000 magic attack. Ding. You pet Akatsiri has gained a new skill, Shadow Whip. Once the Shadow Essence was in her hands, Jiang Fei had immediately received a string of system notifications. Whoa, did you know this? Jiang Fei was stunned when he realized that the Shadow Essence was powerful. Increasing her magic attack was given, but 6,000 magic attack was insane. Now, Akatsiri had reached the potential of a lower overlord tier and was no longer the weak little supporter-type pet. No. I don't, but I felt that I could get stronger with this. The new skill is strong as well, said Akatsiri as she lowered her head bashfully. Heh. I look forward to seeing you in the next battle, said Jiang Fei after he patted Akatsiri's slender shoulders. Akatsiri was a special existence with higher intelligence. Unfortunately, he was unable to have full access to her complete attribute and skill tree, unlike other players' pets. That was the reason why he had not been relying too much on Akatsiri for damage and disabling role. He had little understanding of her character. After the laboratory map, Jiang Fei and the party proceeded to the next part, which was a small courtyard. The courtyard was different. To be precise, it did not feel like they were still in the same dungeon. The design, the style, and the setting were too different. The courtyard had nothing in it. Just a piece of empty land with wild black dragons roaming around. Sheesh! There are so many of them here. Do all the monsters hide here? That must be it. I had thought that it was odd since the difference between the two dungeons was too great. It looks like all the monsters that were missing earlier are all gathered in this courtyard. The entire party started throwing their theories out there once they entered the courtyard. The odd thing was not about the number of monsters then, but the absence of a boss. Am I supposed to clear all the monsters to spawn the boss? Wondered Jiang Fei. That should be it, Lady Casanova grunted, who was standing behind him. It matters not now. Let's just kill everything here, said Jiang Fei before he knocked arrows on his Heaven's Breaker Twilight Bow. Master, if you would allow me, said Akatsiri's before Jiang Fei could attack. Mincham. Go ahead, said Jiang Fei. His voice contained a hint of anticipation since Akatsiri's had just obtained a new skill. Thank you, Akatsiri's uttered happily before jumping into a fight with one of the dragons with her whip ready in her hand. SPSSSH. After her whip hit one of the dragons, a bolt of black lightning zapped out of her whip and hit the first dragon. That was only the start. Half a second later, the same bolt of black lightning zapped the next monster that was standing close by, dealing damage before jumping off to another dragon. With each jump, the lightning gained more damage. After 20 jumps, the black lightning had stacked so much damage that all the next monsters that were zapped were killed instantly. They were all advanced elite level 80 monsters. The black lightning continued to jump until the last of the monsters behind were killed and there were no more monsters left to jump on. The only few survivors were the first few monsters that the lightning had failed to kill. I'm impressed. You have gained a powerful skill, cried Jiang Fei. The other players could not even bring themselves to comment on the overwhelmingly powerful skill. It was as close to a forbidden spell as it could get. This skill is not as powerful as you might think, my master. If the monsters were not standing too close, the lightning could not have jumped onto the next target, Akatsiri's explained to Jiang Fei. The skill was strong, but it could be easily stopped. If the distance between the next target and the first target exceeded 10 meters, the lightning would stop at the first target. Akatsiri's was only able to display the prowess of the skill since the monsters in the courtyard were packed together like sardines in a can. Macham, that's good to know. We have bigger things to worry about now, said Jiang Fei as he saw a big shadow coming from the sky. Chapter 811, Super Boss. The shadow in the sky broke through the clouds at breakneck speed, leaving behind an empty patch between clouds. As soon as it broke through the clouds, Jiang Fei identified that the monster was a boss, a black dragon. Minus 18,756. Minus 19,275. Minus 20,143. The black dragon descended quickly and blasted a trail of fire that inflicted powerful damage to all party members. While Jiang Fei and other tanks were unscathed, the magicians were left with a tiny bit of health, and the clothed armor players were instantly killed by the attack. That attack was nothing but an initial attack. It was not even the start of the fight yet. Black Dragon Leader, Ausvale, Dragon, High Lord, Level, 88, Health Points, 65 million, Attack Power, 16,000, Skills, Shadow Aura, Shadow Impulse, Dark Clouds, Deathly Spit, Shadow Detonation, Berserk. Shadow Aura, deals 3,000 shadow damage every 2 seconds to all targets within 200 meters. Shadow Impulse, inflicts all targets with 5,000 shadow damage. In the next 30 seconds, 5,000 health points and 1,000 mana points will be drained from all players every 2 seconds. Effect can be dispelled or purged. Dark Clouds, summons shadow clouds into the battlefield. Any targets that are under the cloud will become Ausvale's servant and fight for his stead. Controlled players will gain enhanced movement speed, attack power, and healing ability. Lasts for 30 seconds. Effect cannot be removed. Deathly Spit, randomly selects a target. Deals 10,000 shadow damage. For 10 seconds, Ausvale will pursue said target. The target that is selected will leave a trail of poison flame that will inflict 10,000 shadow damage to any targets that step on it. After Death Spit ends, Skeletal Warrior will spawn from the poison flame. If the target dies before the skill ends, a powerful advanced elite tier Skeletal Warrior will spawn from his corpse. Skill can only be activated when Ausvale is airborne. Shadow Detonation, randomly selects a target, stunning the target for 6 seconds and deals 5,000 shadow damage to the target and any target close by. Berserk, gains 100 times attack and defense power, immediately kills all targets within melee range. Effect will be activated after 8 minutes. How are we going to fight this boss? 7-star warrior asked. Alright. Listen to my order during the fight. If you think the previous boss is hard, this is going to be much harder, said Jiang Fei. He then proceeded to explain all the skills to the party and took the helm of commanding. This boss made the previous living energy boss look like a child's play. 7-star warrior could only see the skill's description right after the boss had executed the skill. It would be too slow for him, hence Jiang Fei thought it would be best for him to take the helm instead. Alright, no problem here, Little Rain and the others agreed. Alright. Everyone gather closely at the center of the courtyard. When the boss uses any of his skills, I want you to listen to what I say. Failure to react quick enough means the entire party might get wiped. So, please listen closely. I might still survive all of this, so don't let me take all the credit, said Jiang Fei with a taunting smile. The boss could not kill him, hence he was calm and composed. All he needed was the party to listen to him to end the fight faster. It was important to have the fight go smoothly to let Lady Casanova and 7-star warrior familiarize themselves with the boss fight. Jiang Fei could not always be there with the guild members for every raid. He would only get involved in new undiscovered dungeons. After the dungeon was cleared, the guild members needed to lead other new members to raid this dungeon to farm for pet eggs. That was why he wanted everyone to survive this fight to help in future raids. If he wanted, he could solo fight this particular boss. There was no need for anyone else to help him. We are ready. Guild Master, you may start, Lady Casanova snorted as she gripped her battle axe tighter. Here I go! Jiang Fei roared as he released a volley of arrows at the boss. Intruders? In my turf? Interesting. Ausvale roared and charged toward Jiang Fei. Every step it took shook the earth. It was shaking so violently that the smaller, lighter players easily lost their balance and fell. As soon as the first attack landed, Shadow Aura dot effect was activated immediately. Although this skill's damage was not high, it was consistent damage even though everyone else was not doing anything. The skill's range was 200 meters in radius, too large that no one could escape the skill's damage. This was a challenge to all healers in the party to keep everyone alive. The first stage of the boss was easy as it was short. In this first phase, the boss could be easily taunted by the tanks. Besides the passive aura, the boss would not be using any other skills. The other players could help in dealing with some damage on the side. The first phase of the boss lasted only until 90% health points. Since Jiang Fei was the main gunner in the house, the first phase was over in just 10 seconds. Insolent fools! You angered me! Ausvale roared as he extended his wings and soared to the sky. The first skill Ausvale used when he was airborne was Shadow Impulse. Everyone took 5,000 damage in the first second and a negative status effect. Every 2 seconds, they would lose 5,000 health points and mana points that would be absorbed by the Black Dragon. Purge! Purge the debuff! Jiang Fei roared. The priests needed to act fast or the boss would not only deal a good amount of damage but also restore a good amount of health. All the priests started with themselves first and then the mages. The warriors and those not heavily mana-dependent class were the last to be dispelled. Thankfully, everyone was standing close at the center as per Jiang Fei's request, allowing the purging process to be over quickly. Everyone needs to get away from each other now. Remember to keep at least 5 meters distance, said Jiang Fei after Shadow Impulse was over. It was a move to counter the next skill, Shadow Detonation. A few seconds later, the boss flew closer to the player and selected 5 players out of the party. Their characters started to emit some sort of shadowy radiation that inflicted damage on themselves as well as players standing 5 meters away from them. If they had stood close together, all 5 selected players would deal damage to all party members. Chapter 8:12, Halved, Heal them. Jiang Fei commanded. Players that were selected by the Shadow Detonation were taking damage from both Shadow Detonation and Shadow Aura. Their health was dropping so fast that if the healers were not focusing their healings on them, those 5 players would die. Just as the healers were working with each other to cast AoE heals and focus on single target heals, the boss unleashed another skill. This time, it was dark clouds. Without Jiang Fei notifying them, everyone proactively ran away from the clouds. Based on past experience, which they had plenty, anything that the boss threw was never good. The dark clouds that the boss had cast was large. So large that not all players were able to run out. Unfortunately, the boss was not kind enough to wait. 1 second after the clouds were put out, the effect started to take shape. Oh, no! I can't control my character. Me too. A few selected players had their characters' control robbed from them. In the next second, their names appeared to be read. Use Hex or Transfiguration on the controlled players, cried Jiang Fei. The players that were controlled by the boss had gained increased attack and movement speed. If they were left unchecked, they could be far worse than monsters. Hex, sheep. Voodoo art, frog. Various disabling skills were cast to turn all the players that were being controlled by the boss into cute little harmless critters. Even though they could run faster than they look, they were still harmless and were unable to attack. Take note, the boss is about to use his ultimate skill. Those who are picked must run at the corner of the map, said Jiang Fei. The boss had less than 70% health points left. Based on his past experience, Jiang Fei knew that at every 10% health point loss, the boss would unleash something new and powerful. The next on the list should be Deathly Spit. Ding! Cutie Pie, the Black Dragon Ausvale has set his sights on you, Ming Ming. Run! Go the corner! Do not run into the players, ordered Jiang Fei. Huh? Me? Oh! That's right, Cutie Pie was baffled for a while before she realized that there was a red-colored icon on the top of her head. She then quickly used movement speed increasing skill and turned backward to run. The dragon flew downward and breathed fire in Cutie Pie's general direction. As Cutie Pie ran, the dragon followed, leaving a trail of black flames in the ground where it had struck. Heal Cutie Pie and keep her alive. Everyone else, please do not touch the black flames, said Jiang Fei. Not long after the flames were up, 8-leader tier mini-boss was spawned from the hellish flames. Alright guys, this goes without saying, but please take care of the spawned monsters while I handle the boss, said Jiang Fei. Anu returned with a few other tanks and warriors, took charge and taunted the monsters away from Jiang Fei and led them to the attackers. That's all the boss skill. Remember the effects. Please take care of the healers, said Jiang Fei. Gather together now, the second cycle of skills is starting soon, said Jiang Fei. Priests, ready your AoE purging and dispelling skills. Once everyone is cleared of the debuff, all of us need to run away from each other. Drink your mana potions. You guys are going to need all the mana you can get. The fight was going on smoothly so far without any death. Due to Jiang Fei's absurdly serious damage, the boss health points quickly dropped before the boss could even properly cycle through its skills. It was good as the party members did not have to suffer through that many cycles. Ding! Your party member, XXX, has died. As favorable as it seemed, there were sometimes cases where the boss could just kill you off with no exception. The player who had died was inflicted by Deathly Spit. Incidentally, the player was also under the effect of Shadow Aura and Shadow Detonation. Under 3. Effect, no healers was able to help him from dying. F*CK. Get a hold of the monster. Healers, please take care of the tank. Jiang Fei cried out worriedly. The player was killed while he was under the effect of Deathly Spit. In that case, a new stronger skeletal warrior would spawn. As expected, when the player dropped dead to the ground, his body split apart and a skeletal warrior emerged from his unsightly corpse. His attack was so strong that a new returner, a powerful tank, had taken around 50,000 damage in a single hit. If it was not for the fact that he had a powerful pet to merge with, he would have died. Needless to say that the healers of Imperial Dragon had to brush up their healing prowess. Just hold on a little longer. Take your potions. Don't be stingy on them. The boss is about to die. Jiang Fei roared. Guildmaster, we're out of mana. We can't hold on any longer, cried Gale Eversummer. She was the healers group leader. If she, a hidden class, specialized in healing, had low mana, the rest of the healer squad would have spent all their mana a long time ago. The battle was not long, however, the demand of healing all players was too much. Aside from running around and dodging skills, the healers had never stopped healing. Even though they had tried their best, the entire party was crumbling. Damn! This dungeon might not be for us after all. Little Rain grunted. The player with the lowest level in the party was level 70 and their opponent was a level 85 High Lord tier boss. To be fair, there was some truth to his complaints. The original intention of the developers was to have all the players familiarize themselves with the previous dungeons first. After they had gained a certain number of upgrades, in this case, levels, equipment, and pets, they could challenge the last 3 dragon lairs. The thing was, Imperial Dragon was not the common folks. They had Jiang Fei, a player that defied the proper order of the game. If Jiang Fei had not been there, the party would have died in the previous boss fights. Ding! Your party member, XXX, has died. Due to the lack of mana, the healers were unable to heal anyone else, causing the rapidly increasing number of deaths. Damn! Jiang Fei barked. The boss had only over 10 million health points left. His original plan was to gauge how the party could handle the boss without him using his ultimate cheating skill. However, it seemed that the result was incredibly unsatisfactory. He could let everyone die, but it would not be good for morale. Hence, Jiang Fei took out his treasured spear and hurled it. Minus 25,375,520. Wham! The boss was killed immediately, ending the fight. The boss was left with 10 million health points. Although Jiang Fei could have ended the fight a few million health points ago, he wanted to prolong the fight to let Lady Casanova and the other to familiarize themselves with the boss skill mechanics. Unfortunately for the party, everyone was only a few seconds away from death, hence, he had to kill the boss. This is too stressful. Little Rain huffed as he dropped to the ground. He too was on the verge of dying when the healers ran out of mana and he had to rely on mana shield to survive. He was so close to losing his sh*t. Jiang Fei made a quick head count and noted that over 40 players had died in this boss fight. It was basically half of what he had come in with. Still, they did make good progress as even Jiang Fei had to admit that it was the most stressful boss fight anyone had ever faced. How's everything? Did you understand the boss mechanics? Jiang Fei nudged Lady Casanova. What's the use? How could any of us fight this boss without you? Little Rain croaked disgruntledly as he rolled his eyes. Chapter 813, Chromatic Pet Egg. I understand the struggle, but, well, it's true. I guess, said Jiang Fei, not looking directly at them. There was truth to his words. Even with Jiang Fei at the helm, there were just too many casualties. One can only imagine how the raid would turn out if Jiang Fei was out of the picture. Judging from the battle results, everyone needed to be level 80 or the raid would be a flop. Excuse me? There are still monsters around here. Well, don't mind me as I try to keep everyone else alive for now. Why not strap on a lazy chair and relax while I whip out a nice cold lemon tea for the lot of you, cried a new returner as he sarcastically taunted Jiang Fei and the rest of the party members who were resting. It would be the death of him since he had no mana left to invoke any skill to suppress the skeletal warrior. Whoops! Sorry, Jiang Fei snickered away as he shot the rampaging skeletal warriors to officially end the battle. Jiang Fei went ahead and picked up his Dragon's Bane and cleared the entire battlefield before killing the last skeletal warrior. Ding! You have killed all the boss in the Black Dragon Lair. You have cleared the Black Dragon Lair. Ding! Your party is the first party to clear the Black Dragon Lair. Please enter your party name. A system notification and a pop-up window appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Ha! I guess I should type something provocative to push the other guilds to move faster. Jiang Fei snickered away. Ding! Faction announcement. I've cleared another dungeon. You guys have 2 more days. Good luck, plebs. Party has cleared the dungeon Black Dragon Lair. Congratulations to party members Verger Glider, 7-Star Warrior, Cutie Pie, and the rest. Boss, it's that Verger Glider again, said a random player, admirably. So what? It's not like I could do what he could, said a random guildmaster, shrugging off his unimpressive achievement. What can we do then, said the player, sensing hostility brewing in his guildmaster. What can you do? Buck up? Suck it up? Train harder? Get lost, said the guildmaster as he kicked him out of the party, immediately expelling him from the dungeon. We've done our best. It has been 3 days and we have only managed to take down 2 bosses. Who knows when we will defeat the third one, said another guildmaster attempting to clear a dragon lair. At least we are showing progress. 2 days should be adequate for us to clear this dungeon. Moreover, if we cannot clear this dungeon in 2 days, Verger Glider and his guild might choose a different dragon lair from ours. We might still have a chance to get the first clear achievement. There are 4 others just like this one. While that particular guild was making a better progress, the others were not as far. When Jiang Fei made that announcement, everyone grew anxious and was pushed to try harder and better. That's good to know. Let's put everything in for today and try to clear this dungeon. I have a good feeling that we can do it, said the guildmaster. It would be futile to compete with the Imperial Dragon, but at least they could still fight the other guilds that were within their league. Yes, guildmaster. We will give it all we have, if only you would give us some blessings, said the player with a large smile on his face. If we can clear this dragon lair by today, I will reward everyone twice as much, said the guildmaster. If they clear the dungeon by today, they would be seen as the second guild in the Shadow faction to be able to do so. It would be a worthy advertisement. Jiang Fei did not think about the other guilds after he was done with the first clear achievement announcement. He was more interested in finding out what sort of loot the boss would drop. Guildmaster, we need your magic touch, yeah. A powerful boss should give an equally nice loot, booty. Ma booty, phrasing, dude. Phrasing. Jiang Fei was not alone. The excitement of discovering the prize that laid ahead for them was shared amongst everyone in the guild. Here I go, guys. Jiang Fei declared as he reached out his hands to open the loot. A bright white light flashed and dispersed into a rainbow. Whoa! A rainbow? Is that a chromatic tear? What's that? A evolving pet egg. There were a few hidden class players in the guild. The light of rainbow was not alien to them since they had chromatic evolving weapons. What is it, boss? Heh, calm down, Jiang Fei scoffed as he showed the pet egg to everyone. Black Dragon Lord pet egg, chromatic, use, hatches a juvenile Black Dragon Lord to be your pet. Whoa! It is a chromatic pet. Little Rain exclaimed. 7-Star Warrior, are you regretting dash? No. Am not. A new returner tried to taunt 7-Star Warrior since his pet was an ancient tier Dragon Lord type, a lower tier than chromatic. There's nothing to regret, said 7-Star Warrior with a straight face with no signs of regret. He was fairly satisfied with his bloodstained light dragon even though it was only an ancient tier. A chromatic pet was only a variant of the legendary tier. To be blunt, it was just a legendary tier pet that shared the same level as the player that owned it. In the end, it was still weaker than an ancient tier pet. Actually, 7-Star Warrior is right. A chromatic pet is troublesome in its own way. It's not like it is the same as a chromatic tier weapon. Jiang Fei chimed in before a new returner could throw another taunting statement. How could it be? Little Rain interjected. A chromatic weapon will gain level and increase stats as the player levels up. It is like having a weapon that will never need to be changed. A pet is different. Its level is bound to be the same as the owner. Hence, the only advantage of having a chromatic tier pet is not needing magic crystals to evolve it. In the end, it's just about saving money. Jiang Fei explained. Hey! That's still worth its while. Take 7-Star Warrior as an example. For him to evolve his dragon to adolescence form, he needed to farm for more than a month to earn enough points to get sufficient magic crystals. Little Rain croaked. Whatever rolls your balls, man. Haha. Jiang Fei laughed it off. Jiang Fei was actually grateful for the work 7-star warrior was willing to put out just for the sake of farming magic crystals. Chapter 814, Confrontation, Right. Enough chit-chatting. It's auction time. Jiang Fei exclaimed as he held the pet egg up high in the air. The chromatic pet egg was not as powerful as everyone thought it was. However, it was still a pure-blood dragon. It could grow up to become a powerful black dragon lord. Hence, even though its price was lower than 7-star warrior's bloodstained light dragon, it was still better than bipedal draconian scards or drakes. 480, said the ever-silent hazy memory. What the F*** CK? Are you trying to throw everything you have? A new returner barked disgruntledly. Minchum. Unlike certain people, I can't earn as many contribution points. I'm considered lucky to have accumulated so many so far. I can't afford to earn enough to trade for magic crystals. This chromatic tier pet is suitable for people like me, said Hazy Memory, hiding his smile behind his mask. Anyone else has a better offer, said Jiang Fei. *T, how are we going to top that? I don't even have 481 points, damn you. Right after Hazy Memory's offer, everyone started to throw insults, although they did not mean to do so. Even Hazy Memory was not offended, as he understood that they were merely empty threats that were just an expression of their frustration and, in a certain way, praising him for being able to offer everything he had. To be fair, offering 480 contribution points was too much. Not even Lady Casanova or 7-star warrior offered that many points. There was no one in the party that could rival him at this point. Even if there were, they would not want to waste their points now, since they were expecting more at tomorrow's raid in the Golden Dragon Lair. After the Black Dragon Lord was given to Hazy Memory, the party exited the dungeon and went about with their own businesses. Jiang Fei headed back to the Demon Dragon Fortress and spent the rest of the time in the game with the girls. When the time was 6 a.m., Jiang Fei was kicked out of the game and back into reality. When he opened his eyes, the sun had risen, shining its golden rays across the land of the rising sun. As soon as he was awake, the thought of having to fight in Japan made him frown worriedly. They had been in Japan for close to a week, yet China had yet to send their military reinforcement to help them. At this point, Jiang Fei was filled with doubt and suspicion. This cannot be, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. The thought of China's military wanting the end of both the mutants and the martial artists had crossed his mind. However, that was not his main concern. His concerns lie with the androids of China. He had thought about it and concluded that androids were not a strong force to be reckoned with. If the martial artists fall, they would not be a good deterrent against the mutants. TCH. I need to do something, whether the military was purposely delaying their support or not. Once they had deemed themselves strong enough to not rely on the martial artists, they might actually not send any support at all. Ariel, I need you to follow me, said Jiang Fei. Yes, brother, Ariel replied instantly and followed him without a question. There was no reason to, she would gladly follow Jiang Fei even if it meant knocking on death's door. Brother Jiang Fei, where are you going? Bai Wanli called out when he had felt a sudden movement in the cave. I need to go out for a bit to check for the time of arrival of our reinforcements. Jiang Fei told the truth. Are you going alone? Wouldn't it be dangerous? What would you do if you met the mutants? That's not a problem. I am much faster alone, and if I encounter the enemy, I can outrun them easily. On the other hand, I need you to take care of the sisters, said Jiang Fei. No problem. I will make sure the boys shall not touch them, said Zhu Tianfei as he walked towards Jiang Fei. They had been working together for some time now, and the boys of the group had been trying their best to talk to the girls. However, every girl that Jiang Fei had brought in from the game was loyal to Jiang Fei. As a result, whenever the boys tried to make a move on them, the girls would shrug them off as if they were dirt. Thanks, said Jiang Fei, turning away quickly before talking to Hongyu. Brother, are you going out? she said, comfortable with the new manner of addressing Jiang Fei. "Macham, please stay here for the time being. If there's an enemy attack, use this to contact me," said Jiang Fei, handing out an earpiece to Hong Yu. "Very well," said Hong Yu, accepting the earpiece with both her hands as she took the chance to cup Jiang Fei's. "Heh," Jiang Fei scoffed before retracting his hands away. "Ariel, we don't have much time." "Let's leave right away," said Jiang Fei. "Sure thing," Ariel answered and left the cave with Jiang Fei. The two left the cave and up to a hill where Jiang Fei made sure to check any signs of other people before asking 0541 to put up a camouflage barrier. "Let's head back, where, the military base where we took the submarine," said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei felt the need to talk to the military officials. He wanted to know why reinforcements had not been sent to Japan. "Yes, dearest," cried Ariel since there were no one around. She reached out her arms and hugged Jiang Fei into her chest before teleporting away. 1 second later, the two appeared in a forest, not far from where the harbor was. "Well, walk in like this," said Jiang Fei, leading the way into the base with no intention to hide his presence. As soon as he approached the entry gate, a guard came up to him with guns held up. "Who are you?" "This is a secret government military base." "Identify yourself. I want to talk to Major General Qin Tian," said Jiang Fei, with his nose held up high. "Identify yourself," the guard roared. "Jiang Fei of China's Martial Artist Alliance, a martial artist?" "Hold on," said the guard as he held up his communicator to talk to someone of higher authority. "What? Jiang Fei? Isn't he supposed to be in Japan? When did he get back?" Qin Tian barked, sweating with fear when he looked at Jiang Fei through the camera feed. "Bring in him," said Qin Tian. It mattered not how Jiang Fei reached China since he should not have been here in the first place. Jiang Fei and Ariel were both escorted into a building to meet with Qin Tian. "Mr. Jiang, aren't you supposed to be in Japan? How did you come back?" Qin Tian asked, shaking Jiang Fei's hand nervously. "That is not important. What's important is why aren't we receiving any reinforcements from you?" Jiang Fei bellowed angrily. Well, we have some problems." "Problem? What problem?" "I can't say. Am not authorized to," said Qin Tian, frowning. "Where is Han Tianyu?" "I want to talk to him," Jiang Fei demanded. If there were things that even Qin Tian could not tell him, Han Tianyu was the only man could. Chapter 815, Nightly Visitation. Well, Han Tianyu is back in Beijing. He's handling some matters with the government. He will not be back tonight, said Qin Tian, averting his eyes to the side for a brief moment before looking back at Jiang Fei. Qin Tian had been a military man for some good years of his life. He was trained to not show his emotions to the outside world. Although Jiang Fei might not pick up his lies from the looks of his expression, he could not lie in front of Ariel. "He's lying," Ariel telepathically told Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei flinched a little. Even if Ariel said the man was a raging homosexual, Jiang Fei would believe it, word for word. When Jiang Fei learned that Qin Tian was lying through his teeth, the suspicions that were already growing in his heart inflated massively. Jiang Fei nodded to Qin Tian and turned away. Quietly, without drawing any suspicion, he said, 0541, scan this entire base. "Yes, sir," 0541 replied and actively scanned the entire base for everything. Jiang Fei stopped walking as he reached the door and turned. "I'll take my leave now since Han Tianyu isn't here. My parting words for you is to hope that the problem with reinforcement could be resolved as soon as possible. Absolutely. At once, Mr. Jiang." On an unrelated note, "Are you going back to Japan?" said Qin Tian with a smile. Even though he could sense that Jiang Fei might have picked up something, he was confident that Jiang Fei could never look through his lies. The boy was barely out of his mother's womb, and to someone like Qin Tian, an army veteran, Jiang Fei could never understand the art of psychological manipulation. Jiang Fei was just a greenhorn from his perspective. Not yet. I might need to visit my master first, said Jiang Fei, looking dead into Qin Tian's eyes before turning away and leave. I'll leave you to it then, said Qin Tian as he turned and walked away. The objective of the military force was to weaken the martial artists by reducing their living members. It matters not whether Jiang Fei would be in Japan. After all, he was just a man. Alone, he could never jeopardize their mission. Captain, I have collected the results of the scan. Of all the things I've detected, there is one that stands out, said 0541 when Jiang Fei went out through the gate and away from the base. What is it? There are 200 supreme androids inside the base. Their energy readings have reached advanced stage of level 4 and even the pinnacle stage of level 4. What the F***ck? Jiang Fei gasped in horror. Their progress is too fast, he cried. The speed of which the military had developed the androids was greater than he had expected. He thought that the androids were only at the beginning stage of level 4. At most, the only unexpected feature they had was their mass production capabilities and their memory transfer systems. He had never expected the android army to reach such a powerful stage. Worst of all, Jiang Fei did not know what limits that the androids had to their power level. After all, 0541 had only scanned this base. God knows if the military had developed an android with capabilities that reached level 5. How? How did they? Jiang Fei was still baffled by the discovery. The news was too much for him to accept. In that case, that means the military is about to do something drastic, said Ariel. I knew it, said Jiang Fei, reinforcing his suspicion against the military. If nothing was done against it, the military would become stronger to the point where they would wage their own war against the mutants. They were using this war between the martial artists and the mutants to drastically weaken both sides. After that, the androids would come and wipe both sides off. I need to talk to Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei grunted, frowning worriedly at the same time. There were too many questions that he needed Han Tianyu to answer. 0541, I'm going to call Han Tianyu via this communicator. Can you trace his location? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, I can. I'm going to start the call now. Ping me if you have located his position. Jiang Fei headed to a hidden place in the woods and called Han Tianyu. What's up? Han Tianyu greeted, his voice sounded tired. I want to know about the military. What's going on with them? Said Jiang Fei. They are having some trouble. I can't tell you what it is about, but I'm discussing with the government about it now, said Han Tianyu, speaking from a scripted speech made by Qin Tian. I heard that you're in Beijing now, said Jiang Fei. That is right. I'm with General Han right now to discuss about the reinforcements, said Han Tianyu while Qin Tian was nodded satisfyingly at the side. Captain, I've located Han Tianyu's position, 0541 reported in. All right. You do you, Brother Han. Please urge the military to send in the reinforcements, said Jiang Fei. He had gotten what he wanted. There was no need for him to delay any further. One of these days, you will regret what you have done to them. Han Tianyu snarled at Qin Tian before he was escorted away by 2 androids. Where is Han Tianyu? Jiang Fei pressed on. Unexpectedly, he is located in the base where we came from, 0541 explained. I knew it! I knew he was somewhere near. Did the man named Han Tianyu betray you? Said Ariel. Judging from the context, Ariel did not fully understand what was going on. Unlikely. Han Tianyu knew my family. Above all, he is smart. He knows how strong I am. Knowing that, he wouldn't dream of betraying me. I think that he is being held hostage. Jiang Fei exclaimed. Jiang Fei trusted Han Tianyu, and if he wanted to betray him, Han Tianyu would not have let Jiang Fei walk away. Han Tianyu knew all the technology that Jiang Fei had. If he wanted to betray Jiang Fei, he would have captured Jiang Fei and forced him to surrender the alien tech via any means necessary. However, since his family was still safe at home, the military must have not known about his origin. In conclusion, Han Tianyu did not betray him and was held against his will. Heh, guess we'll be playing a different game tonight, said Jiang Fei as he turned around towards the base. Minchum. You know that I'm with you. From now and always, said Ariel with a smile. Thanks. We'll infiltrate during the night. Let's go and rest now, said Jiang Fei as he walked towards another location and rested. Time flowed exceptionally slow for Jiang Fei as he was anxious to make his move. When the sun set and the moon rose, Jiang Fei skipped playing Dawn Break and sneaked up closer to the base. 0541, stealth me, Captain. A surge of electricity zapped through Jiang Fei's body before turning him and Ariel's invisible. There was no trace of the two of them. Not even their body odor. Not even thermal vision could find them. 0541 had completely removed them from the world. Chapter 816, A Secret Meeting, Hidden and Out of Sight. Jiang Fei and Ariel paced slowly through the cold night and into the base. There were a number of patrolling android soldiers roaming around the base premises. Jiang Fei walked with Ariel's arms clung to his arms like an attention-seeking kitty. As he did so, he noticed several outposts erected in the most unforeseen places. Jiang Fei finally understood why the base was top secret. To have so many outposts and androids patrolling around, the military base must be keeping something. Something that they did not want the general public to know about. Heck, not even a mutant could infiltrate the facility. Even though security was tight, Jiang Fei had alien technology to guide him around. There was nothing to fear with 0541 around. Provided that Jiang Fei had given it permission to use more power than it usually did, 0541's sensory system was so sensitive that it was possible to detect every single human and android inside and near the base. With highly advanced stealth technology, Jiang Fei could trot undetected, but he chose to do it quietly instead. However, there was one problem, one simple obstacle that he could not solve without the enemy's help. Opening the doors. If he wanted to keep his presence undetected for as long as he wanted, he could not open doors. To locate Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei needed to make his way deep into the facility. Infiltrating the base was simple, but moving inside the building would prove tricky as there were cameras around, pointing at doors and corridors. If the guards were vigilant, they would notice if a door suddenly opened without anyone standing in front of it. He thought he could solve this small problem by having Ariel to teleport him through the doors. However, if she did, she would emit a powerful surge of energy, the likes of which could be detected by supreme androids. Jiang Fei convinced himself to not let his presence noticed by anyone. His main objective of infiltrating the base was to find Han Tianyu, not attacking the military. He cannot let the military know that he was infiltrating their facility, or they would declare hostility towards him, or worse, the martial artists. Although he did not mind having to make an enemy out of them, he could not do so anytime soon, as the martial artists needed help to fight against the mutants. Alone, he could fight the mutants, but there was still a chance of him losing to them. Worse, there was still the problem with the US military. That said, he needed to make sure that the relationship between the martial artists and China military stayed friendly. As such, Jiang Fei decided to wait for the right time. His patience was rewarded soon enough when a military personnel approached the door and opened it. He took the chance and slipped through, with Ariel tugging behind him. Once Jiang Fei had entered the building, he immediately noticed that cameras were set up everywhere. If he had entered without cloaking his presence, the guards would have already been alerted. 0541, where is Han Tianyu? Jiang Fei asked, anxious as he had just overcome the first obstacle. Entering the building. I'm sorry, Captain. I am unable to detect Han Tianyu in this facility, 0541 answered, throwing Jiang Fei off. Didn't you trace him back to this facility a while back? How could you not detect him now? It is true that I have traced him back to this location. However, the reason why I am unable to detect his presence now might be because of an isolation system, 0541 explained. Minchum. That would explain everything. He is being imprisoned somewhere in this facility, Jiang Fei exclaimed, further reinforcing his hypothesis of Han Tianyu being held against his will. Do you have any suggestions on how we could find him? Jiang Fei asked. Someone's here. Ariel alerted Jiang Fei telepathically. Jiang Fei stopped moving and focused to heighten his senses. As soon as he calmed down to slow his heartbeat, he could hear the sound of footsteps coming closer to him. As the sound of trotting approached closer, Jiang Fei peeked out from a corridor and saw a young officer. The young man was unfamiliar and looked like he was Qin Tian's subordinate. "We need to follow him," said Jiang Fei mentally. Ariel, who was listening to Jiang Fei's thoughts, nodded. The two followed closely and into a meeting room where the young man entered. The room was filled with empty chairs and a long table and was decorated by thick curtains at all corners. The man pulled down a wide projector screen and powered on a computer. Jiang Fei and Ariel exchanged looks and made the decision to stay in that room. Even though Jiang Fei's main objective to infiltrate the base was to find Han Tianyu, his end goal was to investigate and gather intelligence about the military. Being in that room could be helpful for Jiang Fei since he might be able to learn something from the man. After the man had started the computer, he activated an encryption program before establishing a connection to the internet. Judging from what he was doing, it seemed that he was preparing for a meeting with someone who was not in that room. The man stood up from this chair and left the room, leaving Jiang Fei and Ariel alone. "We should wait here. I think there's more coming in and we might learn something here," said Jiang Fei. "Yes, dear," Ariel nodded and responded with a sweet purr. An hour later, the man returned with Qin Tian and a few other officers. "Let's start," said Qin Tian, sitting down at the end of the long table. "Yes, General," said the man Qin Tian was talking to. When everyone was seated, the white projector screen flashed with a bright light before displaying a live feed of Fan Yao and a few other officers walking away from him. "Qin, how are the martial artists?" he asked. "Sir, the martial artists are in Japan. I have reports saying that they have fought the mutants in separate groups and sustained heavy casualties on both sides. Is there anything that I should know about?" Fan Yao asked nonchalantly, as if he did not care about the martial artists, nor the mutants. "Nothing special, sir. The battlefield seems bland. It seems that because of the absence of reinforcements, the martial artists have refused to fight the mutants. They had chosen to wait until reinforcements arrive. There is something that you should know. The man named Jiang Fei came to the base, looking for me," said Qin Tian nervously. "Looking for you," said Fan Yao, thrown aback. He knew Jiang Fei very well since he was the source of all their alien technology. "Yes, sir. He came to me requesting for reinforcements. Albeit that is given, I do question the method of how he arrived in China. From what I've gathered, there's no means of transport from Japan to China." "Can he fly?" Qin Tian asked, frowning. "Perhaps he has his own way of walking on water, but who cares? We have our plans to execute for now. Jiang Fei not being in Japan might be a good thing after all. His alien factory might still be useful to us," Fan Yao stated with great interest gleaming from his eyes. "Yes, sir. I will make sure there will be no hindrance to the plan." Qin Tian stood up from his seat and saluted Fan Yao. "Machim, I trust your judgment. On a side note, the second batch of androids is en route. They will be reporting to you shortly," said Fan Yao. "That's great news. Our forces will be stronger with the second batch. When the third batch arrives, we would not need to depend on the martial artists' scum." Qin Tian roared with excitement. Chapter 817, Androids, the third batch will take some time. We may have already produced the powerful androids, but we have not made a breakthrough in creating the perfect artificial soul that we can control. It's disheartening to see the artificial soul project yet to reach that level, Han Yao sighed, pressing his index finger and his thumb against his forehead. "It doesn't matter, sir. With the second batch of androids, we would have armed ourselves properly. There is still time until the third batch is completed. After all, we have yet to denounce the martial artists," said Qin Tian, curving his lips, mimicking that of a smile. "I'll leave that matter in your hands." "You have full control and authority," said Han Yao, picking up a file before continuing. "The androids will arrive in about 3 days later. Jiang Fei and Ariel were in the room, but Jiang Fei's heart was not. After they had revealed that there would be a second and third batch of androids, Jiang Fei began to drift away in his thoughts. From what he understood, the military had made a breakthrough in androids production a long time ago. That explained how they were able to mass-produce so many androids. The third batch of androids would be stronger than the previous batches, perhaps even strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with the mutants. There was a chance that the third batch of androids had reached level 5. Currently, they had yet to make a level 5 android, but Jiang Fei feared that time was not on his side. Perhaps they were in progress of making a breakthrough. That would explain why they would want to go against the martial artists. Thank God I've decided to make a trip back here. If I hadn't, we might have suffered a great loss, Jiang Fei thought. The meeting went on for a while longer. After an hour after the meeting started, the room was vacant, leaving Jiang Fei and Ariel alone. What are we going to do now? Ariel asked. We need to find Han Tianyu. Even though we've got a rough understanding of the situation, I want to hear Han Tianyu's opinion, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's face was pale. His lips were dry and pasty. He had been out for too long and had taken in too much information. He did not want to go against the military. Not because of his affiliation with the martial artists, but because of his loyalty to the country. It was how he was brought up. Unlike Jiang Fei, the country did not care about Jiang Fei's loyalty. All they knew was that Jiang Fei was a martial artist. Unless he made that clear with the government, his name would forever be on the hit list. Take away the ring, the armor, and everything that 0541 had made and given him, Jiang Fei would only be a normal human being with normal needs. He had temptations like any other man. Give a man power and he might be corrupted. Ever since he had obtained the means to obtain more power for himself, Jiang Fei was no longer the young, naive little boy from school. He would never complain about getting benefits from others, but not when he needed to provide for others. Jiang Fei had changed. Ever since he had power and money, he treated wealth as renewable resources that could simply replenish over time. $100 million was just the same as 50 cents in the corner of the room. However, it would be different if he was forced to share the benefits of the ring or the secrets of Braveheart to others. Not even his own country. To him, Braveheart was the core of 0541's power. Without Braveheart, he would be nothing. That was why he could never surrender it. With that thought in mind, and the thought of betraying his country, it made Jiang Fei feel convoluted. 0541, isolate this entire room, make sure that nothing goes in or out. Sound even, said Jiang Fei. Yes, Captain. Jiang Fei then took out the communicator and tried to call Han Tianyu. It was a desperate attempt to locate Han Tianyu once more. It was his original plan before he encountered Qin Tian's assistant. The reason behind this call was simple. The communicator that Jiang Fei had given to Han Tianyu should be out of his hands, and if Jiang Fei called Han Tianyu out of the blue, Qin Tian would need to take Han Tianyu out of his isolated prison in order to hide the fact that he was imprisoned. Once Han Tianyu was out of the isolated prison, 0541 could track him down easily. Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Said Han Tianyu, pretending to be aggravated. Oh, nothing much. You never get angry when I call you in the middle of the night before. Anyhow, I'm calling to tell you that I'm leaving for Japan tomorrow morning. Please remind someone to send reinforcements as soon as possible, said Jiang Fei, making a random excuse to buy some time for 0541 to track Han Tianyu. Is that all? Is there anything else, or do you want to call me again when I'm sound asleep? Han Tianyu grunted, annoyed. Captain, Han Tianyu's position located, 0541 waited for the moment to tell Jiang Fei. The truth was that 0541 had already discovered Han Tianyu's location the second he left the isolation prison. Thanks, have a good night's sleep, said Jiang Fei before ending the call. Something is not right, Qin Tian murmured after he had confiscated the communicator from Han Tianyu. Can I go back into my cage now? Han Tianyu blurted out, weakly. Wipe that arrogant look in your face and count your days as a martial artist. Qin Tian snickered. Two androids came in and escorted Han Tianyu back into his cell, underground. If I were you, I'd regret the day I would even go against martial artists. Han Tianyu uttered under his breath before turning away into the dark cell. Why would Jiang Fei said something so meaningless to Han Tianyu? Did he suspected anything? Qin Tian said to himself, irritated about it. While Qin Tian was dwelling in his thoughts, Jiang Fei and Ariel had already made their way around the building and reached Han Tianyu's cell. Are you sure he is in there? Jiang Fei asked. 100%. This is the exact position where Han Tianyu was last seen, 0541 replied. The cell that was keeping Han Tianyu in was equipped with a powerful interference system that would block out any electrical signal from coming in and out. All right, said Jiang Fei, observing the entire structure which looked nothing out of the ordinary. The cell that was holding Han Tianyu was a special cell that was made to hold on important individuals. There were 4 guards standing outside the cell. According to 0541's report, they were all emitting advanced level 4 energy readings. Even though they read as such, that did not mean they had advanced level 4 combat abilities. However, that only proved that the androids were stronger than the ones he had met before. How do we go in? Jiang Fei asked. There were 4 androids guarding the cell, and if he decided to attack them, it would blow his cover. Leaving them alone would not solve the problem either. I think we should leave first, said Ariel telepathically. Leave, said Jiang Fei, in astonishment and disbelief. He was there to talk to Han Tianyu, not leave him be. I can teleport you in from outside the premise, Ariel explained. Captain, Ariel's plan seems valid, 0541 chimed in. Wouldn't that give us a way to the military, said Jiang Fei, reminding himself about how it was possible to detect energy pulses given out when metahumans used their powers. Captain, the cell has a strong interference generating system. Not even my proximity radar would work there. Even if Ariel released a strong energy signal, no one outside the cell could detect it, 0541 explained. Chapter 818, Han Tianyu's plan, alright, well do it your way. Jiang Fei caved in since 0541 was convinced. Jiang Fei and Ariel retraced their path and escaped the facility undetected. They were in and out like ghosts. Jiang Fei and Ariel traveled far away from the facility, far enough for Ariel's ability to go detected. Let's go! Jiang Fei held Ariel's hands and said. MHM, Ariel blushed before replying Jiang Fei. There was a small part of her that wanted to delay the teleportation. She wanted to savor the moment for herself. Ariel, Jiang Fei turned and gave her a smile. All right, we're going now, she muttered. Jiang Fei had caught her red-handed. It literally took her less than a second to teleport. Jiang Fei hardly felt anything when he reappeared right in front of Han Tianyu, inside the cell. It was not hard since Ariel had been outside the cell. All she needed to do was to adjust their position slightly beyond the wall. MHM, Han Tianyu opened his eyes immediately when he felt a sudden change in the air. Although he was a lowly level 2 martial artist, he could still feel that. It was trained into him like all martial artists would be. When he opened his eyes and checked the insides of his cell, there was nothing. Both Jiang Fei and Ariel were still wrapped inside the stealth barrier that 0541 had created. 0541, mask the entire cell, said Jiang Fei. He knew that the cell would have surveillance cameras installed. Masking the entire cell would project a false feed to the camera, letting the guards outside to not notice anything. Yes, Captain, 0541 created a masking effect that covered all 4 corners of the cell, including Han Tianyu. The guards that were monitoring the cell had only seen Han Tianyu opening his eyes and returning to sleep. That was the falsified feed that 0541 was projecting. In reality, Han Tianyu was on his feet, on the verge of crying as he greeted Jiang Fei. Thank God. Are you real? Or am I dreaming? Han Tianyu cried. Of course it's me, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and jabbed. Wait, let me try something, Han Tianyu interrupted. He punched himself in the leg so hard that it left a small red bruise. When the pain felt real, Han Tianyu limped his way closer to Jiang Fei and hugged him. "Happy now? Want me to slap your face just to make sure?" said Jiang Fei, jesting. "Wait! I want you to prove yourself." "Do something only the real Jiang Fei could do," said Han Tianyu, retreating slightly. Even though he was certain that he was not dreaming, he had to be cautious since it might be playing into the hands of the military. "Heh. Good call." Jiang Fei snickered and projected the images of alien structures, the same one that Jiang Fei had shown to Han Tianyu a long time ago. "All right. Sheesh, you scared me there." "How did you come inside?" said Han Tianyu as he sat down on his bed, worried. "Ariel can teleport, did you forget that?" said Jiang Fei laughing. "I'm surprised you could still laugh at this." "We need to leave right away," said Han Tianyu as he rose to his feet and headed straight for the door. "Wait," Jiang Fei cried, stopping Han Tianyu from turning the doorknob. "I've made sure that the cameras are not recording this. What they are seeing now is the image of you drooling in that bed. I've also put up an isolation field. No one can see, hear, or know what we are talking about, huh?" "I see." Han Tianyu calmed down. Once he did, he realized that Jiang Fei's words held some truth since, after his appearance, the guards outside did not respond. It proved that Jiang Fei's masking technique was effective. "Geez man. What did they do to you? I regret not coming sooner. I mean, I knew something was off with you, but I would never think that you would be imprisoned," said Jiang Fei, bitterly. "It's not your fault. If anything, it's mine. I was too weak. The guys from the military came in too fast and captured me," Han Tianyu explained. "Right. About that, I have something to ask about, don't waste your time. If there's something you want to know about the military, I wouldn't know about it. They had caught me early on," Han Tianyu interjected before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence. "It's not that. I have the information. All I wanted was to hear your thoughts," said Jiang Fei, explaining everything he had heard from the meeting room. "Machem." Han Tianyu went into a long silence. "So, what are your thoughts on this matter? I see why Qin Tian was being harsh on me." "It seems that the Supreme Android project had made large progress," Han Tianyu gasped. "What do you think I should do now?" Jiang Fei asked. "Let me think. Give me some time." Han Tianyu sat down, legs crossed over the other. Half an hour of silent muttering, Han Tianyu stood up again and said, "All right. I've got something. Let's focus on the present first and worry about the future later. Go ahead. If what you told me was all the information, the military is still unable to make any further development on the androids. They have been stuck at the same level for a long time. At their current state, they cannot face the mutants alone. However, with more time, they would be able to further develop their android and artificial soul. It would not take long for them to really improve their army of robots. We have only a small window of opportunity here," Han Tianyu explained. "What opportunity?" "I'm getting there. The military wants to reduce martial artists' fighting force, and at the same time, we can do the same thing to their androids. Once the problem with the mutants is solved, we can destroy the android project. How are we going to reduce android fighting force? They are not even going to send reinforcements to Japan." Jiang Fei roared. "That's because the mutants are not sending everything they have to fight you, and by you, I mean the entire martial artist group in Japan. If a final decisive war is coming, the military would have no choice but to help the martial artists. Imagine if all our forces were destroyed completely, who would be able to fend off the mutants from attacking China directly? The military could not do that. That is why I want you to forcefully create a situation where all of the mutants and every martial artist in Japan would fight each other. You can take this chance to treat the androids as an expendable fighting force to fight instead." Han Tianyu had conflicted about being in two opposing sides. On one hand, he needed to report everything the government. At the same time, he needed to maintain a good relationship with the Martial Artists Alliance since he was the only liaison between them and the government. However, his mind was set on helping the martial artists when Qin Tian had thrown him into a cell for even siding with the martial artists. That could work. But, if given a choice, he would not bat an eye to send in the androids to fight since they were empty shells. All clockwork and light bulbs ticking away. He would not want the martial artists to waste their lives just to have the androids decimate them at the end of the war. I can't think of a plan right now. Anyway, let's get you out of here first. Well, talk when you're actually safe, said Jiang Fei. Actually, I have a different idea. It is best for me to stay here. If I leave, things might get out of hand, Han Tianyu jabbed. He was worried if he was missing from his cell, the military would get paranoid and would bring forward their plan to sever the alliance with the martial artists. That would only benefit the mutants. Chapter 819, Igniting the Fuse, Jiang Fei sighed. There was nothing that he could say to dissuade Han Tianyu from staying behind, as he was doing it to help his cause. However, him agreeing to stay behind, to endure more torture and manipulation by Qin Tian had reinforced Jiang Fei's trust in Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei stayed for a little while to discuss many details about his plans, and by the time he was done, a new day had dawned and Jiang Fei left the base, undetected. It is time for us to return to the other martial artists. I'm sure they are worried, said Jiang Fei after Ariel and he was far away from the base. All right. For the record, I think the plan will work, said Ariel before teleporting into Japan, to the cave where they left. It was halfway through the morning by the time Jiang Fei trekked back to the cave. There, he saw Bai Wanli pacing back and forth, worried and anxious. Brother Jiang Fei! You have returned. Where have you been? We are all worried sick, cried Bai Wanli, his voice indicated relief. There was no way he could contact Jiang Fei even through the communicator Jiang Fei had given him because Jiang Fei had disabled it in order to infiltrate the military base. Bai Wanli had all the reason to be afraid. He did not know that Jiang Fei had ventured back into China. He thought Jiang Fei was strolling around in Japan. When all the martial artists were cowering like frightened dogs after being bombarded by missiles, it was safe to assume that Jiang Fei might be targeted by them as well. I've stumbled across a minor obstacle. Nothing to worry about. Everything has been taken care of. Jiang Fei snickered. He had no intention to explain his plan to the martial artists, as their closed-minded attitude would never understand the depths of his scheme. They might even refuse to cooperate. How is the reinforcements? Have you had any information about them? Granny Jinghua asked. It was, by far, the most important news that everyone wanted to know. Soon. Very soon. In fact, they were getting their troops lined up and ready. They should be arriving in 1 or 2 more days, said Jiang Fei. It was Han Tianyu's plan. If Jiang Fei wanted to force the military to send in their androids, Jiang Fei would need to somehow create a big fight between the martial artists and the mutants. I know that I've just returned, but I need to go out again, said Jiang Fei. Again? Where are you going now? Bai Wanli huffed. I'm going to find the mutants, said Jiang Fei, decisively. Be careful out there, Bai Wanli gave his advice and left him be. Although he sounded worried, Bai Wanli and the other martial artists knew just how strong Jiang Fei was. They were not at all worried about his safety, merely their own. Jiang Fei needed to go out once more to start the plan. He needed the fight to start. Even though the martial artists would gladly fight them head-on, the mutants would not. They had no reason to. The mutants had the terrain advantage. Not only did they have eyes in the skies technology provided by the American naval fleet, they would not need to move an inch to destroy the martial artists. A simple bombardment of missiles should do the trick. Currently, the mutants were on a chasing spree. They were chasing after the soaring cloud sect that was split into 2 groups. The others were hidden away by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei left the cave with Ariel, and with her powers of instant teleportation, Jiang Fei covered the entirety of Japan in a single day. When he was done, the sun had set and the moon was up. Did you find any of them? Bai Wanli was the first to ask. Yes, I did. I found a few smaller divisions, but not the main group. However, I do not need to worry about that. Sooner or later, they will come to us, said Jiang Fei. He had not wasted the entire day for anything. Our reinforcements are not here yet. There is no rush to find the enemy, said Granny Jinghua. That's right, there's no reason for us to be the cannon fodders, said Zhu Tianfei. Sigh, Jiang Fei huffed disappointingly. Even though they were now taking the fight seriously, not willing to stand against the mutants without making a few sacrifices was a headache. Jiang Fei went ahead to talk to the other sect leaders as well as Hong Yu and the girls. When he was about to put the rest to sleep, 0541 chimed in. Captain, it is time for you to get back into the game, said 0541. Jiang Fei was annoyed at the fact that 0541 had been bugging him about playing the game more than often. However, Jiang Fei was cooperative since it would mean that 0541 was preparing something nice for him soon. After assigning the lookout shifts, Jiang Fei sat down with his legs crossed over the other, like he was meditating, and logged into the game. Guildmaster. You're here, the Guildmaster is here, it's time, guys. Buckle up. When Jiang Fei entered the game, the guild channel burst alive. The night when Jiang Fei infiltrated the military base to talk to Han Tianyu, the guild had went on their own to raid the Light Dragon lair. However, they were all taken aback then they realized just how powerful Jiang Fei was. Because without him, they could not raid the dungeon in one go. The monster at the entrance alone was a challenge for the entire guild. They were so strong and powerful that the entire party was wiped out 3 times. Even after the entrance monsters were defeated, the other monsters deeper inside the dungeons were strong but not to the point where the entire party would be killed. Only when they had fought the first boss without Jiang Fei's help, the entire guild realized that Jiang Fei was overpowered. On the first run with Jiang Fei, they had suffered the minimal amount of casualties that the boss could be defeated in a few short minutes. Without Jiang Fei, the party had managed to defeat the second boss, but no matter how many times they tried, they could never get past the third boss. To finish the dungeon run, the entire party had to sacrifice the dragon eggs. In the end, the party carried 4 dragon eggs into the final boss fight, greatly decreasing the boss prowess and allowing the party to defeat it. The dungeon was cleared, but the entire party had only managed to get 4 dragon eggs out. It was not a worthwhile raid since there were 100 party members and only 4 pet eggs. After the dungeon was cleared, everyone started to appreciate Jiang Fei more. They waited and waited for Jiang Fei to return to lead them into the Golden Dragon lair. That was why when he logged into the game, everyone was excited. Jiang Fei was a player that represented the epitome of power and strength. There was no dungeon that he cannot raid and no bosses that he could not kill. Chapter 820, a 40-meter-long dragon. Although 7 Stars Warrior and the rest were traumatized by the dungeon experience the day before, they had earned the respect of other guilds. After all, apart from Imperial Dragon, Glorious Peak was the only other guild to have cleared the Ice Dragon's dungeon. None of the other guilds had been able to clear the dungeons on their first attempt. Therefore, the fact that Imperial Dragon's players were able to defeat the heroic mode Light Dragon Nest dungeon without Jiang Fei was already commendable. Although they had had to spend an entire day to clear it, it was still a glorious achievement. However, since Jiang Fei was online today, Imperial Dragon would be able to achieve even more under his lead. Alright, let's get to work. Form the group, Jiang Fei said in the guild channel. Guildmaster, you are the only one who hasn't joined the group. We are all in it. Lady Casanova laughed. Alright. Add me into the group. Jiang Fei was not expecting Lady Casanova and the rest to be this efficient. After the group had been formed, Jiang Fei and the others very quickly left the Demon Dragon Fortress and headed to the dragon race's nests. Damn! It's Verger Glider again, ah. I bet even the toughest epic mode would not be able to stop them in their tracks. All players from the other guilds looked at Jiang Fei admiringly. It was sometimes the case that people would only be envious if you were slightly better than them at something. However, if you were significantly better, they would admire you instead of becoming envious of you. In Jiang Fei's case, he was far more powerful than the other players, such that they could only feel respect and admiration toward him. Let's go into the dungeon. Jiang Fei smiled as he took the lead in entering the final dragon's nest. Ding! Welcome to the Golden Dragon Nest. Good luck, unexpectedly. Jiang Fei and the other players were offered a system notification which wished them the best of luck after they entered the epic mode dungeon. Let's buff ourselves. Jiang Fei was already able to see the gatekeeper monsters. Draconian Enforcer, Humanoid, Lord, level 88, health points 60 million, attack power 12,000, skills, cleave, bash, deadly strike, tornado slash, cleave, instantly deal a significant amount of damage to all targets in front of you. Bash, attack the current target and break his armor. Ignore 50% of the target's physical defense. Deadly strike, instantly deal a powerful attack to an enemy, lowering his recovery effects by 50%. Tornado slash, the Draconian Enforcer waves the huge sword in its hand to deal significant damage to all enemies in a 10-meter radius. Remark, the two Draconian Enforcers must be killed simultaneously. If one Draconian Enforcer dies and the other is still alive after 5 seconds, it will be revived by its partner. Awesome! Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of air after checking out the Gatekeeper monster's attributes. The two Gatekeeper monsters were almost similar to the dungeon's other monsters. The only difference was that their skills were slightly simpler. Therefore, their battle powers were not as great as the dungeon's other monsters. Everyone, be careful. Melee players, stay far away to avoid being instantly killed by the tornado slash. Ranged attackers, damage it from afar. Jiang Fei decided to tank against these two monsters on his own. Don't worry, Guildmaster. Little Rain and the others responded. Jiang Fei proceeded to attack the monsters. Zoom! Zoom! As Jiang Fei fired his arrows, the battle began. Intruders! Die! The two Draconian Enforcers charged toward Jiang Fei and started attacking him with their huge swords. Minus 23,487, cleave, minus 35,842, bash, minus 74,582, deadly strike. The two monsters' attack power were quite high. They posed as great a threat as the two prior heroic mode dungeons. I can still take it. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Although the two Draconian Enforcers had very high attack power, they had rather low attack speed. In between their attacks, Jiang Fei was able to fully recover his health points with the Cauldron of Spirit. As Jiang Fei continued to fire arrows at the monsters, his ruthless barrage soon reached full stacks. Jiang Fei's incredible attack power overpowered the two Draconian Enforcers and their health points soon reached a critical level. Come on! Go all out! Kill them! Jiang Fei shouted in the group channel. Kill them! With Jiang Fei's encouragement, Imperial Dragons players buckled up and used whatever they had to attack the monsters. Very soon, the two Draconian Enforcers' health points were brought down to 0. Ding! You have eliminated the Draconian Enforcers. Obtain 3,200,000 experience points, obtain 20 gold coins. 2 system notifications were received by Jiang Fei and the other players as they successfully defeated the Gatekeeper monsters. They had officially entered the Golden Dragon Nest dungeon. Golden Dragon Command Order, Pet Egg, Epic, use, Unseal to summon a Draconian Enforcer as your pet to fight on your side. Like the previous Gatekeeper monsters, the two Draconian Enforcers each dropped a sealed pet egg. Bid for the eggs if you want them. Lady Casanova said in the group channel. 100, 120, 130, 150. Very soon, the price of one of the 2 pet eggs reached 180 guild contribution points. 180, anyone else? Lady Casanova asked. 180, going once, 180, going twice, 180, going thrice. Sold! Lady Casanova made the final confirmation and thereafter handed one of the Golden Dragon command orders to the player who won the bid. Soon enough, the second Golden Dragon command order was also auctioned off at the same cost of 180 guild contribution points. Although these two pets were only at the epic rank, they were very strong physical attackers. Therefore, a lot of players were still keen to own them. Let's go! The real challenge is ahead of us, Jiang Fei said as he took in a breath of air. Under Jiang Fei's lead, the players walked further into the dungeon. TSK. Why does this dungeon not have any monsters? Little Rain complained. Yeah. These are the worst kind of dungeons. They are difficult but come with less rewards, Cutie Pie added. After all, the Black Dragon's dungeon was a perfect example. Not only was it extremely difficult, it also did not reward players with a session to steal dragon eggs. Therefore, the players were very dissatisfied. Very soon, Jiang Fei and the others walked past a long corridor and arrived at a large underground hall. Kill or be killed. You need to understand yourself to decide between the two. I like killing others, but I hate being killed. What about you? Intruders, do you understand yourself? As soon as Jiang Fei and the rest entered the huge hall, a loud voice could be heard. Damn! This fellow is way too huge. At that moment, a huge dragon of 8 meters in height appeared before Jiang Fei and the others. The huge dragon was 8 meters in height even by just laying on the ground. Its body was at least 40 meters in length. Even without looking at its attributes, one could guess that this monster was extremely powerful. Chapter 821, High Lord Boss. The Golden Dragon Nest's first monster was a huge and well-built golden dragon. Its body looked as big as a hill and was exceedingly frightening. This golden dragon was much bigger than most huge dragons. Not only was its body not streamlined like other dragons, one would even say it was oversized. Also, one of its wings was broken. Right then, Jiang Fei was carefully observing its attributes to assess what kind of powers it had. Dragon of the Broken Wing, Roas, Dragon Race, High Lord, Level, 90, Health Points, 98 million, Attack Power, 24,000, Skills, Stomp, Saber Lash, Swirling Bash, Burn, Frenzy. Stomp, instantly deals significant damage to surrounding enemies and reduce their physical defense by 50%. Saber Lash, instantly attack the current target twice. The second attack will be a certain critical hit. Swirling Bash, Roas deals 500,000 damage which will be split evenly between all enemies in a cone-shaped area 65 meters in front of it. Burn, Roas causes a region to flare up to deal continuous damage toward enemies in the region. Roas will prioritize damaging the enemies furthest away from it. Frenzy, when Roas health points become lower than 20%, it will enter a state of frenzy. Its attack speed and movement speed will be increased by 50% while its attack power will be increased by 100%. Remark, Roas was once a member of the Dragon God Bennett's personal army and retired due to its broken wing. Damn! How do we fight this thing? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded when he saw Roas' attributes. The Golden Dragon was far more powerful than Jiang Fei had imagined. Although Roas was only a High Lord, its attack power was significantly higher than most lords. Guildmaster, what's the matter? Little Rain asked. Little Rain, like the other players, were only around level 77 at most. Therefore, they could not see any information regarding monsters above level 87. All they could see was a question mark above the monster's name. Therefore, they had no idea they were about to face a High Lord. What's the matter? Have a look for yourself. Jiang Fei sent Roas attributes to all the other players. What kind of a joke is this? A High Lord? Lady Casanova and the rest were equally dumbfounded. This game is bugged. How could we possibly defeat this thing? A new returner exclaimed. I think we have gone too far ahead, 7 Stars Warrior said. Ah. A new returner was speechless. I think the system had meant for us to fight only the 4 elite mode dungeons. It had initially planned for us to fight the 2 heroic mode dungeons once we reached level 80. This Golden Dragon Nest dungeon was perhaps meant to be attempted once we reached level 90. However, our guild master is so powerful that he directly led us to victory against the level 80 heroic mode dungeons. Therefore, we had rashly entered the epic mode Golden Dragon Nest dungeon. 7 Stars Warrior explained. That's very likely the case, Lady Casanova nodded. What do we do? Should we return to the city? Little Rain asked. Since we have come all this way, let's give it a shot, Jiang Fei said after some thought. All right. Since the guild master has spoken, let's give it a try. Lady Casanova and the others nodded along. Very soon, Jiang Fei and a few of the experienced commanders in the group began forming a strategy. The Golden Dragon was truly very strong. Even Jiang Fei did not dare to attack it without a plan. After all, the 500,000 damage from its swirling bash was shockingly powerful. As Jiang Fei had a lot of experience in fighting such strong monsters, and a few of the commanders in the group were also well learned, they each had their own unique perspective on how to fight the beast before them. On top of that, Jiang Fei was able to view Roa's skills and attributes in detail. Therefore, Jiang Fei in the group was able to formulate a strategy very quickly. Come on. Let's give it a shot, Jiang Fei said after taking in a deep breath. He was prepared to fight. Come over here. Let's finalize our positions. 7 Stars Warrior gathered all of the players together. Players with more than 50,000 health points, come out, 7 Stars Warrior said. As 7 Stars Warrior spoke, 20 of the players with a lot of health points moved forward. Most of them were tankers and melee attackers. Apart from them, there were 2 other magicians with more than 50,000 health points. All of you, stand here. 7 Stars Warrior used a can of spray paint to draw a circle on the ground. Your task is to absorb the brunt of the damage from Roa's swirling bash together with a new returner. As for attacking, only do so if you are able to. It's okay if you can't, 7 Stars Warrior said after the players had walked to their given positions. The 2 groups of clerics will stand behind these players. You have a simple task. Make sure these players' health points are always full. 7 Stars Warrior continued distributing the tasks. I need 10 archers or hunters to stand in the furthest positions. Your job is to attract Roas to use the burn skill on you. Once you get hit, immediately leave the affected area. Clerics will heal you. When you are not being burned, try to attack Roas as much as possible. 7 Stars Warrior brought a group of ranged attackers into position. For the other clerics, pay close attention to the guild master. Once Roas enters the state of frenzy, get ready to cast painful suppression on the guild master, 7 Stars Warrior said to the remaining clerics. The rest of you, try to fill in wherever you can. Make sure you pay attention to our commands during the battle. After making sure everyone was aware of what they were supposed to do, 7 Stars Warrior returned to his own position. Are we all ready? If we are, I will initiate the fight, Jiang Fei said as he glanced at a new returner. Guildmaster, am good, a new returner replied. He was involved in the process of formulating the strategy. Therefore, he did not require 7 Stars Warrior to brief him with any task. All right. Let's begin. Jiang Fei took 2 steps forward and started firing a line of arrows. Intruders! Kill them! As a loud and angry voice could be heard, Roas started charging at the players. Minus 43,248, minus 87,246, critical hit. After arriving before Jiang Fei, Roas immediately used its saber lash. The 2 attacks landed on Jiang Fei simultaneously, with one of it being a certain critical hit. Instantly, Jiang Fei lost 60% of his health points. Phew! I can still take it. Jiang Fei nodded as he started focusing on his attacks. Roar! Roas cried out angrily as it activated its stomp to instantly reduce Jiang Fei's health points by 33%. At the same time, it reduced Jiang Fei's physical defense by 50%. Chapter 822, A Sudden Change. After his defense had been weakened, Jiang Fei felt a greater strain when fighting against the boss. He had also become frequently in danger of being killed. As Jiang Fei's defense had been lowered by 50%, the boss' normal attacks could already deal close to 40,000 damage to Jiang Fei. Its Saber Lash was even able to deal a shocking 60,000 damage on the first hit and another 120,000 damage on the second critical hit. In total, Jiang Fei had less than 200,000 health points. The two attacks had taken a huge chunk of Jiang Fei's health points. Fortunately, the boss did not have very high attack speed, although its attacks were painful. The Cauldron of Spirit quickly recovered Jiang Fei to full health points. I can't go on like this, Jiang Fei said to himself. Although he was able to survive the last Saber Lash, Jiang Fei was worried he might be killed by the boss' next skill. Magicians, stop attacking. Use weakening spells on the boss, Jiang Fei shouted loudly. As the boss was level 90, it was very likely that it could resist most of the magician's skills. Therefore, the magicians would have to try continuously for their skills to work on the boss. After 8 of the magicians received Jiang Fei's order, they began using their weakening skills on the boss. Some of the skills included lowering the boss' attack speed and attack power. However, as there was a huge gap in level between the boss and these magicians, most of their skills were not effective. There would only be one successful attempt out of 10 or so. In fact, due to the level difference, the spells lasted less than 5 seconds when they originally lasted up to 30 seconds. As such, the magicians were all focused on using weakening spells on the boss. Phew, Jiang Fei sighed in relief. Although the magicians had stopped attacking, they were able to assist Jiang Fei with their weakening spells. Under the influence of their spells, the boss' attack power was lowered by around 10%, whereas its attack speed was lowered by 20%. Hence, Jiang Fei was finally able to relax somewhat. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to lure the boss to a location which benefited himself and the other players. Here, they would be able to work together more effectively. Right then, the boss was stuck in between Jiang Fei and the others, including a new returner. Jiang Fei and a new returner each stood on either side of the boss. Now, the boss was attacking Jiang Fei's side. Hurry up and die! Jiang Fei continued to attack while staring at the boss. As soon as the boss showed any signs of using its skill, Jiang Fei would have to react instantly. Roar! Just as the boss' health points was reduced to 80%, it suddenly cried out angrily. At the same time, a golden flame appeared around its body. Use taunt! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Got it! A new returner replied. As soon as Jiang Fei called out, he started activating his taunt skill. The boss immediately turned around to attack a new returner after the taunt skill was used. Minus 42,585. Minus 82,145. Critical hit, the boss first used its Saber Lash on a new returner. Although a new returner was 10 levels lower than Jiang Fei, he was still a professional tanker wearing plate armor. Therefore, there were a lot of damage reduction effects which applied on him, which meant he received much less damage compared to Jiang Fei. With a new returner's Pet's Merge skill, taking the damage from the boss Saber Lash was not an issue for him. Plus 12,548, plus 32,145, plus 24,154. As soon as a new returner was hit, the clerics behind him started healing him. With the well-timed assistance, a new returner's health points was fully recovered. Wham! Right then, the boss activated its ultimate skill. Swirling Bash. Minus 20,000, minus 20,000, minus 20,000. A long list of damage appeared. As the skill's damage was split between 25 players, the boss Swirling Bash was only able to deal 20,000 damage to each player. The players selected to bear the brunt of the damage were all tanker-type classes. Therefore, they were not severely injured. After Swirling Bash was used, clerics immediately started healing those damaged players. Minus 35,241. The boss landed one more attack on a new returner. However, as the 2-second taunt effect had come to an end, the boss stopped targeting a new returner. After all, Jiang Fei was responsible for most of the damage dealt to the boss. The boss naturally had all its aggro focused on Jiang Fei. After the boss turned toward Jiang Fei, the battle returned to its initial cycle. Jiang Fei and the others had specifically set the battle up this way. A new returner and the other 40 players behind him had only one task. The 25 tankers, including a new returner, were in charge of absorbing the attack from the boss' swirling bash, while the remaining clerics were in charge of keeping these tankers alive. From the look of things, their plan was working effectively. The boss' ultimate skill was not able to threaten any of their lives due to the well-planned strategy. However, there was an added state of insult to injury above the heads of a new returner and the others. Insult to injury: when hit by swirling bash again, the damage received increases by 100%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. Oh no! Guildmaster, we can't be attacked by its skill again. A new returner shouted loudly. At the same time, he told Jiang Fei about the attributes of insult to injury. 7 Stars Warrior, gather 24 other players with more than 20,000 health points and position them behind me. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. The situation had taken him by surprise. As the skills effect was not displayed in the boss list of skills, Jiang Fei and the others had not been able to anticipate it in advance. Alright. 7 Stars Warrior started gathering the players. Although there were not many players with more than 50,000 health points, there were plenty of them with more than 20,000 health points. Apart from a few weaker players, most were able to satisfy Jiang Fei's requirement. Taunt! Right then, a golden flame started appearing around the boss body yet again. Alright. A new returner used taunt on the boss once again. Minus 40,000, minus 40,000, minus 40,000. After the damage was increased by 100%, a new returner and the rest of the players damaged by the skill instantly lost most of their health points. Although the clerics frantically tried to heal them, the insult to injury effect was applied on them yet again. The damage they would receive next was increased to 3x. If they were attacked by the swirling bash within the next 20 seconds, they would receive 60,000 damage. Apart from a new returner and a few strong tankers, most of those players would be killed immediately. 7 Stars Warrior. Get them into position, quickly. Jiang Fei urged. Jiang Fei must absorb the damage from the next swirling bash. Otherwise, a new returner and the others would all be annihilated. Chapter 823, nearly wiped out. Very soon, the 24 players were in position behind Jiang Fei. In fact, 7 Stars Warrior even made sure they had designated clerics. After all, the damage from the swirling bash was shockingly high. Without clerics, the damaged players would very easily be killed by the boss' other skills. Wham! Swirling bash was used on the players once again. This time, Jiang Fei did not ask a new returner to use taunt again. After all, there were already 2 stacks of insult to injury on a new returner and the other players. If they were hit again, they would definitely be killed. Minus 20,000, minus 20,000, minus 20,000, a large amount of damage appeared above Jiang Fei and the other players' heads. 20,000 damage was not a huge amount for Jiang Fei. However, it was a frightening amount for the players who stood behind him. Most of them were left with very little health points. After all, these were the leftover players that Jiang Fei had to select. All of them did not belong to classes which had a lot of health points. Clerics! Heal them all! 7 Stars Warrior shouted loudly in the group channel. The flames are coming! Everyone, dodge! Clerics, make sure everyone stays alive. Right after the boss used swirling bash, it activated its burn skill. Although burn was targeted at the furthest players, there was an element of randomness in it. Out of the 3 areas set aflame, 2 of them affected the furthest hunters. However, One of the areas affected a new returner and the other tankers. -10,000, -10,000, a significant amount of damage appeared above the players' heads. Although it was not as severe as Swirling Bash, there was a continuous burning effect. "Everyone, get out of the flame zone!" Jiang Fei shouted loudly. If these players continued to stay in the circles of flame, it would put a lot of pressure on the clerics. Just as a new returner and the other players split up, a golden flame appeared around the boss body once again. "Damn! This is bad!" Jiang Fei frowned as he exclaimed. Right then, a new returner and the other tankers had split up to avoid being affected by the circle of flames. Therefore, they were unable to take the damage from Swirling Bash on behalf of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei and the players behind him would have to take the hit on their own. Wham! -40,000, -40,000, -40,000, as there was a stack of insult to injury, the damage the players received was doubled. Ding! Your teammate has died in battle. Ding! Your teammate has died in battle. In an instant, the 24 players behind Jiang Fei were all killed. Holy crap! Jiang Fei was beginning to panic. He immediately activated the Angel of Revenge state. He did not require the resistance effect. Instead, he needed to strengthen his own attack power to kill the boss as soon as possible. Under the state of Angel of Revenge, Jiang Fei's attack and defense attributes were doubled. Right then, a new returner and the other players who had dodged the circle of flames were now properly positioned. Taunt! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. He could not take another hit from Swirling Bash as there was no one else behind him to split the damage taken. Jiang Fei could not possibly bear 500,000 damage on his own. Got it! A new returner immediately used Taunt. After the cooldown time, a new returner and the other players were no longer affected by insult to injury. -20,000, -20,000, after surviving the Swirling Bash this time, Jiang Fei continued to attack the boss furiously. Right then, its health points had already been reduced down to 60%. Taunt! Seeing that the boss was about to use Swirling Bash again, a new returner once again took the brunt of the damage for Jiang Fei. At the same time, insult to injury had stacked up to 2 times. Oh no, Jiang Fei knew that if the boss used Swirling Bash again, the players behind a new returner would die. Even so, Jiang Fei had no other choice, as the remaining players all had less than 20,000 health points. They would all die even if they rushed over to take the damage with him. Therefore, nobody could take the place of the players behind a new returner. Taunt! When the boss skill was used again, Jiang Fei gritted his teeth as he gave the order. Got it! A new returner did as he was told. -60,000. -60,000. Ding! Your teammate has died in battle. All of a sudden, the over 10 non-tankers behind a new returner were all killed. Ideally, Jiang Fei's strategy would have worked very well. If only the players had reached at least level 85, they would each have over 40,000 health points. That meant the players could stand in 2 different regions and take turns to receive the damage from Swirling Bash. With each group taking 2 rounds of damage, they would be able to survive against the dreadful insult to injury effect. However, the levels of the players in Jiang Fei's group were far too low. Not everyone had more than 40,000 health points. That meant the players behind Jiang Fei would not be able to take 2 layers of insult to injury coupled with the Swirling Bash. Likewise, a new returner and the other players who had sufficient health points would have to take on more damage than necessary. Jiang Fei and the rest were now in a critical situation. Nearly half of the group had died in battle. No one else could share the burden of taking the damage. When a new returner saw that a golden flame had started forming around the boss, he immediately activated Taunt before Jiang Fei even gave the order. -400,000. -400,000. -400,000. Originally, the Swirling Bash was already capable of dealing 500,000 damage to the 5 tankers. Coupled with the 3 layers of insult to injury, the damage dealt was even more astounding. Ding! Your teammate, a new returner, has died in battle. The remaining tankers were all killed as well. Attack! Jiang Fei was going all out. Everyone except for clerics immediately stand next to the guild master. 7 Stars Warrior shouted loudly. The remaining 40 players all gathered around Jiang Fei. 8 of the clerics continued to heal other players from a distance. Wham! The swirling bash was used once again. Minus 12,000, minus 12,000. As there were more players around Jiang Fei, the damage dealt was insufficient to kill any of them. However, with the added layer of insult to injury, it meant the next swirling bash would definitely kill these players. Guild Master, we're counting on you. We've done our best, 7 Stars Warrior shouted in the group channel as he saw that a golden flame was forming around the boss once again. Wham! The swirling bash was used yet again. Minus 24,000. Minus 24,000. As most of the players around Jiang Fei were not tankers and had very little health points, most of them were instantly killed. Only about 4 of them managed to survive. However, none of them would be able to take another hit from the boss swirling bash. Chapter 824, Ancient Celestial Artifact, haha. How do you feel, insects? Do you regret what you did? Every time a player was killed, the boss would laugh crazily. Right then, Jiang Fei's group was left with only himself and 7 other clerics. The other players had all been eliminated. Be careful of the circle of flames. Don't worry about anything else. It all depends on you guys now. Jiang Fei shouted at the clerics behind him. The boss had less than 30% health points. It was about to enter the state of frenzy. Come on! Let's see who will die. Jiang Fei exclaimed. Darned insects. You infuriate me. As its health points reached 20%, the dragon of the broken wing entered the frenzy state. In an instant, a golden flame appeared around its body. Simultaneously, it stopped using group skills. Instead, it focused on attacking the single target before it. Minus 72,145. Clerics. Painful suppression. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. After entering the frenzy state, the dragon of the broken wing's normal attack was able to deal 70,000 damage to Jiang Fei. If it used Saber Lash now, Jiang Fei would surely be killed. Got it! A cleric immediately cast the spell on Jiang Fei. Painful suppression was akin to a damage barrier. It allowed players to receive 50% less damage. In fact, it was a forceful damage reduction that could not be ignored unless the attacker had a special attack attribute. After obtaining painful suppression, Jiang Fei could relax somewhat. The boss' normal attacks were now dealing less damage to him. Although its attack speed increased by 50% and it put a lot of pressure on Jiang Fei and his Cauldron of Spirit, there were still a number of clerics behind Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have to worry so much about recovering his health points. However, Jiang Fei was still in a grave situation. A cleric's painful suppression only lasted 5 seconds. With 7 of the clerics, he could only have up to half a minute's worth of the effect. That meant if Jiang Fei did not kill the boss in half a minute, the boss would end his life instead. It was a classic state of rushing a battle. The final victory belonged to the party with the highest attack power. However, Jiang Fei was the only attacker left in his group. He needed to rely on his attack speed to kill the boss before he was killed instead. Screw you! Jiang Fei suddenly recalled that he still had a trump card in his hands. Since the guild could not possibly defeat this dungeon without him, there was no point in holding back. As he thought of this, Jiang Fei immediately retrieved his Dragon's Bane and fired it at the boss. When the boss' health points had reached 20%, it already had less than 20 million health points. Therefore, there was no way it could survive an attack from the Dragon's Bane. Jiang Fei had forgotten to use it earlier because he wanted to test if Lady Casanova and the rest could handle the boss on their own. Ding! You have eliminated the Dragon of the Broken Wing, Roas. Obtain 12 million experience points. Obtain 50 gold coins. a system notification could be heard as the first boss in the Golden Dragon Nest dungeon had been killed. However, as the experience points were split amongst 100 players, there was not much to go around. Regardless, it was still a significant amount of experience points. Damn! We actually beat it, yeah. Guildmaster, you're amazing, long live our Guildmaster, Brother Fei, you are invincible. As the boss fell to the ground, the players started cheering loudly in the group channel. After all, the boss was an overlord. It was a huge achievement for the group as a whole despite Jiang Fei's previous grand achievement of killing a celestial being. Clerics, please save us, help me, cleric. It's so cold here on the ground. After celebrating, the dead players started calling out for help so that they could be resurrected. Clerics, recover your mana and save the dead players. Jiang Fei said and sighed in relief. At the same time, he picked up his dragon's bane and put it away. After about 10 minutes, all the players had been resurrected. As the players looked at the boss corpse, their eyes glimmered. Unlike Jiang Fei, who had already killed a celestial being, this overlord was the strongest monster these players had ever seen. Had their guildmaster not been around, they would not have dared to attempt the suicide mission of killing it on their own. After all, an overlord monster was too terrifying for most players. From the way the players were killed off earlier, they were definitely no match for this boss, which lacked basic intelligence. If the overlord was a member of the opposing faction, it would not even be affected by taunt or the aggro system. These players would definitely be killed off one by one as if it were a game of cat and mouse. Guildmaster, let's see what it dropped, Lady Casanova said as she laughed. Yeah, come on. I can't wait. Little Rain called out. You have already used up all of your guild contribution points. It would not matter to you whatever the boss dropped, Cutie Pie said sarcastically when she saw how excited Little Rain appeared. It doesn't mean I can't look at it, Little Rain rolled his eyes. Alright. Let's find out what this boss dropped. Jiang Fei started feeling hopeful as he saw how excited the other players were. As Jiang Fei flipped the corpse over, a black beam appeared. Damn! What is this thing? Everyone including Jiang Fei was stunned. They had never seen an equipment that glowed with a black light. This is Jiang Fei seemed even more surprised when he saw the item's attributes. Guildmaster, what is it? The other players asked curiously when they saw Jiang Fei's facial expression. Why would such a thing exist? Jiang Fei murmured as he sent the item's attributes to the rest of the players. Destructive Shrine of the God of Avarice, Special Tool, Ancient Celestial Artifact, use, instantly kill your own pet and sacrifice it to obtain powers. A sacrificed pet will disappear forever. Remark, sacrificing a normal pet will give you 5 additional points for all attributes. Sacrificing a fine or superior pet will give you 50 additional points for all attributes. Sacrificing an epic pet will give you 500 additional points for all attributes. Sacrificing a legendary pet or any rank above will give you 1000 additional points for all attributes and grant you an advanced skill. The skill's level is directly related to the sacrificed pet's rank. The sacrificed pet must be bound to you by contract. Remark, this is the ancient god of Avarice's celestial artifact. For some unknown reason, it had fallen into the hands of the dragon of the broken wing and had been hidden by it. Remark, using the ancient celestial artifact will establish a kind of relationship between the user and the owner of the celestial artifact. Nobody knows what will happen after the relationship is established. Chapter 825, A Connection with the God of Avarice, Ancient Celestial Artifact. Its attributes are insane. Yeah, one could gain 5,000 additional attribute points by sacrificing a legendary pet. The best part is that there isn't a limitation to the number of use. That means one could sacrifice an infinite amount of pets. That's ridiculous. As Jiang Fei announced the item's attributes, the players in the group started discussing it. Guildmaster, do you think I can try using it now? A new returner was the first to ask if he could use the item. He had just acquired a legendary drake. Although the Drake was quite strong and had the merge skill, it was incomparable to 5,000 attribute points and a random ultimate skill. The 5,000 attribute points alone would increase a new returner's health points by 200,000. That amount was even greater than what merging with the pet would give him. In fact, there was no limited duration to the increase in health points. Moreover, the 5,000 additional attribute points could also allow a new returner to become a full-fledged attacker and not be stuck as a tanker. Therefore, a new returner believed that he would gain more by sacrificing his pet. If that's the case, Guildmaster, we would like to test it out too. The other players who had obtained Dragonoid pets had the same thought as a new returner. Do you all think the same way? Jiang Fei looked at the players. They were not the only ones who had the same view as a new returner. Even 7 Stars Warrior who had obtained an ancient pet was somewhat tempted. The 505,000 additional attribute points were indeed tempting. Furthermore, some could even gain an ultimate skill equivalent to a seal curse spell. It was definitely worth sacrificing a pet for. Master Akatsiri tugged at Jiang Fei's shirt with a worried look. After all, many of the players seemed tempted to sacrifice their own pets. She was uncertain if Jiang Fei would want to do the same. Therefore, Akatsiri appeared to be very fearful. Don't worry. I won't sacrifice you. Jiang Fei patted Akatsiri's hands gently to calm her down. He then turned around to face the players. Do you really think such a good deal exists? What do you mean? The other players were stunned by what Jiang Fei said. If they did not know Jiang Fei well, they might have assumed that he wanted to keep the ancient celestial artifact for himself. Ah! Think of it this way. If I were to bring you on dungeon quests every day, how many pet eggs would you be able to get from the light dragon nest each day? Jiang Fei asked. The boss drops 4 epic eggs and 3 legendary eggs. We also get the dragon eggs that we steal. If we try our best, I think 100 is an achievable amount. Lady Casanova provided the statistics. If so, how many additional attribute points would one person get if he sacrificed all of those pets? Jiang Fei continued asking. 4 epic pets would each provide 500 additional attribute points, which amounts to 2,000. 3 legendary pets would provide 15,000 additional attribute points in total. On top of that, each of the 100 small dragon eggs provide 50 additional attribute points. In total, that would be 22,000 additional attribute points. 7 Stars Warrior very quickly tabulated the numbers. 22,000 additional attribute points in one day. What if we did it for an entire month? Or a year? Could this game still be playable? Jiang Fei asked. And the other players were dumbfounded after Jiang Fei asked the questions. Jiang Fei was right. If a player could gain 22,000 additional attribute points in a day, he would be able to acquire 660,000 additional attribute points in a month. With such attributes, the player would not even need to find the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. He could probably kill a celestial being right away. Why don't you think about who this ancient celestial artifact belongs to? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He then continued to speak. This celestial artifact belongs to the ancient god of avarice. He is called the god of avarice for a reason. He won't give away something good for free. Do you think he would be this nice to us? That the other players began to feel wary after Jiang Fei had spoken. In fact, didn't you see the remark at the end of the list of attributes? After using the artifact, one would establish a connection with the god of avarice. The result of the connection is still unknown. Do you know what unknown means? It could be a huge trick. Jiang Fei continued speaking. Guildmaster, from what you have said, could this celestial artifact resemble some kind of trap? Little Rain asked. I reckon it must be. Jiang Fei nodded. These unknown alerts were how the designers of the game tricked players. Usually, they would include such messages before a player fell prey to a trap. They would lure players with huge rewards and include these kinds of bait. Once a player was baited, they could do anything to the player and the player would have no choice but to accept the consequences. Guildmaster, don't you think you might be overcomplicating this? Some of the players disagreed with Jiang Fei. After all, they were tempted by the huge rewards of using the item. I'm just warning you. If you insist on using it, I will give it to you. Jiang Fei shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. Guildmaster, it's not that I don't trust you. I just want to experiment on behalf of my comrades. I'll sacrifice myself for everyone's sake. Although the player spoke as if he were very benevolent, he actually only wanted to increase his capabilities with the celestial artifact. All right then. Jiang Fei could tell that the player was very determined. He decided to give up on convincing the player otherwise. Jiang Fei handed the ancient celestial artifact over to the player. Brothers, I don't have any ulterior motive. I just want to be your lab rat. The player laughed and said after receiving the celestial artifact. Go ahead and use it. Jiang Fei nodded. All right. The player said as he summoned the epic dragonoid pet which he acquired 2 days ago. Sacrifice. As the player used the destructive shrine of the god of avarice, a gray light engulfed his pet. Roar! The dragonoid pet cried out painfully as its body turned into a ball of light and was absorbed into the shrine. Thereafter, the shrine emitted a golden light onto the player's body. As it did, the player's attributes suddenly increased drastically. Ha! My attributes really did increase by 500. The player shouted excitedly. However, right then, he received a system notification. Damn! What the hell is this? I have been forbidden from owning any pets, ding! As you have killed your own pet, from now on, all pets will reject serving you, oh. A player can't sacrifice an infinite number of pets after all. 7 Stars Warrior and the other players nodded. Although one could no longer own pets after sacrificing one's pet, the 5,000 additional attribute points were still very tempting. The same could be said for the ultimate skill. Hold on! Someone appears to be speaking to me right then. The player had established a connection with the god of avarice. Chapter 826, Golden Dragon Prince, damn. What just happened? Before the player had even finished speaking, his body disappeared right in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Bam! The destructive shrine of the god of avarice fell to the ground. Ding! Demonic Monarch has left your group, ding. Demonic Monarch has quit the Imperial Dragon, ding. Global notification, congratulations to player Demonic Monarch for successfully advancing as a lower celestial and becoming the first celestial player. He will receive a gift pack from the system, ding. Global notification, player Demonic Monarch has betrayed the High Humans and joined the Primordial Celestial faction. Any player who kills him can obtain a huge amount of experience points and equipment as reward. A series of system notifications thoroughly confused Jiang Fei and the rest. Everyone still could not figure out what exactly just happened. Damn! Who the heck is Demonic Monarch? I have no idea. I'd never heard of the name. I thought Verger Glider would be the first to become a celestial. I can't believe some random stranger did it before him. I guess everyone has different luck. Apart from members of Imperial Dragon, all other players only received the last 2 global notifications. However, these notifications were enough to stir up conversations throughout the entire game. Becoming a celestial was perhaps the ultimate aspiration for all players. There were very few players who could claim confidently that they would become celestials. In fact, most players would be stuck at level 90. Perhaps only 10% of them would be able to pass the advancement test and become an overlord. The rest of the players would not be able to advance or even level up. Only those who acquired the overlord rank would be able to continue leveling up and take on the challenge of becoming a celestial once they reached level 100. Therefore, becoming a celestial was the ultimate aim of most players. However, it was so difficult that not even the professional players would dare to claim they could achieve it. So, when an unknown normal player had suddenly become the first to achieve the celestial rank, it was enough to both confuse other normal players and make them envious too. Unlike the other players, Jiang Fei was very clear that demonic monarch must have communicated with the god of avarice and received his invitation to join the primordial celestial as Jiang Fei once did after he killed the evil god Solon. However, demonic monarch clearly had not been able to resist the temptation of becoming a celestial and therefore chose to join the primordial celestial race. After becoming part of the primordial celestial race, demonic monarch would technically have betrayed the entire faction of players. Naturally, he was forced to leave the guild he was currently in. Now, demonic monarch was probably transported to a small sealed world to play on his own. Guildmaster, what happened? Little Rain asked. I'm guessing this is what happened. Jiang Fei told everyone his thoughts. I see, 7 Stars Warrior and the rest began to frown. Although Jiang Fei had only made a guess. He had personally received the same invitation to join the primordial celestial race before. Therefore, his hypothesis was very believable. I can no longer contact demonic monarch. He has disappeared from my list of friends. In fact, I can't even find him in the game. Cutie Pie said. Then what the guildmaster said must be true. Lady Casanova nodded. They had all experienced something similar when players chose either the light or dark factions. Those in the opposite faction were removed from their list of friends and they could no longer search for the player's name in the game. Players in opposing factions were unable to privately message each other or communicate through voice notes. The only way these players could communicate with each other was through face-to-face conversations. Does anyone want to accompany demonic monarch? Jiang Fei asked after picking up the ancient celestial artifact. The players looked at each other. Although they were tempted to become a celestial, betraying the player's faction and being sent off to an isolated world to play on their own was too much to bear. Moreover, a new promotional video released earlier had already revealed information about the War of the Heavens. Players were bound to fight against the primordial celestial race in the end. Although one could become a celestial by joining the primordial celestial race now, he would become the target of all players in the game at some point. Therefore, when Jiang Fei asked the question, everyone hesitated. Although it might feel awesome to become a celestial, it was no fun if one would be destined to face defeat in the end. Since nobody wants to use it, forget about it. I will keep this item first. If any of you change your mind, let me know. I won't stop you from using it, Jiang Fei said to the players. The players all nodded. When they saw demonic monarch getting teleported away, they started hesitating about the decision to become a celestial. Therefore, nobody immediately requested to use the celestial artifact right after. Let's move on. After keeping the celestial artifact away, Jiang Fei and the group started moving forward again. After all, they had only defeated the first boss in the Golden Dragon Nest dungeon. There were 2 more bosses they would later encounter. Along the way, small monsters started appearing. Although they were considered small monsters, the dragonoids were still very powerful. Among the small monsters, some of them were advanced elite golden dragonoid warriors while others were leader golden baby dragons. The small monsters were all at level 88. As they came in groups, they were definitely difficult to defeat. However, as Jiang Fei was around, the group was able to deal a significant amount of damage. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the rest were able to progress past the pathway filled with small monsters to a rather big field. Here, they finally saw the Golden Dragon Nest dungeon's second boss. Golden Dragon Prince, Lorastine, Dragon Race, Overlord, level 91, health points 140 million, attack power 35,000, skills, summon partner, wing tackle, tail sweep, lightning release, lightning roar, absolute dominate. Summon partner. Before the battle begins, the Golden Dragon Prince summons his sister, Golden Dragon Princess, Lorinict, to aid him in battle. Wing tackle furiously attacks a target and cause it to be knocked backward. After being knocked backward, the target's aggro is removed. Tail sweep, the Golden Dragon Prince, Lorastine attacks an enemy behind him, dealing significant damage and stunning the target for 2 seconds. Lightning release, for every 10% health points the Golden Dragon Prince, Lorostine loses, he releases a thunderstorm to deal significant damage to all enemies around him. Lightning Roar, the Golden Dragon Prince, Lorostine emits electrical energy to deal significant damage to enemies in a cone-shaped area. The underground mechanism is also activated. Absolute Dominate, the Golden Dragon Prince randomly controls 5 non-current target players for 20 seconds. He controls them to move toward a teleportation point. If the players reach the teleportation point, they will die instantly and summon an elite dragonoid from the teleportation point. Chapter 827, Solo Fight Against 2 Overlords. Jiang Fei was not surprised that the second boss was a true overlord. After all, the first boss was already a High Lord. The second boss would rightfully be stronger than the first. With over 100 million health points and over 30,000 attack power, the Golden Dragon Prince was indeed a powerful overlord. Apart from the lack of intelligence, he was basically on par with Hua Mulan and Sylphie. Guildmaster, can we defeat this one? Lady Casanova asked. After all, the boss seemed to be far too powerful in the eyes of these normal players. They would have to depend on Jiang Fei entirely. If Jiang Fei said it was impossible, they would have no choice but to give up. Let's give it a shot. I think it's not quite impossible, Jiang Fei said after some thought. Under normal circumstances, he might not actually be able to defeat an overlord. However, if Jiang Fei transformed into a covet Nephilim, he still stood a chance. Guildmaster, we trust in you. Well, sit this one out, Little Rain said as he laughed. All right then. I will begin attacking. Since Jiang Fei had decided to transform, he would not require his teammates to provide any form of assistance. Therefore, Jiang did not provide them with any tasks and he immediately started attacking the boss. Zoom! Zoom! As a series of arrows were fired at the Golden Dragon Prince, the battle was initiated. Invaders? Have you actually made it here? Ha ha ha. Sister! We have new toys, the Golden Dragon Prince let out a loud cry. Thereafter, the sound of another dragon could be heard. Flap! Flap! Another golden dragon appeared before Jiang Fei and the rest. Darn! It's not a small monster. It's actually another overlord. Jiang Fei was surprised when he saw that another overlord dragon appeared. Golden Dragon Princess, Lorinict, Dragon Race, Overlord, Level, 90, Health Points, 110 million, Attack Power, 30,000, Skills, Claw, Lightning Roar, Power Charge, Power Surge, Lightning Surge. Claw, instantly deals significant damage to the current target. Lightning Roar, emit lightning energy to deal significant damage to enemies in a cone-shaped area, whilst also activating the underground mechanism. Power Charge, the Golden Dragon Princess continuously charges herself throughout the battle. Moreover, whenever the Golden Dragon Prince uses lightning release, she would also be charged. When Lorinict is fully charged, she will detonate the energy to kill everyone around her instantly. Power Surge, once the Golden Dragon Prince uses 3 lightning skills, Lorinict would obtain sufficient lightning energy to use Power Surge, dealing 50,000 damage to all players. Lightning Surge, Lorinict releases electricity through the jewels around her to deal 30,000 lightning damage to targets in a 60-meter radius. Get ready to die! Jiang Fei knew he could not protect his teammates after seeing the Golden Dragon Princess attributes. The damage she dealt was far too high, with one skill dealing 30,000 damage and the other dealing 50,000 damage. Apart from tankers, none of the other players around Jiang Fei would be able to survive such damage. Even if the tankers were able to survive 1 or 2 attacks, they would not be able to sustain themselves for very long after all the clerics were killed. In simple terms, this dungeon was not meant for level 70 or level 80 players. Therefore, the damage dealt by the monsters were significantly higher than the amount of health points most players had. As such, it was pointless even if the players had very good battle techniques, as the monsters' skills could easily wipe them out. Roar! As the Golden Dragon Princess appeared, the 2 monsters started attacking Jiang Fei. Battle form. Jiang Fei did not waste any time either. He immediately transformed into the covet-nephilim state. Damn! Is he planning to fight against two overlords on his own? So what? He had already killed a celestial in the past, that's true. One ancient celestial would probably be stronger than two overlords. As Jiang Fei started fighting the monsters, the players behind him entered a heated discussion. They had already given up on helping Jiang Fei out. All they could do was wait for their own deaths after the two monsters used their skills. Unholy Desire. 3x boost. With the Cauldron of Spirits recovery effect, Jiang Fei was not worried about wasting his mana points. He immediately activated the 3x boost. Right then, his attack power and defense were increased by 3x. Coupled with the chaotic attack and godly defense attributes from his covet-nephilim state, Jiang Fei's capabilities increased by at least tenfold. Shadow Clone. Jiang Fei activated yet another skill. Since the Golden Dragon Prince summoned his sister to aid him in battle, Jiang Fei also summoned 3 equally capable clones to help him out. Zoom! Zoom! Jiang Fei and his 3 clones simultaneously started firing arrows at Lorinicht. As the Golden Dragon Prince would use lightning release for every 10% health points he lost, which would charge Lorinicht and end up killing everyone around, Jiang Fei understood that he had to first kill the Golden Dragon Princess. Jiang Fei's attack power skyrocketed with the stacks of Ruthless Barrage. The 3x boost coupled with Ruthless Barrage gave Jiang Fei up to 750,000 attack power. Moreover, Jiang Fei was able to fire 8 arrows every second. With his clones, Jiang Fei was able to fire a total of 24 arrows every second. As Jiang Fei was under the covet-nephilim state, he was able to deal chaotic damage, which meant his attacks ignored the enemy's defense. As such, he was able to reduce his target's health points directly. Therefore, Jiang Fei was able to deal a shocking 18 million damage every second. Although Lorinicht had over 100 million health points, she was still helpless against such a frightening opponent. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Dragon Princess lost 20% of her health points. How dare you retaliate, you have angered me, as the Golden Dragon Princess lost 20% of her health points. 2 of her skills were activated. Sputter! The 2 golden dragons used Lightning Roar at the same time. Minus 42,521. Minus 37,524. The 2 lines of damage appeared above Jiang Fei's head simultaneously. However, Jiang Fei was able to fully recover his health points within 1 second with the help of the Cauldron of Spirit. However, after the Lightning Roar was used, the mechanisms buried underground were instantly activated. Crack! Crack! Countless golems surfaced from the ground below Jiang Fei. As soon as they appeared, some of them charged toward Jiang Fei while the rest headed for the players around him. Chapter 828, Benchwarmer, Tanks, Take on the Puppets. 7-star warrior commanded. When Jiang Fei declared that everyone might die in the battle, the rest of the party had come to terms that they would be a benchwarmer. Even so, they would not allow themselves to be killed by mere monsters. Got it! A new returner was the first to respond. He led the team of tanks and took control of the summoned puppets. Healers, you're up! 7-star warrior continued to orchestrate the fight. Those puppets might be monsters, but they were all level 88 leader tier mini-bosses. They could not afford to treat these puppets as normal monsters. Have fun, said Jiang Fei, leaving the party to handle them on their own while he started to fight the boss. One of the problems of the boss was its ability to continuously summon new puppets from the ground after executing an electric-based attack. These level 88 monsters were problematic, and it would only get tougher if the party did not eliminate them quickly. Submit to me, the Golden Dragon Prince roared. 5 random players were selected and forced to walk towards the portal at the center of the battlefield. Stop them! 7-star warrior yelled. If those players walked into the portal, not only would they die instantly, a powerful boss would be summoned too. Hex! Transfiguration! Fear! Voodoo art! All kinds of disabling skills were casted and used to stop the players from moving. Because they were controlled by the boss, they became hostile targets momentarily, allowing players to attack and use skills on them. Insects. Do you think you're strong? You have never known true strength. I shall show you what true strength can do. Both the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Princess roared together, creating 4 lighting orbs that floated around the Dragon Princess. Crack! Toom! The orbs crackled with electricity before exploding into an electric storm that extended up to 60 meters around the Dragon Princess. Minus 30,000. Minus 30,000. Ding! Your party member XXX has died. Ding! Your party member XXX has died. Roughly 20 players that were standing too close got caught by the electric storm and were killed instantly. Only 4 players with higher health points were able to survive the attack. Arg! Stop struggling and die already. Jiang Fei roared as he unleashed as many arrows as he could to attack the slightly smaller Dragon Princess. When the Golden Dragon Princess had over 50% health points left, she managed to charge Power Surge. I will exterminate all you ants, the Dragon Princess roared deafeningly. Unlike the previous electric storm that resembled a small Tesla spark, a lightning storm was released with bigger, more terrifying bolts of lightning. Minus 50,000. Minus 50,000. Ding! Your party member XXX has died. Ding! Your party member XXX has died. Before everyone could regroup after the first large AoE attack, the second AoE wiped out almost all of Jiang Fei's party. Those that were petrified from the first attack died without knowing what had happened. Right then, the only players that survived were Jiang Fei and the tanks. Without the support of the healers, these tanks would still die under the attacks of mechanical puppets. Ding! Your party member XXX has died. Ding! Your party member XXX has died. A few seconds later, after receiving multiple system notifications about the death of his party members, everything went quiet besides the deafening roar of the dragons. It took him several seconds to realize that the system notification had stopped chiming. All of Jiang Fei's party members had died. The monsters are filling up the room, Jiang Fei grunted. Currently, he was still able to handle the pressure being attacked by all the monsters and bosses. However, if the puppets continued to spawn, Jiang Fei might even have trouble attacking. Venomous Blood. Jiang Fei used the skill that came with the Crimson Reaper cape. It was a skill that he had never used before. Venomous Blood inflicts poison on a target, causing them to lose 1% of their health points every second for 30 seconds. Within the active time duration, anyone who attacks the target will restore 20% health points. 5 minutes cooldown time. With such a powerful lifesteal effect, Jiang Fei could last a bit longer, but the main point of the skill was the 1% maximum health point reduction per second. Even though it was slow, but every ounce of effort was worth its while. At this point, the Golden Dragon Princess had a little less than 20% health points left. It would be a confirmed kill if Jiang Fei used the Dragon's Bane on her. Jiang Fei dared not use the item since it was an item that was bound to him. The Dragon Prince might pick it up after Jiang Fei had used it. Old school style it is. Jiang Fei grunted and attacked with his arrows. It took a little while and fortunately, nothing bad happened as Jiang Fei killed the Dragon Princess. Forgive me, brother. I have failed you. After the Dragon Princess fell to the ground and delivered her last speech to the Dragon Princess, the Golden Dragon Prince went berserk. His attack power and speed received a great boost. If Jiang Fei did not have 3 times defense stat, there might be a small chance that he would find it troublesome. Heh. So much for the Dragon Prince, Jiang Fei scoffed, unimpressed. Once the Dragon Princess was killed, the chance of Jiang Fei being killed off was 0. Jiang Fei attacked and inflicted venomous blood on the Dragon Prince. Even though the Dragon Prince could stun and occasionally knock Jiang Fei away, he lacked the explosive attack power to kill off Jiang Fei. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had only needed to attack to kill the boss without the need to worry about any sort of gimmick from the boss. There were times that Jiang Fei's ruthless barrage was disrupted because of stuns, but it was futile since Jiang Fei needed only 2 seconds to stack ruthless barrage back to the max. Father, forgive me! Avenge me, cried the Dragon Prince before dying off with so many arrows stuck on him that a porcupine would feel embarrassed. As expected of the great Jiang Fei, praise to our great guild master, haha. At this point, am glad to be a benchwarmer, don't think I didn't hear that. To others, it was a miracle fight. For Jiang Fei, however, it was nothing but a routine. He had encountered much stronger bosses before and had survived harsher battle conditions than that. Even though everyone died and Jiang Fei was the only one left, it did not matter when Jiang Fei dealt 99.99% of the damage. Time for a corpse run, guys. I can't revive you, said Jiang Fei in the party chat as he killed the remaining puppets. Oh! Oh! Don't pick the loot yet. Wait for us. Wait for all of us, cried Little Rain as he quickly released his soul to revive outside the dungeon. Chapter 829, Is the Last Boss the Dragon God? For 20 minutes, Jiang Fei waited alone until the party members revived and came back. It took some time, but everyone returned and Little Rain was excited to see what they had. Guild Master. It is time for your magic fingers, said Little Rain, jumping with joy. Magic fingers. Ha! Jiang Fei scoffed and brushed it off. The 2 bosses that were killed 20 minutes ago had disappeared. Instead, 2 large treasure chests were there. Jiang Fei opened the boxes and both of them shined with a golden light. Everyone was dead silent. So much for a powerful boss, Little Rain grunted. Yeah. At least a holy or an ancient item. It was clear that the party was not happy with the loot. The boss's difficulty did not reflect their reward. It was true that they had defeated it, but Jiang Fei was the person that was responsible for that. To be fair, anyone would be displeased for obtaining only a legendary tier loot after an epic tier dungeon raid. Hold on your horses. Just because it is a legendary tier, it doesn't mean that the item is useless, said Jiang Fei. His initial reaction to the golden light was similar to the rest of the party member. However, he immediately changed his mind when he read the item's description. Why did you say that? Is it something awesome? Hey! If the guild master says it's good, it should be good, a new returner chimed in and said, show us. Come on! Come on! Come on, relax. Am getting there, Jiang Fei snickered and posted the item description for everyone to see. Loyal Guardian Gem, Special Tool, Legendary, Use, excites all ally players' pets, increasing 200% attack power, defense, and health points. The effect lasts for 30 minutes. Note, this tool can only be used once every 48 hours. It's nothing but a buff tool, said Little Rain, pouting. Quiet down, dumb little pipsqueak. That item is very useful, said Lady Casanova. Little Rain did not think it through, but he was not at fault since he was not a guild commander. Lady Casanova understood how the gem could be a useful tool for the entire guild. Currently, there were only a handful of players in the entire game who had obtained a pet. Even though they might be weak, everyone's pet would be granted a double boost for 30 minutes with the gem. The age of pet companions had just begun. Sooner or later, pets would be seen as a requirement, like having a weapon in order to play the game. When the time comes, when every player had gotten themselves a pet, the gem's value would be increased. 1 or 2, the gem would be insignificant. Have an army of 1,000 players with 1,000 pets, the 200% boost of attack, defense, and health would be devastatingly awesome. I'm not going to put this up. Lady Casanova will hold this. Use this in case there is another guild activity that involves a lot of players. You can also pass it to Billy Boy to let him use it during the PvP war. Alright, shall we move on? I only have 30 minutes on my transformation. If we want to kill the last boss, we need to move right now. Jiang Fei suggested and made his move without waiting. He did not want to give any time for the party to have a friendly chit-chat session. Go! Go! Follow the guild master. We'll talk later, said one of the party members as he chased after Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's transformation skill lasts for 1 hour, but its cooldown duration was 24 hours. If he missed the chance to reach the final boss before the transformation ends, he would need to wait until tomorrow before he could fight again. To be fair, Jiang Fei was rushing since he had wasted too much time waiting for the party to revive and corpse run back to their body. Right then, he had less than 30 minutes to reach the boss and defeat him. That was why he did not wait for the party to respond and proceeded as fast as he could. The dungeon design was pissing Jiang Fei off. After the second boss fight, the pathway became smaller and the monsters appeared to be squeezed in like sardines in a can. Jiang Fei used shadow clones to butcher his way forward, but his progress was not fast enough. The timer ticked away quickly as he was wasting his time killing monsters that were packed along the way. By the time the timer reached 5 minutes, Jiang Fei gave up trying to push himself and accepted the fact that he would not fight the boss that day. Arg! Looks like I need to wait until tomorrow. Jiang Fei sighed. No worries, the dungeon is released for a month. Other guilds might not and could not even get past the easier dungeon, less mention this one, said 7-star warrior. What should we do now? Are we proceeding or calling it a day? Lady Casanova asked. Jiang Fei's current state was not strong enough to defeat the boss, especially since he had to rely on his battle form to take on the second boss fight in the dungeon. The third boss fight would only be tougher. Without battle form, Jiang Fei might not be able to defeat it. Let's just continue on first. I'll see how the final boss looks like before calling it a day, said Jiang Fei. Without battle form, Jiang Fei's killing speed dropped significantly. It was not that he was lacking in firepower, it was the monster count. There were too many monsters in between Jiang Fei and the final boss. On the bright side, the experience points was nice. After more than an hour later, the party cleared all the monsters and reached the final chamber. Impossible! Jiang Fei gasped when he saw the boss for a good reason. Firstly, Jiang Fei was caught off guard when he saw a silhouette of a human instead of a large dragon. When he got closer, he was shaken to his soul when he recognized the person. It was Bennett Straz, the dragon god. What the F***ck is this? What, in the name of blasphemy, is the developer doing? Jiang Fei cried. The dragon god is a level 110 intermediate celestial. Bring 1,000,000 or even 1,000,000,000 players, they could never defeat such an entity. Arg, F***ck it. I should go and say something. He probably saw me, said Jiang Fei to himself. He had the other party members stay behind while he confronted Bennett Straz. Insolent fool! Your greed shall be the death of you. Bennett Straz roared, like how all NPC bosses did. That odd, said Jiang Fei. That manner of speech was nothing like how he had remembered. Jiang Fei got closer to Bennett Straz, close enough to check on his name and information but far enough to avoid triggering the battle. Bennett Straz, the dragon god, projection, dragon, intermediate overlord, level, 95, health points, 200 million, attack power, 40,000. Jiang Fei did not bother to look further after he had seen the name tag. It was only a projection of the real dragon god, the weakest kind of clone technique. Chapter 830, Bringing the Fight to the Enemy, Heh. So it seems, said Jiang Fei to himself. He had his suspicions at first and was glad that he was right. There was no way that the real dragon god would appear inside a dungeon. The dragon god was an NPC with the highest level of intelligence, much like Isabella. Bosses that appear in dungeons are the ones that had almost zero intelligence. All they were programmed to do was to follow the protocol of fighting the players based on the enmity system, much like a calculator. Jiang Fei had understood, through viewing the boss properties, that the dragon god's image projection was merely a boss in a dungeon. Even though he was strong, he could not be compared with the real dragon god. Okay. No need to continue now. Let's call it a day, said Jiang Fei after returning to the party. He had seen the last boss and knew that there was nothing to be scared of. All he needed to do was to wait until the next day for battle form to be ready to kill the boss and clear the dungeon. There was no need for Jiang Fei to talk to Bennett Straz since that thing was just a mindless NPC. "You're the boss," said Lady Casanova. If Jiang Fei did not want to fight, the rest of the party would have to follow. Without Jiang Fei as the main attacker, there was no hope in defeating the boss. "Today's fight is done. Time for us to go home," Jiang Fei cried before disbanding the party and returning to Demon Dragon Fortress. Once he was in the fortress, Jiang Fei headed straight to the castle instead of talking to the girls of his harem to get a large number of high-grade recipes from Rosette Rose. Those recipes were of high grade but not anything rare or special. The equipment that could be made from the recipes were level 70 equipment. Jiang Fei had decided to use the rest of his time in the game to craft equipment for the guild. The reason was simple. After tomorrow, when he had cleared the Golden Dragon Lair, he would not be participating in any future Dragon Lair raids. He would let 7-Star Warrior organize multiple parties to raid the Dragon Lairs by themselves. To facilitate them, Jiang Fei would craft better equipment for the members. Initially, Jiang Fei had planned to raid the other 4 elite difficulty dungeons to get the first clear achievements after he was done with the Golden Dragon Lair. However, when he logged into the game, he heard the news about other guilds taking 2 of the first clear achievements. By the time Jiang Fei had completed the Golden Dragon Nest tomorrow, the other guilds might have claimed the remaining 2 first clears. That was how efficient the faction-wide announcement was to push the other players. Without the temptation of first clear achievement, there was no reason for Jiang Fei to raid the elite difficulty dungeons anymore. It was a waste of time and effort. Jiang Fei would rather have the guild to raid the Light Dragon Lair over and over again. When Jiang Fei entered the Golden Dragon Lair, the game time was set at 9 a.m. in the morning. When he left the dungeon, it was already 9 p.m. at night. With 3 hours remaining, Jiang Fei decided to spend them on crafting equipment until the server kicked him out of the game. In those 3 hours, Jiang Fei had crafted over hundreds of equipment specifically made for tanks. Once the game kicked him out, Jiang Fei woke up in the dark cave, still waiting for reinforcements from China to arrive. "TCH. It'll force them to come if they would do it willingly," said Jiang Fei to himself, gritting his teeth with rage. When the sun started to rise, the other martial artists that were sleeping woke up. Everyone did their morning business and regrouped. It was unfortunate since the martial artists had nothing to do but hide in the cave. "Brother Jiang Fei, when will the reinforcements arrive?" Bai Wanli asked the same question every morning. "Tonight. Or tomorrow the latest," said Jiang Fei with a grin. "Is that true?" "Ho! Finally! We are not going to hide in the cave, like a cowardly turtle," said Zhu Tianfei happily. The rest of the martial artists shared his joy as they were fond of fights. Even though they were forced to hide in the cave, it was only natural for them to be jubilant when the chance to counterattack had presented itself. "Looks like we can finally have our counterattack in 2 days' time," said Bai Wanli happily. "Heh. We are leaving here now," said Jiang Fei. "Leave the cave?" Bai Wanli asked. A slightly horrified look surfaced to his face. "Yes. We are now going to the designated grounds where the military had planned," said Jiang Fei. If the martial artists did not go out, there was no reason for the military to send in their reinforcement. But if we go out in the open, wouldn't we be attacked?" Granny Jianghua asked worriedly. "There's no need for us to worry about that. The military had that taken care of," Jiang Fei explained. "Ah! That means we will be fine." Everyone relaxed when Jiang Fei himself said that the problem had been solved. The martial artists had never feared the mutants, even the ones that had ambushed the other sections. The only reason they had to hide in the cave was the missile attacks. Not knowing one's enemy was the greatest fear in a battle. These martial artists never understood modern weaponry. It was only natural that they could not understand the concept of global satellite tracking capability. They merely understood that if they revealed themselves in the open, missiles would attack them from the skies. Bai Wanli went deep into the cave to regroup his fellow martial artists. I think we have stayed in this cave for too long now. Get ready and we shall take off. We are going to teach the mutants a lesson they will never forget, said Jiang Fei. Finally! I've been waiting for so long to slice some mutant throat, that's right. We are not cowardly. We cannot allow the enemies to continue to frighten us like this, we will bring the fight to them. Jiang Fei scoffed. He had thought that the martial artists would voice their concerns, but all he heard was cheers of vigor. He did not even need to give a pep talk. These martial artists had a burning rage inside them after being ambushed by the mutants. The hatred for mutants was solidified with grudges for killing their comrades. Pride as a martial artist would not allow them to continue to stay hidden. All right. Follow me! Jiang Fei roared valiantly. 0541, cover us. Once the group was out of the cave, Jiang Fei had 0541 to cast the stealth barrier to surround the group. This time, he made the barrier much larger than it was to cover the tracks left behind by the traveling group. Even though the goal was to find a chance to have an all-out war with the mutants, he could not afford to reveal himself too soon. It would be sad if they were wiped out by the American naval fleet missiles before they could even kill a single mutant. The group was led by Jiang Fei in the front, the biohuman girls that Jiang Fei brought out from the game, followed by the young martial artists, and the older, much stronger fighters amongst them. Even though they had their masters and sect leaders here with them, the old farts would not want to go on their own, insisting that they should stay with Jiang Fei's group. Chapter 831, The Art of Baiting. The concealed group rushed into the open with Jiang Fei leading the way. When Jiang Fei went out yesterday, he had prepared a certain decor in the battlefield that he knew would draw in the mutants. In fact, he was so confident with the bait that even the American naval fleet would not dare to unleash a single missile. Jiang Fei played the easy game. Whatever the mutants wanted, Jiang Fei would give it to them. The mutants was in Japan to fight with the martial artists because they had received information about them discovering an alien artifact. It was information which Han Tianyu helped created. Right now, Jiang Fei had led the martial artists to come out of hiding to reveal the alien artifact to mutants in America. The best bait that he could use against them. A simple, straightforward bait that proved to be the most effective. Naturally, Jiang Fei had set up a fake artifact. It was made of alien metal but nothing on the inside. It was molded to look like a huge building with a silver-white metal exterior structure that looked like the real biolab. Jiang Fei had even taken the extra steps to have 0541 to construct fake building with alien metal composite to bring out the authenticity of the alien artifact. The building was created yesterday and was hidden using an optical camouflage system. Only when he and the martial artists were there would he remove the camouflage and reel in the mutants. The next step of his plan was to induce an all-out fight with the mutants and pretend to retreat. It was an important step to force the military to send in their reinforcements. It was known to them that Jiang Fei had found the biolab, but they did not realize that it was already in his hands. Hence, if the biolab was discovered to be real, the military would want to get their hands on it. Even if they could not do anything with them, they would not want the mutants to get their hands on it. On the other hand, if they still refused to send in their reinforcements, the mutants would crush the martial artists and steal the biolab for themselves. The mutants would then gain the technology to further enhance themselves and become an even larger threat to China. This elaborate scheme was crafted by Han Tianyu. To use a fake biolab to lure both the mutants and the military into a brawl in Japan. Even the American naval fleet and China's special navy force would believe it. Han Tianyu had only planned it this way to benefit only the martial artist alliance because he was backstabbed by the military themselves. He was serving the nation for the benefit and interests of China, only to be thrown in prison just because of his association with the martial artists. While Han Tianyu did not care less for China, Jiang Fei was still fighting for the country solely because his parents were staying in China. He had to deal with all forces that had malicious plans to attack the nation. The military, while having plans to destroy the martial artists, prioritized the mutants first. After trekking for the entire morning, Jiang Fei had arrived at the designated battlefield. It was a place where Jiang Fei had carefully selected, a small ravine within two large mountain ranges. Even though the terrain was not ideal to stay hidden as it was prone to be ambushed, it was a perfect setup since he wanted the mutants to come in and attack them. A cherry on the top. "Let's hide here and wait for the mutants to come," said Jiang Fei as he reached the top of the mountain. "Good one! We can now prepare an ambush for the mutants. I want them to have a taste of their own medicine," said Jiang Fei. He would not forget how he was ambushed by the mutants. "Captain, there is a group of metahuman coming this way at high speed," 0541 reported. Because of the situation Jiang Fei was in, Jiang Fei had 0541 to expand the range of the proximity sensor. It was to allow Jiang Fei to react better since the concealment that 0541 had erected would be ineffective if the enemy had entered the bubble. "Scan them, give me more details," said Jiang Fei. "What's going on?" Granny Jinghua asked Jiang Fei. She had been eyeing Jiang Fei for a while, taking notice of every subtle movement he makes. When Jiang Fei suddenly jerked and frowned, she had to ask. "Someone is coming," said Jiang Fei. "Mutants?" Bai Wanli asked, gripping his sword and was ready to fight. He did not have a good experience fighting with the mutants. If given a choice, he would rather stay hidden from them. "I can't tell," Jiang Fei groaned. He was still waiting for an answer from 0541. "MHM, we are ready to fight," said Bai Wanli. They thought that Jiang Fei's method of detecting the enemy was similar to how the Americans were tracking them. They had reached that conclusion since Jiang Fei was equipped with a communication device to contact the military. "Captain, targets have been identified. They are Chinese martial artists. There are a total of 24 fighters. 2 level 4 fighters and 21 level 3 fighters. Most of them are injured. I cannot measure their exact power level. In less than 3 minutes, they will come from the north direction," 0541 reported. "Martial artists? Are they the Zhanle clan?" Jiang Fei asked. It was the best guess Jiang Fei could think of. Those that were still alive were already gathered with him. On the other hand, the Soaring Cloud sect had over 100 fighters with them. They were strong on their own and had no reason to run away. Unable to detect their sect affiliation, 0541 replied. 0541 could detect their names and affiliation, but it would take it some time and more power to do so. Jiang Fei turned to Bai Wanli and Granny Jinghua to calm them down. "That someone is one of us. It could be the Zhanle clan, though I cannot be sure," said Jiang Fei. "Huh? Zhanle clan? They are still alive?" Bai Wanli gasped with surprise. Zhanle clan was only a small second-rated clan. Being separated for so long from the main group, it was a miracle that they could still be alive and not completely decimated by the mutants. When Jiang Fei finally saw them, Bai Wanli immediately recognized the 2 fighters that were leading the group. "Qin Xianming, Feng Shuani? Aren't they from the Soaring Cloud sect?" Granny Jinghua cried. "How could this be?" Zhu Tianfei gasped. They did not know that there was an internal conflict with the Soaring Cloud sect. When Bai Wanli and the rest saw Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani, they had genuinely thought that the Soaring Cloud sect was defeated badly and had to escape. "Ah! The Soaring Cloud sect." Jiang Fei sighed, uncomfortably, as he did not like anyone from that section. "Brother Jiang Fei, I know how you feel right now. But I must urge you to put it behind you for now, as there are bigger threats at large," said Bai Wanli. He feared that Jiang Fei might not accept anyone from the Soaring Cloud sect and decided to calm the rage before it boiled uncontrollably. Chapter 832, Kneeling for Forgiveness. I know, Jiang Fei groaned away. Even though he did not like the Soaring Cloud sect, he could not afford to let his feelings get in the way with his plans. The enemy was still at large and he could use a few more muscles in his team. Might as well help the poor lads. The 2 groups came closer, and when the Soaring Cloud sect got into the barrier range, they saw Jiang Fei and the others at the other side of the hill. "Brother, are my eyes deceiving me?" cried Qin Xianming. "It's the others," Feng Shuani cried happily. They were running away for their lives and desperate for help. They had been running away from mutants and the American naval attacks for a few days without stopping. Because of the constant stress of being attacked, they were always keeping their guard up and on the highest alert. The appearance of the group of martial artists scared them to the core. To be fair, after breaking off with the Soaring Clouds sect main group, Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani were not doing too good. In this group, only the two of them were truly capable of fighting. The other 40 fighters were level 3 fighters, but they could only handle so much before crumbling like a brittle biscuit. Since they had chosen to split away from the main Soaring Clouds sect, they had lost the ability to contact anyone else. They were heading into the cruel battlefield. Worst of all, the Soaring Clouds sect was a sect that took pride in being the practitioners of martial arts. They refused to associate themselves with the modern world, which included modern advanced warfare. For 2 days, Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani and the group that they were leading were constantly on the run from missiles attacks. It had been 2 days since they had any rest at all. During their exodus, they had even encountered a small group of mutants. The group of mutants was scouts. They could fight but did not possess any ability that was primarily used for battle. Unfortunately for Soaring Cloud members, they were too tired to even out up a fight against weak mutants. In the end, they had to run away from the scouts and missiles too, whilst ferrying injured comrades. "Are you really Chen and Feng?" Bai Wanli asked, even though he recognized them. "Brother Bai, we have found you," cried Qin Shuani at the verge of fainting. The man was over his 50s. The hellish experience he had faced was more than enough to cause the man of his age to collapse. "We're safe. We have found the main group," cried Feng Shuani as he shouted to his fellow comrades. The level 3 disciples cheered happily, albeit weakly, since everyone was overcome with fatigue. They were skeptical at first, since Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani had been feeding them words of encouragement to push them beyond their limit. When they said they had found the main martial artists group and was saved, it was akin to receiving news about winning the lottery. These poor martial artists were running on fumes. Qi aside, they did not even have enough physical strength left to stand on their feet. At this point, even if Bai Wanli and the others were just hallucinations, they would buy it and collapse. Jiang Fei sighed. Jiang Fei was hesitant, but he could not bear to see those men and decided to help them out. "Take these and distribute them," said Jiang Fei as he handed Yang Pe and his own original team members bottles of Grand Restore pills and spirit pills. The cost of spirit pills was high and the conditions of the battered men were serious. At their current condition, they were no better than Jiang Fei before he had gotten the ring. If he left them alone, these men would only become the group's liability. The Chinese Martial Artist Alliance might be a structurally loose alliance, but everyone preached about honor and integrity. No one would leave a brother behind when they know they could help them. Jiang Fei could not find the here to just leave them to rot and die. Although it cost him a little bit of power, he decided to help them get back to their feet. To be fair, the cost of Grand Restore pills was almost negligible. Hence it did not put a dent in his power wallet. On the other hand, even though spirit pills had cost him some power from his power reserves, it was not so much so that Jiang Fei would feel anything. Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani had taken a spirit pill each, while the rest of the level 3 martial artists had to split one pill into 3 because of the overwhelming restoration effect. One spirit pill had enough energy to fully restore a level 4 martial artist's chi. If a level 3 martial artist ate one whole pill, they would suffer from power overload. The best-case scenario was internal bleeding and the rupturing of blood vessels. The worst-case scenario was a complete cessation of their hearts, which would then lead to a sudden implosion. The total amount of spirit pills that Jiang Fei had made on the fly was not more than 10. Hence, Jiang Fei did not mind spending that little amount of power to make them. After consuming the pills, all the injured and tired martial artists regained their vitality and could even fight if necessary. The only problem left was their mental fatigue, which Jiang Fei could never fix. All they needed was to rest. Even so, it was not a problem for Jiang Fei, since he had intended to wait for the mutants to come to him. He found a lower ground within the forest and let everyone rest for several hours. Jiang Fei wanted to ask the two level 4 martial artists what had transpired since they had split up at the beginning of the mission, but he was stopped by Wanli quietly. The two were battered up, both physically and mentally. Instead of doing anything, Jiang Fei decided to just let them rest until they were fully recovered. It was 6 p.m. when the sun started to set. Feng Shuani and Qin Xianming opened their eyes and got on their feet, refreshed and fully restored. "What a turn of events," said Qin Xianming as he sighed. When he was running for his life, he had already come to terms that he might die in this foreign land. Even so, he had to fight for his life until the very end. Right now, after a good rest, with the aid of Jiang Fei's miracle pills, everyone was healed and even had part of their qi restored. Give them a little more time and they could recover back to 100%. "I thought that we would never see the light of day again," said Feng Shuani. "I see the two of you have recovered," said Jiang Fei as he approached the two. "Great benefactor, please accept our humblest apologies. We kneel before you. Please forgive for our past crimes," cried Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani at the same time after the two had nodded at each other. "Ah, please don't. There's no need to kneel." Jiang Fei was thrown. He had never expected this sort of response. Jiang Fei's grudge against the Soaring Clouds sect lies with a man named Yi Tianshun. It was not much, but Jiang Fei had borne a little enmity towards Ma Xiantong and Feng Tianqi. That was the limit. He had nothing against the other members of the Soaring Cloud sect. That was why he felt conflicted when two old men in their 50s knelt down with their heads banging on the damp forest floor, asking for forgiveness. Chapter 833, Let the Show Begin. "Benefactor, if you do not forgive us for our past sins, we shall remain here, kneeling forever," cried Qin Xianming, smashing his forehead deeper into the ground. Jiang Fei sighed heavily. Truth be told, he held nothing against the members of Soaring Cloud sect that were present then. It was extremely awkward for him since everyone was trying their best to beg Jiang Fei to forgive them. "On your feet. You have not wronged me in any way. The sect had not wronged me in any way. The only person that I have an enmity with is Yi Tianshun." "No one else," said Jiang Fei as he helped the two elders to their feet. When the two elders got up, they cupped fists and saluted Jiang Fei with a 90-degree bow. "Thank you, great benefactor." Qin Xianming and Feng Xianyi cried out loud. The two had betrayed and left Soaring Cloud sect. They were not worried when Jiang Fei had openly declared his enmity to Yi Tianshun. The two was grateful for Jiang Fei saving them. Healing them with his pills was something that the two elders could not repay. However, that was not the reason why the two elders had begged Jiang Fei for. It was to ask for forgiveness. When the two elders had first met Jiang Fei, they were both greatly injured and on the brink of passing out. Even so, they were still able to think straight and could understand that Jiang Fei was a man with the makings of a leader. They come to that conclusion easily because of all the respect that the other elders were giving to Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei did not forgive them, the excommunicated group would need to return to their own sect once more, only to be treated like criminals. That, or die by the hands of the mutants. If they had met someone else, someone who was a martial artist for their entire life and had the principle of being an honorable martial artist hammered into their soul, they would be taken care of as a fellow member of the Alliance. Jiang Fei was too young and naive. They had always thought that Jiang Fei's youthful thinking was too rash. Qin Xianming and Fei Shuani might help them to beg Jiang Fei to forgive them, but Jiang Fei would not listen. Either way, they were grateful that things had turned out well for them. If Feng Shuani and Qin Xianming were alone and not taking care of so many disciples themselves, they would not have begged for Jiang Fei's forgiveness. At most, they would only offer words of gratitude and remember this debt for life. These young disciples had betrayed the sect for them. It would be a disgrace if Feng Shuani and Qin Xianming could not defend their lives. From the perspective of others, Feng Shuani and Qin Xianming were seen as men of honor. Even though they were from the infamous Soaring Cloud sect, a sect that was full of pride, the two were still able to take responsibility for their own disciples. Bowing their heads to the ground was the least they could do for their disciples' sake. Naturally, there was one other reason why the two was willing to go all out to seek forgiveness. It was to seek out powerful support. Ma Xiantong and Yi Tianxun did not do anything to them when they left the section. Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani knew exactly why. It was because they were in the land of Japan. Yi Tianxun and Ma Xiantong did not have to waste their strength to kill them since they know that the betrayers could not survive long in Japan. Not unless the mutants decided to spare them. If they did, and lived to return to China, the Soaring Cloud sect members in China would never let them go. Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani knew exactly how the Soaring Cloud sect treated betrayers. They also knew that there was only one living betrayer that had not been killed. The rest were killed the second they had betrayed the section. The lucky one was none other than Shang Guanqi. The only reason why Shang Guanqi was living peacefully was due to Jiang Fei's protection. Soaring Cloud sect dared not to mess with Jiang Fei, his sect, and his mysterious master, Zhuge Shanzhen. Right then, Feng Shuani and Qin Xianming dared not ask for Jiang Fei to take them in just yet. They had only wanted Jiang Fei to not bear any enmity towards them. That way, they could at least fight their way in Japan and live to return to China. Once the war was over and everyone returned to China, they would then ask and beg for Jiang Fei to take them in. Even if Jiang Fei had forgiven them but not take them in when they are all back in China, they would end up dead by the hands of the Soaring Cloud sect. Although the two had already steeled their decision to fight until their last breath, they were still happy to look for a way out since they had encountered Jiang Fei. By hook or by crook, they would never want to be controlled by Yi Tianxun. Anything else, even death by the mutants, was more honorable than being controlled by Yi Tianxun. While they had that thought, the rest of the ex-Soaring Cloud sect members did not share the same feeling. They were all still young and learning. They could not let their mistake to be the cause of their death. All right. It's all water under the bridge. Now, go to your comrades and check on them. I want them to be fit and ready to fight. It is time for us to kill the mutants, said Jiang Fei. Yes, as you wish, Qin Xianming exclaimed and went away. Although physically he was fully healed, he had only managed to recover half of his qi. Even so, he was able to fight at full power, just not as long as the others. Half an hour later, everyone woke up from their sleep. While Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani had only recovered half of their qi, the rest of the weaker members had fully restored all their qi with the 1/3 spirit pill. Excuse me, brother Jiang Fei. How are we going to lure in the mutants? Asked a random sect leader. Good question. With that, said Jiang Fei as he pointed to his back. At the same time, he commanded 0541 to disable the optical camouflage to reveal the fake biolab. A faint light flashed and the barrier on both the biolab and Jiang Fei was removed. The huge building was revealed to everyone. What the hell is that? When was it there? ID never noticed it. The huge silver-white structure stood tall, like a watchful tower. It was shocking to all the martial artists since they had never understood modern technology, much less about advanced technology such as optical camouflage system. This thing is very important to the mutants. Not only they will come as fast as they could, but the American naval fleet would not dare to launch their missiles at us, said Jiang Fei, explaining what he wanted to do with the building instead of explaining his entire plan. So, that structure is important to the mutants? Bai Wanli asked. Correct. It is the source of all bioenhancement technology. The mutants would never let this chance go. Jiang Fei exclaimed confidently. What would happen if the mutant gets their hands on it? Wouldn't it dangerous for us? Granny Jinghua asked. She felt that it was a risky gamble to let Jiang Fei use the structure as a chip against the mutant. That is why we need to protect this thing and have an all-out war with the mutants. If they take that away, the mutants can do all sort of experiments to further enhance themselves. Jiang Fei snorted, purposely hiding the fact that the structure was nothing but an empty metal case. I see, even though the others did not understand what the structure was, they could at least understand the importance of it. If they wanted to prevent the mutants from getting stronger, they need to fight them to prevent the mutants from taking the structure away. Chapter 834, Baited, General. A large number of martial artists have been detected in Area Z7041. They appear to be surrounding an odd structure. When Jiang Fei removed the camouflage field, the American naval fleet detected their presence via high-altitude surveillance drones. What structure? Enhance the image, said Robert. Yes, sir. The image is being captured once more. Acquiring high-resolution images in 5 seconds, said the operator. Image is being displayed now, sir. That is no random structure. That's an alien artifact, cried Robert. Contact the mutants. Robert turned around and informed the communication operators. With speed, a communication line was established and Desser was called. Unlike martial artists, the mutants and Americans had a high interest in obtaining alien technology. Why the sudden call? Desser asked. He was the one being contacted since he was the man in charge of all the mutants deployed in Japan. Mr. Desser, we have found the main group of the enemy. We have also found an unexpected surprise. What is it about? Desser asked nonchalantly. If they had found the martial artists, Robert would not have informed Desser about it. He could simply fire all his missiles, bombarding them to hell. It's an alien artifact. A large silver-white metallic structure. It's been hidden in a canyon, said Robert. He also transferred the image he had obtained to Desser. This, a pleasant surprise. Desser smirked. Based on the reports from his spies planted deep in China, he had known about the Chinese discovery of an alien artifact. Although the authenticity of the report was questioned, the discovery of an alien artifact was too important to let go. When Desser obtained the images Robert sent to him, all doubts were erased. There was no way any Earth-based technology could replicate the alien metal. Since the enemies are gathering around the structure, I am not going to launch an airstrike on them. The chance of getting the alien structure destroyed is very high. Smart move. Cease all attacks and focus solely on tracking martial artists. I want to know where they are at all times. We will handle this ourselves, said Desser. He could not agree more with Robert on his decision to abort an airstrike. The alien artifact was too important to them. Desser hung up the call and started to think of an attack strategy. Who is closest to them? Desser asked his assistant. Vine Demon is the closest to them. They can arrive in about an hour. Good. Send them over, but do not let him engage the enemy. There are too many of them. Have him survey the enemies and wait for us to arrive, said Desser. Yes, sir, General Robert. Remember to keep me in check if there are any changes to the enemy's position, said Desser. Yes, sir. The 7th Fleet will not disappoint, said Robert. I expect not. The mutants' initial plan was to reduce their fighting force by reducing their numbers with airstrikes. However, they had found the surrounded biolab, forcing the mutants to change their tactics. They knew that the martial artists had no interest in alien technology, and that was extremely worrisome for the mutants. In the beginning, the Japanese had their hands on the biolab and made breaking discoveries about bioenhancement technology. The mutants knew about it and wanted to get their hands on the biolab as well. On the other hand, martial artists had no interest in the biolab. They would not want to let the mutants do what they wanted to and might just destroy the biolab to get in their way. If that happened, Desser would be devastated. It was unexpected, but Desser had to mobilize his entire army of mutants to have an all-out war with the martial artists. Time was of the essence since they cannot allow martial artists to destroy the biolab. Captain, I have detected a small group of metahumans coming in our direction. I have detected that they are enhanced mutants, said 0541 as soon as the separated team of mutants had been informed to move in. It was Vine Demon's team. How many are they? I have detected 5. All of them have power levels exceeding level 4, said 0541. We match him. From the looks of it, the team was not meant to fight but only scout him. Sect leader Bai, I need you, Jiang Fei called out to Bai Wanli. What's the matter? The mutants have taken the bait. The main group is coming soon, but they had sent in a few flies to sniff around. If you have time, Please have a group ready to deal with them, said Jiang Fei, smirking suggestively. Ha! Flies, you say? I don't need a group. I, alone, shall be enough to swat them all, cried Bai Wanli. Eyes glittered with excitement and vigor. He had enough of the mutants. If it was a large group, Bai Wanli might take precautions, but a few flies meant nothing to him. There are 5 of them and everyone is above level 4. Take more than you need and do not let them run. Swat them good, said Jiang Fei, implying that the mutants were weak. However, he was merely sugarcoating it. He suggested Bai Wanli take more than he needed to ensure that they would not be the ones that were swatted. 5 of them. I understand. I shall take it from here, said Bai Wanli. He was compelled to leave alone, but he had remembered that one advice from Jiang Fei not underestimate his opponents. Jiang Fei had not specified whether they were beginner stage or pinnacle stage. If he had faced off with 5 pinnacle stage of level 4 alone, he might be the one squashed like a bug. Will the 3 of you would follow me for some fly swatting? It would be nice to have more than one swatter with me. Bai Wanli asked the other sect leaders. When Jiang Fei had informed Bai Wanli about the incoming scouts, the other sect leaders were close enough to eavesdrop. Count me in! Zhu Tianfei roared. The man had been itching to have his revenge. This one will not back down from a fight, said Gan Mingzhenren. The 3 of us wish to participate, said Ding Tianqi, along with 2 other elders, Mao Gongyu and Lu Gongzan. 6 of you versus the 5 of them. Heh. You best not be defeated or it would be extremely shameful. Granny Jinghua teased. Ha! There's no way I would allow that to happen. I will chase them even to the edge of the world if I have to, said Zhu Tianfei, clutching his sword so tightly that his veins were about to burst. Chapter 835, Clash. When Bai Wanli took off with the 5 other elders, Jiang Fei nudged Ariel's shoulder and said, Let's go with them. Ariel nodded and followed Jiang Fei on foot. The distance between the martial artists and the mutants was no more than 5 kilometers. The 2 did need to teleport, as 5 kilometers was a short distance for a martial artist. They took less than 3 minutes to cover that distance. Concurrently, Vine Demon and his team of mutants were hiding in the forest packed with trees. They felt truly safe from the martial artists since they knew that they had no access to tracking or surveillance technology. Unfortunately for them, Jiang Fei, with the help of 0541, had already had their location locked on. He had fed that information to Bai Wanli's group. There was no need to turn left and right. All they needed to do was to head straight in one direction and they would clash with the mutants. Boss! Our position has been compromised. The enemy is heading our way, cried the scout of the team, Hawkeye. When he had noticed the enemy, they were already within 1 kilometer. How many of them? Vine Demon asked. 6, wait. 8! There's 8 of them. Based on their movement speed, I think they are at least level 4, said Hawkeye. A small team. You are right. We have been compromised. They know we are here, said Vine Demon. Even though he did not know how they had detected them, it did not matter since it was more important to deal with them before they decided to relay the information back to their comrades. Who knew what would they do then? Boss, should we just call it, said a mutant named Rock. And leave the alien artifact to the martial artists? Are you kidding? Besides, there's no way any one of us could outrun a level 4 martial artist, said Vine Demon with a stern glare. Speed was one of the known fortes of martial artists. Besides a few other mutants that had speed-related abilities or could fly and teleport, there was no one amongst the mutants that could outrun a martial artist at the same power level. Vine Demon's ability was controlling plants. The best place for him to fight was in the forest with plenty of trees and plants. If they left the forest, their combat prowess would drop significantly. Knowing that escape was not an option, the mutants decided to take a stance against the martial artists. Besides, they had the terrain advantage. There might be a chance for them to defeat the enemy. Bai Wanli and the others arrived and slowed down once they were in the forest. They should be in there, somewhere, said Bai Wanli. Humph. What a cowardly place to hide. I'd say, they should just fight like men. Zhu Tianfei roared. It matters not. Let them hide, there is no way I will allow them to run. Gan Mingzhenren declared proudly as he gripped his sword, ready to slash anything that moves. I'll cover the back. Lead the way, said Ding Tianqi, following closely from behind. Do we need to follow them? Ariel asked, staying behind with Jiang Fei as the group moved into the forest. No need. Let's just wait here and enjoy the show, said Jiang Fei, smiling and leaning against a tree. He came along only to observe the fight and steal martial arts from the masters if he was fond of them. Even though he was part of the alliance, he was not entitled to protect and babysit the rest of them. If everything needed him to get his hands involved with, he would be tired or worse, annoyed. Bai Wanli's group had the advantage of numbers. In fact, they were only slightly stronger than the enemy. Besides Bai Wanli and Gan Mingzhenren being at the pinnacle stage of level 4, Ding Tianqi and Zhu Tianfei were advanced stage of level 4, and Mao Gongyu and Lu Gongzan were at the intermediate stage of level 4. The enemy had one pinnacle stage of level 4, 2 advanced stage of level 4, and 2 intermediate stage of level 4. To be fair, the martial artists could completely dominate the enemy without a single casualty. Look out! Gan Mingzhenren suddenly roared. Tree roots come out bursting from the ground, extending and accelerating towards them at high speed. HNNG, Mao Gongyu drew his sword and delivered a powerful slash. Unfortunately, he had only managed to leave a small cut on the roots. Get back! Gan Mingzhenren roared once more and drew his sword. With supersonic speed, the man danced around stationary for a split second. The roots that were extending towards them were sliced apart instantly. Mao Ganyu and Lu Gongzan were only at the intermediate stage of level 4. To them, slicing the roots was almost impossible for them, but not Gan Mingzhenren. Come out and fight like a man! Zhu Tianfei bellowed madly. A moment later, he drew out his sword and charged it with so much chi that it solidified and extended the sword for about 1 foot long. After that, he sliced towards a certain direction with everything he got. Crash! A giant tree was chopped in half. When the tree crashed to the ground hard, a humanoid wolf jumped away to safety from behind the tree. Right after he kicked off the broken tree, the werewolf disappeared in a blink of an eye. Huh! Lu Gongzan gasped as he noticed a powerful killing intent coming towards him. An arrow whistled through the forest at intense speed, towards the weakest member of the group, Lu Gongzan. Humph! Lu Gongzan grunted as he quickly tried to deflect the arrow away with his sword. The arrow was successfully deflected, but the impact force was so strong that Lu Gongzan was thrown 5 steps back. Before he could catch his breath, a root burst out from the earth and bound Lu Gongzan's ankles. Argh, unfortunately for Lu Gongzan, he was not quick enough to dodge the root. Moreover, he was not strong enough to slice off the roots that were lifting him into the air upside down, like a dangling rabbit. Shush! 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 3 arrows came whistling from afar that was coming for Lu Gongzan's head. Do not fret. I will help you, cried Mao Gongyu as he leaped into the air in front of Lu Gongzan and deflected the arrows away. Hiya! Bai Wanli roared as he stepped in to slice off the roots that were binding Lu Gongzan. I can tell that there are an archer and a plant-controlling user nearby. So it seems that we have stepped into their playground. We need to be careful, said Bai Wanli as everyone stayed close to one another. Even without modern technology, they were still able to feel the enemy's presence and comprehend the situation very quickly. This is getting interesting. Jiang Fei snickered. With 0541's proximity radar, he was able to detect the enemy better than Bai Wanli and the rest. Once locked, no one could run away from 0541. Of the 5 mutants, only 2 had decided to attack. The one using the roots to bind Lu Gongzan was Vine Demon and the shooter was Hawkeye. Even though he was at the advanced stage of level 4, his mutant abilities were observation and scouting. His battle capabilities were extremely limited. So much so that his arrows were unable to truly be a threat to even the intermediate level 4 fighters like Mao Gongyu and Lu Gongzan. The real fight is about to start, cried Ariel. Chapter 836, Fury Unleashed. The fight had barely started and Lu Gongzan had already gotten attacked. Everyone started to worry when Gan Mingxiren had decided to do something drastic. Brother Bai, I need your help. Please cover me while I try something to catch these flies, said Gan Mingxiren as he held his sword close and cupped the hilt of his sword with his palms. Leave it to me, said Bai Wanli, standing in front of Gan Mingxiren. The rest of the group surrounded Gan Mingxiren in all directions, watching out for incoming attacks. Hawkeye noticed the sudden change of formation and sensed something was amiss. Without hesitation, he drew out as many arrows and fired them all to disrupt the man in the center of the formation. Vine Demon also tried to do the same by unleashing as many vines and roots towards them. Harg! Bai Wanli grunted as he swung his sword fast, unleashing chi force in the form of a sword blast. All the arrows and roots that came towards him were disintegrated. Besides Bai Wanli, the rest of the group did their best as well, trying to catch any arrows of roots that managed to get past Bai Wanli. This continued on for 2 minutes, but Gan Mingxiren was done charging his sword. He had manifested so much chi into his sword and arm that his face glowed red. His arms were flowing with so much power that his arm muscle bulged up as if they were about to explode. Duck! Gan Mingxiren roared deafeningly. Everyone got down to their feet immediately, making way for Gan Mingxiren to unleash all his powers. Take this! Gan Mingxiren got into a slashing stance and swung his sword so fast that it created a small sonic boom as he did. The chi in his arms were channeled into the sword that was already saturated with chi. The excess power extended the sword for several feet long before exploding into a powerful compressed wind slice. The compressed wind expanded immediately as it left, and it grew, even more, the further it went. It was only a few inches thick at first, but it took less than a second before it became several feet thick. It did not stop there. The sword slice continued to expand and mow down everything that was on its way. The difference in wind pressure around the sword slice was so intense that anything that was above it or below was pulled towards it as if they were dragged along with it. Trees, rocks, leaves, basically everything in the forest was mowed down. What was once a small forest was now barren land. A few people were seen jumping away to safety before the devastating sword slice could reach them. Although they were all unharmed, they had just lost the advantage. Their terrain advantage was literally stripped away from them. As expected of the Great Elder. Your powers had only grown so much since the last time I've met you, said Bai Wanli, drawing in a deep breath. Brother Bai's praises is but not worth for me, said Gan Mingxiren as he panted like a tired dog. The man had unleashed so much power in a split second. The burden on his body was immense, but it was nothing he could not handle. In fact, it was a worthwhile trade since the mutants could not hide anymore. Nowhere to hide now, little flies. Zhu Tianfei roared as he charged towards the mutants with his sword. Roar! Rock roared deafeningly as he manifested his powers. The man was huge in his normal form, but when he activated his power, he grew into a large rocky, golem-like being. He too charged towards Zhu Tianfei. Flame on! Cried a mutant named Fire Sprout and unleashed a blast of fire, shaped like a dragon towards Ding Tianqi. Petty tricks aren't going to save you. Ding Tianqi snorted. He then drew out his sword and put out the flame with a simple chi-charged sword slash. Fire Sprout was only a beginner stage of level 4 mutant. His fire-based attacks might be huge, but it was nothing to Ding Tianqi as he was 2 tiers stronger than he. Die! Ding Tianqi roared as he jumped through the dying flames and towards Fire Sprout. However, before he could get close to him, a wall of vines came out of the ground to stop him. Even though the forest was destroyed, the tree roots that lie deep underground were still able to act as Vine Demon's weapons. During this moment, Bai Wanli was fighting with Rock. The mutant's power level was advanced stage of level 4. Even so, through bioenhancement, he had gained superior defense capability that not even Bai Wanli was able to break through his thick rock layers. How persistent! Bai Wanli was annoyed. After several failed attempts to break past the mutant's shell, he delivered a powerful kick that sent him falling down. Once the huge mutant was grounded, Bai Wanli slipped past him and headed to the other mutants. FSSH. A sudden shadow appeared right behind Gan Mingzhenren. He took out a short dagger and thrust it towards Gan Mingzhenren's back, where the heart was. Gan Mingzhenren had only just used a lot of his qi, which did a toll on his body. While he was recovering, movements would become inconvenient for him. However, the one that flashed behind him was only a beginner stage of level 4 mutant. It was an attack that Gan Mingzhenren could react in time and not cost him too much energy. Mutants, unlike martial artists, had a different manifestation of their power level. A level 3 martial artist would have an all-rounder capability that would evenly match another level 3 fighter. Although they might have a few differences in martial skills, never in terms of strength. Mutants, on the other hand, obtained their power by birth. Their abilities would give them a certain edge in a certain way. However, only in a certain aspect. Not all, like martial artists. Take Hawkeye and the man that had teleported behind Gan Mingzhenren. Although they had dominance in their ability aspect and had the powers of a level 4, all of their other aspects were only on par with a normal human. Hawkeye's arrow contained little extra power, but it was only so much that it cannot even hurt an intermediate stage of level 4 fighter like Mao Gongyu. The teleporter, although he could appear behind an enemy unnoticed, his strength was limited to his own training. The extra power that he could imbue into his dagger was extremely limited, unlike how Gan Mingzhenren did to his sword. When Gan Mingzhenren noticed he was about to be attacked by a weaker mutant, all he had to do was to manifest a layer of qi in his back. Not only the dagger would fail to pierce through the barrier of qi, but the attack would also rebound back to him. As a result, the man was thrown back several feet away and sustained internal injuries. Time to die! Gan Mingzhenren roared as he swung his qi-charged sword to behead the mutant. Look out! Vine Demon cried out helplessly. Although teleporting was a powerful skill if used correctly, it was non-infallible. Unfortunately for the mutant, he could only teleport once every few seconds. Splat! Gan Mingzhenren picked up the severed head of the teleporting mutant and kicked it towards the others. Bastard! Hawkeye roared. The man that was just been killed and humiliated was his own little brother. A stream of arrows was unleashed, all whistling towards Gan Mingzhenren at high speed, albeit not supersonic. Such an attack was seen as a snowball being thrown by a 4-year-old kid. Like his fallen brother, Hawkeye's ability manifested powerfully in their own manner. Their true combat ability, however, was only subpar. Before being enhanced, Hawkeye and his brother were working as a support. They were never sent into the battlefield as their fighting capabilities were not suitable for fights. Although bioenhancement had granted them a limited boost in their fighting capabilities, they were still miles away from being on the same level as a battle-hardened martial artist. Ding! 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 Crack! Gan Mingzhenren closed his eyes and deflected all the incoming arrows to him nonchalantly. He had even managed to catch the last arrow with his index finger and middle finger before snapping it in half. Jiang Fei, who was observing the battle from afar, scoffed at the display of pure arrogance. However, his overconfidence was justified since the remaining mutants could never hope to defeat all 6 martial artists. Chapter 837, I Want One. Gra! Die! Zhu Tianfei roared right after Gan Mingzhenren had killed the teleporting mutant. The sect leader of the Xiankong Island sect manifested so much qi into his sword that it forms a 3 feet long extension. He kicked off the ground and accelerated towards Fire Sprout, slashing his sword towards his neck. Get out of the way, cried Rock as he helped Fire Sprout and take the hit for himself. Pang! Sparks burst out like fireworks when Zhu Tianfei's blade hits the rocky surface of Rock. Although it was unable to penetrate the thick layer of protection, the impact force of the blade was still able to deal a certain amount of damage, causing Rock to vomit a small amount of blood. Zhu Tianfei might be 1 tier weaker than Bai Wanli, but the difference in their art of fighting differed greatly from each other. Sword art prioritized skill and technique while blade art prioritized strength. Bai Wanli's thin sword might not be able to do anything to Rock, but Zhu Tianfei's thick blade was able to do more than just causing flesh wound. To put in comparison, Bai Wanli was like a surgeon. His sword would be able to slice his enemy with precision, whereas Zhu Tianfei's blade was like a butcher's knife, chopping down his enemies with brute strength. Oh! You want to protect your teammate? Sure. Take this then. Zhu Tianfei roared and slashed his heavy blade towards the same place he had struck earlier in the middle of Rock's chest. Pang! Countless bright sparks burst out once more. Although Rock did not sustain any flesh wound or vomited blood, the Rocky mutant was seen struggling to even stand up properly. Blood oozed out of his nose and eyes. From the looks of it, Zhu Tianfei might not be able to cause any physical damage, but he was able to inflict massive internal damage. Pang! 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 Zhu Tianfei did not stop. Like a maddened blacksmith, Zhu Tianfei continued to smash his blade against the Rocky mutant. Sparks filled the night scenery. Rock was not able to hold out much longer. Eventually, the layer of thick rocks fell off like flakes of paint, revealing the tender flesh. I shall deliver you a swift death. Zhu Tianfei bellowed before he swung his sword, intending to kill off the annoying mutant. Damn it! Vine Demon cried out as he activated his ability to summon vines from the ground to stop Zhu Tianfei. Naturally, the other fighters were not going to let him do what he wants. Bai Wanli came in a flash and thrust his sword towards Vine Demon's throat. If Vine Demon wanted to live, he would need to give up on Rock and protect himself. Arg! Vine Demon cried in horror and cancelled his ability to instead protect himself. When the vines were gone, Zhu Tianfei's blade was able to connect thoroughly, chopping off Rock's head clean like a hot knife through butter. Jiang Fei smirked as the mutants were killed off one by one. The worthless battle was about to come to an end. If the mutants were careful since the beginning, they might actually survive the fight by choosing to escape. Right then, it was 6 martial artists against 3 mutants. At this point, escaping would be hard or almost impossible. 0541. Did you see that big move the old man used with his sword? I want one too, said Jiang Fei. Since the battle had reached its peak, there was no need to pay attention to them fighting anymore. Instead, he focused on another aspect, which was one of his goals in this battle. The first reason he had come along was to make sure that none of the martial artists die, and the second was to learn their martial skills. Big move? Judging from efficiency of power to destructive ratio, that skill is too weak to even be useful in a fight, said 0541, trashing on the martial skill that Gan Mingzhenren had used, the one that required him to charge it for 2 minutes before he could clear out the entire forest. What the F*** CK? Weak? If that's weak, what am I, since I do not have any big moves like that, said Jiang Fei. Captain, there is no need for you to have a skill with such a large area of effect. Any skill that deals damage over a large area would not be powerful enough to kill anyone. In fact, it would be a waste of energy, said 0541, advising Jiang Fei against learning such a skill. From 0541's perspective, conservation of energy was the best way to win a fight. I think it's very useful against many enemies. Or even against those that could be invisible to the eye, said Jiang Fei. There was one other reason why he really wanted to learn such a technique. It all came down to his immature way of thinking, because it's cool. Very well, since you insisted. I will craft a martial skill that is based on Gan Mingzhenren's energy charging technique, said 0541. No matter how much 0541 could advise, in the end, it was only a support system that would have to listen and obey the captain's order. Thank you very much. Jiang Fei cried, smiling from ear to ear. To be fair, coolness aside, the skill was quite useful. On one hand, if he used the skill right in the face of an advanced stage of a level 4 metahuman, he or she might not even sustain heavy damage. On the other hand, even if it was not at point-blank range, the skill would be extremely useful and possibly lethal against level 3 or weaker enemies. In conclusion, such a skill with a huge area of effect was meant to deal with weaker opponents. Using it against enemies that were as strong or stronger than him would be tantamount to suicide. 0541 went quiet as it started its process. Jiang Fei was fine by it since when 0541 is done, it would immediately imprint the skill directly into his mind. The conversation between Jiang Fei and 0541 was only very short. In that amount of time, the battlefield had went through a massive change. Besides Vine Demon, the rest of the mutants were defeated, leaving him alone. Not long ago, Ganming Jimren had recovered his breath and was able to return into the fight. Facing this powerful level 4 pinnacle stage martial artist, Fire Sprout was unable to do anything to block his attacks. Even with a shield made of high-intensity heat, Ganming Zenren's attack went through it as if it was made of thin paper. With a quick, unseen slice, Fire Sprout lost his head and fell dead on the ground. Hawkeye, a scouting-type mutant, was no match for Zhu Tianfei, Mao Gongyu, and Lu Gongzhen's combo attacks. At one point, he made a stupid careless mistake which made him lose his footing. Once he had lost his stance, Zhu Tianfei came in like a storm and sliced off his right arm, followed by a slice by Lu Gongzhen, causing him to lose his entire left leg. Unable to fight or move, Hawkeye closed his eyes while Mao Gongyu unsheathed his sword and punctured his heart. Vine Demon was the only one left on the battlefield. When he was unable to hold back even by Wanli alone, he could never hold back all 6 martial artists together. Even when he was able to make use of all the hidden roots that were scattered everywhere underground, he was still too weak against the martial artists. Alas, when all 6 jumped in, Vine Demon could only block off a few attacks before getting his head sliced off his neck by Wanli, who came in from his blind spot. "Let's go," said Jiang Fei as soon as Vine Demon's head dropped to the ground. "All right," Ariel hummed cheerfully and vanished without a trace with Jiang Fei. Not caring about how Wanli and the rest clean up the battlefield, Jiang Fei and Ariel returned to the small canyon, near but hidden away from the rest of the martial artists. When he had made sure there were no one around to eavesdrop, Jiang Fei called Han Tianyu. Qin Tian had Han Tianyu removed from his cells to answer the call. "Brother Yu." Jiang Fei purposely sounded desperate. "Please have the reinforcements come in right now. You need to do it fast. What's going on?" Han Tianyu cried. Like Jiang Fei, he purposely sounded like he was in panic. It was part of the plan to fool the others. Chapter 838, Success. "We have found an alien structure. We are currently fighting against the mutants," cried Jiang Fei panicky. "Huh." When Jiang Fei mentioned about the alien structure, he could hear the loud gasp of Qin Tian. "Who's there with you?" Jiang Fei asked even though he knew who it was. "No one important." "How are you coping?" Han Tianyu tried to cover Qin Tian. "We have only just defeated a group of scouts. The problem is, our location has been compromised. There's no doubt that the mutants are coming for the alien structure. For now, we will defend it, but if the reinforcements are too late, we will have to give up the structure and make a run for it," said Jiang Fei blatantly. "Can't you hold on any longer?" "No. We are all tired and injured. Did you know that we are being bombarded by the Americans? Tonight's the limit. After tonight, we will all be dead. I have to say, the Martial Artist Alliance has no use for the alien structure. If we do not receive reinforcements, we will leave it to the mutants. There's no point in defending something that we cannot use," cried Jiang Fei, pretending to be desperate. "Very well. I will try my best. But I cannot guarantee anything," said Han Tianyu before hanging up the call. "You heard him," said Han Tianyu, suggestively before glaring at Qin Tian. Loud and clear. "I have no use for you. Guards, please send him back to his cell." Qin Tian roared. As soon as Han Tianyu was sent away, Qin Tian smirked. "You can have that smug for as long as you want. When this is over, you will be of no use to us. That will be the day that you will be begging for your life," said Qin Tian to himself. Even though he was confident about controlling Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu, he was extremely worried about the news that Jiang Fei had just informed. If the martial artists surrendered the biolab to the mutants, they would be able to perfect their bioenhancement technology to further strengthen themselves. In the future, the threat of mutants coming to invade China would be a huge problem for him. I need to make sure that the news is true, said Qin Tian. Even though he knew that it was important, he did not rush to send out reinforcements. The military had always treated the martial artists as a hostile entity, hence their words cannot be trusted. Contact our men in the sea, have them send the fighters to confirm the news, said Qin Tian. Yes, sir, the men in the sea were the regular military naval forces that were in the middle of the South China Sea. On one of the aircraft carriers, there were 3 alien aircraft that Han Tianyu had made modifications before. The other alien aircraft that were fitted with energy crystals were not under Qin Tian's authority to sortie, only those that were modified with nuclear power battery packs could be ordered to sortie. With the untraceable alien stealth technology, the alien aircraft flew across the sea and into Japan airspace without detection. In just 1 hour, the aircraft returned with high-resolution images of where the alien structure was reported, without the need to even zoom in. Qin Tian could see a silver-white structure that was being surrounded by martial artists. Oh no! Qin Tian gasped. Jiang Fei was right. There was no way that martial artists could fabricate such a thing into existence. They did not possess any means of technology to produce the material to make the alien structure. Not only that, even if they did create a fake one, they did not possess the means to transport such an object into Japan. The only explanation to it was they had discovered the alien artifact that the Japanese had tried to hide away and mistakenly removed the camouflage device that was hiding it away from the outside world. Right now, everyone in the world knew about the biolab. If China could find it, the Americans with their spy satellites could. It would be soon before the mutants get to the martial artists. Contact General Han. Qin Tian roared. Although his instinct was to send in reinforcements immediately, it was a decision that he was not authorized to make. Is it true? Said Han Yao. Yes, sir. I have sent in a bird and retrieved these images. The boy is right, said Qin Tian. This is getting out of hand. Do what you must, said Han Yao. But the second batch of androids isn't here yet. Qin Tian cried. The second batch of android would only arrive in 24 hours' time. Don't mind the second, we need to send in whatever we have right now, said Han Yao angrily. Very well then, Qin Tian muttered to himself, head hung from his neck, defeated. Send in the reinforcements. When the second batch of androids arrive tomorrow, prep them immediately and send them in also. We cannot allow the mutants to have the alien artifact. If anything goes south, have the naval fleet ready their missiles to destroy the alien artifact. That is the last resort if the martial artists are all defeated, said Han Yao. Yes, sir. Qin Tian ended the call with a hand salute. Although they had not invested any research into bioenhancement, the military had very little interest in the alien artifact. They had already invested a large amount of work into developing androids. Furthermore, there were not many mutants in China that could benefit from bioenhancement to begin with. Hence, even if they got their hands on the biolab, they would not be able to fully exploit it. Not as much as the mutants could. Hence, in all fairness, they cannot allow the mutants to have it, even if it meant destroying it. In the far end of the world, the Americans had great interests in acquiring the alien artifact. They wanted it so bad that they would even hesitate to destroy it if China had gotten their hands on it. As long as it was not destroyed, they could still infiltrate China and take it back from them. The need for the biolab was crucial to further their research on bioenhancement technology. Bring Han Tianyu here. Qin Tian commanded. The androids went to his cell and dragged Han Tianyu to the commander's room. Have you made your decision? I haven't got all day, said Han Tianyu, smugly smiling. Smile all you want. You don't have much time left to live anyway, Qin Tian scoffed and handed over the communicator. Call Jiang Fei and tell him that we will send the first batch of reinforcements tonight. The second batch of reinforcements will arrive by tomorrow afternoon or evening. Tell them to hold the fort until then. Sigh, you should have done that much much earlier, said Han Tianyu nonchalantly as he picked up the communicator and called Jiang Fei. Brother Yu? Please give me some good news. Jiang Fei cried, faking desperation to the maximum. The military had agreed to send in reinforcements. They will arrive tonight and another one tomorrow afternoon or evening. Do your best and hold on, said Han Tianyu. Thank you. Thank you very much. You've just saved my skin here, cried Jiang Fei with an exaggerated happy tone. From the looks of it, his plan was a success. Chapter 839, The Appearance of the Zhanle Clan. Jiang Fei held back the urge to cheer loudly after his plan succeeded. Now that all the pieces were in place, the next step of the plan was to wait until the androids arrived. Until then, Jiang Fei could relax. On the other hand, Qin Tian was busy preparing the reinforcements. Take him away, please, said Qin Tian with a wave of his hands. The androids then escorted Han Tianyu back to his cell. You would be wise to remember the face of your real enemy. The man that you had wronged. Han Tianyu muttered to himself once he was tossed back into his cell. The plan was a success and there was nothing to worry about if everything went well. Contact Z7 Special Assault Team and have them to stand by at the submarine bay. Qin Tian ordered his men. Sir, yes, sir, cried the officers that were in the room, before scurrying off to do their duties. All 700 Supreme Android soldiers were gathered. The Special Assault Team had more members than what 0541 had detected when they were in the base. Voice key input, said the leader of the androids when Qin Tian approached it. Hashtag. Qin Tian took out a small, red leather-bound notebook and read out a series of numbers and alphabets. Voice key confirmed, said the android before fully activating. As soon as the leader was activated, it turned around and sent a signal to activate the rest of the android soldiers. A buzzing electronic noise was heard before the entire formation blinked with red lights. Their eyes glowed brightly for a moment before dimming down. Attention Z7 Special Assault Team. This is your order. You are now heading into Japan to retrieve an important asset. You will face enemies with powerful abilities. Your task is to prioritize the protection of the said asset and hold the ground until the second wave of reinforcements arrive. You are granted permission to target the enemies and disable them with extreme prejudice. However, in any given situation that you deem unable to protect said asset, you are given full authority to destroy the asset. You will not allow the enemies to take the asset away, said Qin Tian to the team leader. Command received, said the android. Once the command was transmitted to the other androids, the red glow in their eyes dimmed out, turning into eyes that looked exactly like any other human. You may commence the mission right away, said Qin Tian before heading back to the command center. The androids headed out in an orderly fashion and boarded the same submarine that Jiang Fei and the others did while moving to Japan. The sun was only about to set when all the androids boarded the submarine. Jiang Fei stashed away the communicator and headed back to regroup with Bai Wanli and the others. Sect Leader Bai, tonight is the night. The reinforcements are already on their way here and they will arrive before midnight. However, there might be a battle before reinforcements arrive and we have to endure everything the enemy is giving us until then, said Jiang Fei. I understand. They have done the best they could. You don't have to worry about us. We, martial artists, do not fear death, said Bai Wanli. They cannot deny that they were disappointed about not having the reinforcements to be their cannon fodders, but their principles would not allow them to back down from a fair fight. When the sun was completely out of sight, Jiang Fei sat together with the other martial artists. 0541 pestered him to enter the game, but Jiang Fei had refused to do so since there might be a battle with the mutants soon. There was no way he had the heart to leave the other martial artists to fend for themselves. It was about 8 p.m. when 0541 suddenly reported in. Captain. Incoming subjects detected. Where? Jiang Fei asked as he stood up to his feet casually to not raise any suspicion. Are they the mutants? Reinforcements shouldn't be arriving so soon, it's not a mutant. I have analyzed their power levels and determined that they are all martial artists, said 0541. That's odd. Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow. There should not be any other martial artists besides the Soaring Cloud sect. To be honest, he would not want to have Yi Tianshun and Ma Xiantong to be part of his group. I have detected 11 of them. When 0541 gave a more detailed report, Jiang Fei and the rest of the martial artists could then hear them coming. It was the sound made when their clothes were brushing against tall grass and tree branches. Who goes there? Bai Wanli roared, ready to fight. Let's go! Jiang Fei took the lead and charged in. The rest of the martial artists followed closely from behind. Who are you, people? Jiang Fei roared as he got into a fighting stance while Bai Wanli and the other sect leaders merely stood relaxed. Old Bei, said Bai Wanli as he recognized one of the martial artists. Are they one of us? Jiang Fei asked. They are the Zhanle clan. So, they are still alive, cried Granny Jinghua surprised. How delightful it is to see a friendly face, said Old Bei happily. Jiang Fei immediately sensed something was odd when Old Bei was greeting Bai Wanli. It almost seemed that Old Bei was not surprised to see Bai Wanli. Where have you been? Cried Bai Wanli as he dropped his guard and greeted Old Bei. It's embarrassing. We have lost our way and have been circling these mountains for several days, cried the elder. You must be lucky, said Zhu Tianfei. His tone suggested disgruntlement. Zhanle clan was known to be weaker than the other sections. It would take more than just luck for them to survive that long. Let's us all head back first. You boys look like you could use a good rest, said Granny Jinghua. Out of the 11 fighters, only Old Bei a level 4 fighter. Even so, to prepare for the upcoming battle, having 1 or 2 extra hands would be helpful. While everyone was relaxed, Jiang Fei had a nervous tick. Something is not right. Zhanle clan started out with over 20 people. It would not be weird if more than half were killed, or even all of them. How is it that they were all almost unharmed, said Jiang Fei to himself. 0541, skin the people of the Zhanle clan. Especially the man called Old Bei, said Jiang Fei. Captain, I have detected electrical devices in all members of the Zhanle clan. Even on Old Bei, said 0541 instantly. Humph. I knew it, said Jiang Fei under his breath. It was extremely odd that the Zhanle clan could survive on their own for so long. It was obvious that they had surrendered to the mutants and betrayed China. When Jiang Fei had obtained information from Han Tianyu about the position of each sect in Japan, he knew that there was a group of mutants heading towards where Zhanle clan was. After that, there was no contact from them until now. Everyone, including Jiang Fei, had thought that they were all killed. Now, from the looks of it, it seemed that these guys had surrendered to the mutants and the rest of them were killed or taken as hostages. Are you going to expose them? Ariel whispered. These men were all mediocre. If Jiang Fei wanted to expose them all, he would be able to subdue all of them alone. No need to do so. I want to confirm this first, said Jiang Fei. Even though he was angry in the bones, he could not just simply execute someone for doing something they were being forced to. There might be something at play and Jiang Fei intended to dig it out. Elder Bei, have you encountered any mutants? Jiang Fei stepped in and asked. How could we not, said Old Bei with a heavy sigh. Jiang Fei was thrown. Was he going to reveal everything then? We want to know everything. Please, tell us, said Bai Wanli. It was extremely odd that the Zhanle clan could survive this long. They had even arrived at the group without any lethal injuries. Chapter 840, Entrapment. We originally lost our way in the mountains, but it was fine because we didn't encounter any enemies. However, when we got out of the mountains yesterday, we encountered a small group of mutants. Old Bei started to describe what happened with the mutants to Bai Wanli and the others. He shared the story of how they lost many people in the fight but still managed to win in the end, preventing the sect from being completely destroyed. He's lying, Ariel said in Jiang Fei's heart. As she had strong soul energy, she could easily see through Old Bai's lies. Sigh, the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Jiang Fei sighed. If Old Bei was willing to tell them the truth, Jiang Fei would not make things hard for him. However, up until now, he was still lying. It seemed like he had decided to stand with the mutants completely. Do we expose him? Ariel asked again. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. He was about to expose Old Bei, but he suddenly changed his mind. He had a new idea. Forget it, let this guy live for a little while more. He could still be of some use. Jiang Fei said to Ariel in his heart. Are you going to use him as a double-sided spy? Ariel was very smart. She just never showed it in front of Jiang Fei. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. Since Old Bei now worked for the mutants and had a listening device attached to him, the mutants had definitely sent him there so that they could find out what the martial artists were planning to do. Now, Jiang Fei could entrap the mutants by using Old Bei to pass them information. You guys talk. I'll go and find out when the reinforcements will arrive. Jiang Fei said to Bai Wanli before turning around and leaving. He did not lower his voice at all, so that Old Bei and the listening device could catch it. What? Reinforcements? We still have reinforcements? The traitor Old Bei was really quite diligent. After hearing the word reinforcements, he immediately inquired for his new master. Yeah, our reinforcements will soon arrive at the battlefield. Zhu Tianfei was not very sharp, so he was not suspicious of Old Bei at all. As soon as Old Bei asked, he answered. All right. Old Bei, you guys went through a lot to come all the way here. Go get some rest. Bai Wanli was different from Zhu Tianfei. He was smart and observant. He had doubts about Old Bai's sudden return, so he immediately changed the topic. Okay. We're really tired, but if the enemy comes, inform me immediately. Even though I'm not as strong as you guys are, I'm willing to do my part for the Alliance. Old Bei did not insist on staying as he feared that they would be discovered. Old Bei is so damn lucky. He actually managed to come out of that alive. Zhu Tianfei laughed. He did not think much about Bai Wanli's sudden termination of the topic. He also did not doubt Old Bai's words. Jiang Fei left the group of martial artist leaders and found a secluded place. Then, he began to contact Han Tianyu. Very quickly, the connection was established. Brother Yu, can you ask the military where our reinforcements will be landing? Jiang Fei went straight to the point. Why are you asking? Han Tianyu glanced at Qin Tian and realized that Qin Tian had written 2 words on a piece of paper. The reason. I need to design a battlefield. If I know where the reinforcements are landing, I can plan some space for them to enter the battlefield, so they won't hurt our own people. Jiang Fei quickly came up with something. Oh! Give me a moment. After Jiang Fei gave his reason, Han Tianyu looked at Qin Tian. After Qin Tian pondered for a moment, he wrote the coordinates on a piece of paper. Oh! They're landing at XXX. They're expected to arrive in 6 hours. Han Tianyu shared the information with Jiang Fei. Okay, got it. After Jiang Fei got the information that he wanted, he ended the communication. After cutting off communications, Jiang Fei went back to Bai Wanli and others. Leader Bai, call all the sect leaders. Let's have a meeting. Jiang Fei laughed and said. Let's not call Old Bei. Something doesn't feel right about him. Bai Wanli frowned. I don't think so, he looks pretty normal. Zhu Tianfei still did not suspect anything about Old Bei. I don't feel too good about him too. Ganyang Zenrin's brows furrowed. Let's not jump to conclusions. We're all members of the Martial Arts Alliance. How can we not even have this basic trust in each other? Jiang Fei certainly could not let these sect leaders exclude Old Bei. If Old Bei did not attend the meeting, who was he going to act for? Sigh. Okay. If you insist, well, let him come over, Bai Wanli sighed. After all, Jiang Fei was now the leader. Without Jiang Fei, they would not be able to contact the military. Moreover, the advanced level 4 girls around Jiang Fei were also a considerable force in the entire martial artists' army. Therefore, no matter from which aspect, Jiang Fei's opinions had to be respected. Even if Bai Wanli and others were suspicious of Old Bei, they could only pay more attention to him instead of going against Jiang Fei's wishes in front of everyone else. Soon, the sect leaders gathered. Although there were only 500 or 600 martial artists in total, there were quite a number of small and big leaders. There were actually 20 or 30 leaders altogether. All right. I called everyone here because there's something I want to tell you guys. Our reinforcements have already set off. They will land southwest from us. They're expected to arrive at the battlefield in 4 hours. That means we just have to get through another half of the night, then the mutants will not be a problem anymore. Jiang Fei said with a smile. About where the reinforcements were landing, he deliberately changed the direction to make it a little off from the real location. He also brought the arrival time forward by 2 hours. Great! When the reinforcements arrive, well, immediately fight those B** starts, yes. Those mutants have been walking all over us recently. It's time to settle things with them once and for all. As soon as Jiang Fei finished talking, the sect leaders became excited. All of them had been attacked by the mutants before. The American fleet's missiles made them run around like stray dogs. They found this to be extremely shameful. Are our reinforcements really arriving so quickly? Old Bei could not stop himself. He started trying to get more information again. I can confirm that the information is accurate, Jiang Fei said with great certainty. Oh! That's really, really great. As Old Bei asked a question, everyone focused their attention on him. That made him nervous because he had a guilty conscience. Well, get ready, everyone. We'll have a decisive battle with the mutants tonight. Jiang Fei had achieved his goal, so naturally, he was not interested in talking to the sect leaders anymore. Chapter 841, Landing Reinforcements. When Jiang Fei ended the sudden meeting, things became chaotic on the mutant side. Are the Chinese people really planning to make their military fight us? They'll die if they come anyway, exactly. What can a group of ordinary people do? Most of the mutants were not too bothered about the martial artists' reinforcements. From the information they had obtained through the listening device, Jiang Fei clearly did not mention who the reinforcements were. However, as Old Bei had betrayed the martial artists, the mutants and the American fleet were clear that the martial artists' reinforcements came from the military. We still have to be careful. Desser frowned. In normal circumstances, if an army of ordinary people confronted the metahumans, it would be equivalent to suicide. Even if the soldiers came into the battlefield in a tank, they were no match for their high-level metahuman opponents. Sturdy armor had amazing defense against conventional weapons. However, these soldiers were fighting against metahumans. Both the abilities of mutants or the swords of martial artists could easily tear through these steel behemoths. On the contrary, ordinary bullets could not hit agile metahumans and could even be intercepted. This was especially with regards to mutants who could make their skin rock hard or those that could temper themselves externally. The rock and metal covering their bodies were strengthened by their superpowers. They could even block missiles, let alone normal gunpowder weapons. In that case, even though the American fleet had continuously harassed the Chinese martial artists with missiles, very little damage was actually dealt to the martial artists. The martial artists just could not get close to the fleet located in the middle of the ocean. If they could, the fleet would sink as soon as they attacked it. If the ordinary human soldiers that used science and technology as their means of attack wanted to fight against the metahumans, their only advantage was the power of nature. One was the sky, the other was the ocean. These were the only safe places, as the metahumans could not easily reach these places. Only in such a position, they could harass the metahumans with peace of mind. The fragile bodies of ordinary humans could hardly resist the attacks of metahumans. Precisely because of this, Desser was very hesitant. The Chinese military had actively sent reinforcements to support the battle between metahumans. Unless the Chinese military had gone crazy, the only explanation was that they had the power to kill metahumans. We can't ignore this. Desser decided after pondering for a moment. Sir, do we start attacking the martial artists now? An advanced level 4 metahuman asked. No! Since we've got the information, we can't let ourselves be in the unfavorable state of being caught off guard and attacked by the enemy. We must take the initiative and get rid of the martial artists' reinforcements first. Desser said. It's a group of ordinary people. What's there to worry about? Obviously, the other mutants were not bothered about the Chinese military reinforcements. The Chinese people have an old saying, the ones who come are surely ill-intentioned. If they dare to confront us, they must have mastered some special technique. We'd better be careful. Desser shook his head. Okay. The other mutants nodded and agreed. Desser's words made sense. Even though the mutants did not believe that ordinary people could pose any threat to them, their own lives were at stake. There was no harm in being cautious. Notify the fleet and tell them to intercept the Chinese military ship. We'll also set off now to intercept the reinforcements on their way here. Desser issued an order. Yes, sir. The mutants nodded and immediately changed the direction they were marching in. The team was no longer going towards Jiang Fei and the others. Instead, they were going to intercept the Chinese reinforcements. At the same time, Robert received Desser's order. He sent 3 submarines, 2 destroyers, and 5 anti-submarine aircrafts to search for the Chinese military ship near the landing area in an attempt to sink the ship before the reinforcements land. However, when Jiang Fei shared the coordinates, he gave the wrong coordinates on purpose. The coordinates he mentioned were only a few tens of kilometers off of the actual landing area. However, it enlarged and became hundreds of kilometers when they spread it to the ocean area. So, the American fleet's interception was destined to be a futile attempt. Moreover, Jiang Fei had brought the landing time forward. So, while the American fleet was searching wildly, the submarines on the Chinese military side had just set off. The American fleet had searched the sea area for a long time, but they got nothing. Only when the anti-submarine aircrafts were almost out of fuel and were set to return to base, the Chinese submarine arrived. Precisely because of these errors, the American fleet's search ended up with nothing. Although the destroyers and submarines were still there, the anti-submarine aircrafts had returned to refuel. So, under the guidance of Planet Namek's fighter jet which had the super radar, the Chinese submarine magnificently arrived near the coast of Japan. As the reinforcements were supreme android soldiers this time, the submarine did not go up at all. These soldiers were sent out directly from the photon torpedo tube. Several human-sized photons shot directly towards Japan's coast. After landing, the supreme android soldiers used the internal communicators located in their brains to quickly contact the military and inform that they have completed assembling. Landing complete. Requesting for the next order. The leader sent a signal to the command tower far away in China. Rush to the target area and reinforce immediately. Qin Tian commanded. The order has been accepted. A red light flashed through the eyes of the leader's supreme android soldier. Then, it led its team and quietly set off. In the darkness of the night, these supreme android soldiers were like ghosts. They did not attract anyone's attention. Even though many American reconnaissance planes were flying in the sky, their infrared night vision technology could not discover these supreme android soldiers. If it was a team of ordinary people or even martial artists, even though the darkness of the night could provide protection, they were still living creatures. Their bodies would dissipate heat and they would not be able to escape the search of the reconnaissance planes at all. However, these reinforcements were all robots. Their cold bodies did not have a trace of heat. In the dark, they were transparent to the reconnaissance planes in the sky. Although these supreme android soldiers could pass through the reconnaissance planes in the sky undetected, their footsteps could still be heard by mutant scouts with special abilities. Sir Desser. Some people are approaching us, there's about 700 of them. Their footsteps sound very heavy, they should be carrying heavy equipment. The mutant named Bat had hearing powers that were far superior than an ordinary human being. He could not only hear sound waves that were way more subtle, but also catch valuable information from these sound waves. Location: Desser was shocked. 30 kilometers west. It's about 40 kilometers away from the landing location mentioned in the information we received. Bat replied. They probably changed the landing location in order to avoid Robert's fleet. Desser nodded. After all, it was not too far away from the landing location mentioned in the information provided. This was understandable. Chapter 842, Turn of the Tides, Let's surround and kill them. Desser ordered. He was leading a team of more than 4,000 mutants. So, he was naturally very confident as they only had to fight 700 opponents. Yes, sir. After the mutants got the order, they immediately dispersed and went to surround the Supreme Android soldiers. Command Tower. Danger sensed. These Supreme Android soldiers managed to sense the danger when the mutants were less than 10 miles away from them. As these Supreme Android soldiers were technological products of planet Namek, they were equipped with thermal radars, one of the most basic equipment. So, when the mutants were close enough, their positions were all marked in the Supreme Android soldiers' built-in maps. Oh! Qin Tian saw the images the soldiers sent back. Thousands of people were surrounding these soldiers. They were definitely mutants. At this time, the Chinese martial artists were still guarding the extraterrestrial wreckage far away from that place. Moreover, there were not that many martial artists. So, when the Supreme Android soldiers sent the data back, Qin Tian immediately concluded that the human beings surrounding the soldiers were mutants. I'll give you the authorization for combat now. You're all allowed to kill any enemy that threatens any of you. Qin Tian immediately granted these robots permission. Instructions accepted. After the android soldiers received the authorization command, their eyes immediately flashed with a red light and activated their battle form. While the Supreme Android soldiers awaited their enemies, Qin Tian did not stay idle. Bring Han Tianyu over. Qin Tianyu waved his hand. Although most of the Supreme Android soldiers had been sent to the front line, there were still a few advanced android soldiers who had been assigned important tasks. They had to stay as bodyguards. Soon, Han Tianyu was brought to Qin Tian. Contact Jiang Fei for me now. I want to talk to him personally. Qin Tian ordered Han Tianyu. Oh? You don't need me to be the messenger anymore? Han Tianyu joked. Cut the nonsense. Execute the order immediately. Qin Tian's face gloomed. Okay. 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 Han Tianyu shrugged and then connected to Jiang Fei's communicator. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Jiang Fei answered. General Qin Tian wants to talk to you. Han Tianyu went straight to the point and handed the communicator to Qin Tian directly. Mr. Jiang? Qin Tian asked. Yes. Jiang Fei replied. Our reinforcements have been blocked. I need you to go and rescue them. Qin Tian said anxiously. Although the second wave of Supreme Android soldiers had not landed in Japan, the soldiers that were surrounded formed nearly half of the military's advanced combat power. If these Supreme Android soldiers were destroyed just like that, it would be over for General Qin Tian. That's difficult. We've encountered some problems here, Jiang Fei said in a bureaucratic manner. Qin Tian was getting angry. He could obviously tell that Jiang Fei was avoiding his orders intentionally. When Jiang Fei pleaded for reinforcements previously, Qin Tian responded to him just like that. Now, the tides have turned and it was Jiang Fei's turn to pass the buck. Jiang Fei! I'm ordering you guys to reinforce the soldiers immediately. Qin Tian was really anxious at this time. His original poise had already been thrown aside. General Qin, watch your words, and not your subordinate. Jiang Fei snorted. He did not like Qin Tian at all. Just by placing Han Tianyu under house arrest, Qin Tian had completely offended Jiang Fei. As the saying goes, think about the consequences of your actions. Jiang Fei had never considered Han Tianyu as a subordinate. He had always regarded the young master of the Manda group as his big brother. Qin Tian actually dared to detain Han Tianyu. Isn't he clearly offending Jiang Fei? Qin Tian was anxious now, but Jiang Fei was not anxious at all. Mr. Jiang, I know that you're blaming us for not sending reinforcements earlier. But we really have some difficulties. Seeing that Jiang Fei was not going to budge, Qin Tian had to give in. Otherwise, if Jiang Fei did not lead the martial artists into the battle as reinforcements, those supreme android warriors would be destroyed. We really have some difficulties too. Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he said to Qin Tian with a helpless tone. You know that there are a lot of mutants. They're also being supported by the American fleet. What if this is a trap? If we leave to reinforce the soldiers and the American fleet ends up transporting the extraterrestrial wreckage away, who will be responsible? Qin Tian suddenly hesitated. Indeed, he could not afford to let anything happen to the bioexperimental laboratory. It'll take responsibility over the American fleet. You guys can go and reinforce the soldiers. If anything goes wrong, it'll bear the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian made a decision. Really? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Yeah. Qin Tian confirmed again. Okay then. Well, start tidying things up. We're expected to arrive at the battlefield in 2 to 3 hours. Jiang Fei laughed and said. What? 3 hours? Are you going to collect the corpses of my army? Qin Tian raged. It's really far away. There's nothing we can do. We can only try our best. Jiang Fei said slowly. Mr. Jiang, I beg you. Please reinforce my army as soon as possible. Qin Tian was really about to cry. It was like he could see the end of his career. Sure. Well, try our best. Jiang Fei ended the communication with a smile. Ha ha ha. Younger brother Jiang, you're really mean. Zhu Tianfei smiled. Younger brother Jiang, we used to think that you were on the military's side. Seems like we were all wrong. Bai Wanli also laughed. At this time, Jiang Fei and the others were less than 10 miles away from the battlefield where the mutants and the supreme android soldiers were going to fight. However, due to 0541's shield effect, neither the mutants nor the supreme android soldiers had the slightest awareness. As for how Jiang Fei and the others appeared here, time had to be pushed back to half an hour before the supreme android soldiers landed. Jiang Fei knew the specific time of the landing of reinforcements. So, when the reinforcements were about to land and the mutants had set off, Jiang Fei gave Ariel a look. Buzz, electricity flashed through Ariel's hands. The electronic listening devices on Old Bay and the other Jean-Le clan disciples stopped functioning. Then, Jiang Fei approached Old Bay and did not say anything. He directly punched Old Bay in the middle of his back. Cough, you! Jiang Fei's surprise attack made Old Bay fly away and made him cough blood out. He stayed on the ground for a while as he was unable to move. Younger brother Jiang, what are you doing? Seeing that Jiang Fei suddenly attacked Old Bay, Zhu Tianfei was confused. Ho ho, leader Bai, can you please tie these traitors up? Jiang Fei laughed. Yes. Bai Wanli nodded, then the Snow Mountain sect disciples behind him started to act. Originally, Bai Wanli was already very suspicious of Old Bay and the others. However, Jiang Fei trusted them, so he did not say anything. Now that Jiang Fei suddenly turned his back against them, there was no need to ask. He had definitely gotten his hands on the evidence which showed that these martial artists were betraying the Alliance. Chapter 843, Resolute Killer, What's Going On? Seeing that Bai Wanli had tied up the members of the Jean-Le clan, many martial artists were confused. Search them. Jiang Fei did not explain. Instead, he directly ordered Bai Wanli and the others to search the members of the Jean-Le clan. Leader Bai, we're sorry, Jiang Fei, sir, please don't kill us. Our master forced us to do this, yes. It's none of our business. Our master forced us to do it. He said that if we don't do what he says, he'll kill us. Before Bai Wanli and the others could do anything, the members of the Zhanla clan started to beg for their lives. At this time, Old Bei looked extremely pale. He knew that it was too late to say anything. UB** actually betrayed the alliance? This time, even a simple-minded guy like Jiang Fei had figured out what was going on. Sigh. The winner takes it all. Just do it quickly. Old Bei laughed sadly, then closed his eyes and awaited his death. Younger brother Jiang, what do we do? Bai Wanli looked at Jiang Fei. They did help us a little. Make it quick for them. Jiang Fei nodded. Now that the war was going to begin, he had no time to care for any prisoners. When these guys betrayed the martial arts alliance, they should have known their destiny. Old Bei deserves to die, but those people, Grandmother Jinghua looked at the Zhanla clan members. Jiang Fei, kind sir, please have mercy on us, sir, we were really forced to do this. The Zhanla clan members immediately begged Jiang Fei loudly. You guys really don't deserve to die. But I don't have any time or energy to take care of prisoners now, so you guys will have to suffer. Jiang Fei sighed helplessly, then gestured Bai Wanli to kill them. Gasp. Seeing that Jiang Fei was so resolute, the other martial artists could not help but suck in a breath. Although they had acknowledged Jiang Fei's strength and status, they always regarded Jiang Fei as a child. However, now that they saw this decisive, ruthless side of Jiang Fei, the martial artists admitted in their hearts that they had looked down upon Jiang Fei before this. Go to hell, Jiang Fei, even if I become a ghost I won't let this go, haha. Jiang Fei, don't be so arrogant. The mutants will kill all of you very soon. It'll wait for you in hell. Seeing that Jiang Fei had issued a killing order, the members of the Zhanla clan immediately went crazy. They cursed and swore at Jiang Fei, but the clamor did not last long, because Bai Wanli and the Snow Mountain sect disciples had begun to execute them. Chop chop. More than a dozen human heads fell to the ground and blood was everywhere. Everyone, the killing of these traitors can be seen as a sacrifice so that we're blessed for our upcoming war. Now, it all depends on how you guys perform. Jiang Fei said to Bai Wanli and others. Younger brother Jiang, if you knew that these people were traitors, why did you talk about the reinforcements in front of them? Jiang Fei asked, clearly confused. Precisely because I knew that they were traitors, I could use them to let the mutants obtain some information according to my plans. Jiang Fei smiled and continued to explain. Originally, I planned for us to fight the mutants here. However, if that's the case, it is us who bear the brunt of it. The military's reinforcements would be able to take advantage of the profits. Now that I've put these traitors to good use, the mutants have gone to stop the reinforcements. We can join the battle later and fight them exactly like how we were supposed to, but we won't be the cannon fodders, I see. You smart people have really good brains. And not well suited for these things. You guys can continue to arrange everything. When it's time to fight, the Zhu team will just storm into the battle. Jiang Fei laughed and said, Okay. Time is almost up, let's go. Jiang Fei smiled at the martial artists. Younger brother Jiang, what do we do about this huge thing? Bai Wanli was referring to the empty shell of the bio-experimental laboratory. Leave it here. Jiang Fei laughed and said, Isn't this thing very important? Grandmother Jinghua asked. Even if it's important, is it of any use to us martial artists? Jiang Fei asked. No. We don't understand these science and technological things, Bai Wanli and the others shook their heads. That's right. Since it's useless to us, why should we help someone else look after it? Jiang Fei laughed. But if this thing falls into the hands of the mutants, it would be quite unfavorable to us. Ganyang Jinren said. All the mutants are in front. If we win them in this battle, they will have to send this thing back even if they manage to get away with it. Jiang Fei did not care about this bait. It looked important, but it was actually useless. You're right. If we destroy the mutants, then no one can get hold of the power contained in this thing. Bai Wanli nodded. The Japanese people had gotten their hands on bioenhancement technology before. However, when used on ordinary people, the failure rate was extremely high and the enhancement in strength was very limited. This technology was the best when used on mutants. So, as long as the martial artists killed all of the mutants, no matter which hands the bioenhancement technology fell into, it would pose no threat at all. Without hesitation, all the martial artists quickly set off. Jiang Fei left a holographic projection before leaving. From a distance, the place looked like it was still strictly guarded by the martial artists. In actuality, however, all the martial artists had left. While they marched there, Jiang Fei did not forget to make 0541 activate the barrier to cover them. More than 600 martial artists were approaching the huge mutant army quietly. At this time, however, Desser and the other mutants had no idea that Jiang Fei and the others were coming. Get ready to attack. At this time, the mutants had completely surrounded all 700 Supreme Android soldiers. Desser started to give attack orders. Boom! A fire dragon descended from the sky as the prelude of the battle. Encountered attacks. Threat level 100%. Use of energy weapons now allowed. The leader's Supreme Android soldier quickly removed the attacking restrictions. Clang. Following a subtle mechanical sound, the hands of the Supreme Android soldiers retracted, revealing two black muzzles. Rumble. After a brief 0.5-second recharge, all 700 Supreme Android soldiers were ready for battle. Each Supreme Android soldier was equipped with 2 plasma wave cannons. The power of these 2 plasma wave cannons was equivalent to the full force of a beginner level 4 powerhouse. They were extremely lethal. Boom, 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 boom. The hill where the mutants were at was chopped off by the cannons, and a large number of low-leveled mutants were killed as they could not defend themselves. Damn! Why did they have such powerful energy weapons? Originally, the mutants thought that these ordinary soldiers of the Chinese military were vulnerable. However, these Supreme Android soldiers were obviously going to give Desser an unforgettable lesson. Chapter 844, Outbreak, Damn! Schroeder! Suppress them! Desser yelled. Desser's plan was actually very good. He thought that the reinforcements made up of ordinary human soldiers had weapons capable of killing mutants. However, as ordinary human beings had extremely weak defense, as long as their surprise attack succeeded, the reinforcements would have almost no chance to fight back before they get killed instantly. However, contrary to his expectations, the Supreme Android soldiers' built-in thermal detection radars had already discovered the mutants way before this. When the mutants attacked, the Supreme Android soldiers that had obtained authorization immediately counterattacked. One had to know that the charging of the plasma wave cannons only took 0.5 seconds, while the mutants generally took more than 2 or 3 seconds to charge their energy. Due to this time difference, the attacks of the Supreme Android soldiers were executed before the mutants could launch their surprise attack. The mutants instantly suffered heavy casualties. The lethality of the plasma wave cannons was equivalent to the attacks of a beginning level 4 metahuman. How could the level 2 and 3 mutants possibly survive? After just one wave of attacks, the mutants lost 300 or 400 people. Even though these mutants were just low-level mutants, it was enough to make Desser feel distressed. Kill them! The Human Torch Schroeder snarled. Although he had a certain affection for the Chinese people because of his friendship with Jiang Fei, he could not care less now. During a war, even if Jiang Fei appeared in front of him, he was an enemy. Boom! Under Schroeder's lead, a large number of energy mutants began to attack the Supreme Android soldiers who were at the foot of the hill. Fire dragons, ice, lightning, boulders. A large number of attacks instantly hit the Supreme Android soldiers. However, as the bodies of these Supreme Android soldiers were made of Planet Namex ZTC alloy, it was very difficult to destroy. Only the attacks of level 4 metahumans or above could damage them. So, only a few dozens of soldiers were destroyed in this round of attacks. Although most of the Supreme Android soldiers were not victims of lethal attacks, the artificial skin on the surface of their bodies was vulnerable. Therefore, after being violently attacked, even though these supreme android soldiers had not been fatally injured, their steel bodies were exposed. Damn! What are these monsters? A mutant who was in charge of investigating the battlefield shouted with his eyes wide open. Hubble, what's wrong? Desser could naturally tell that something was up. Those B** stars are not humans at all. Hubble yelled, then he told Desser everything he saw. What? Androids! Desser started panicking. He was not afraid of how strong these androids were. Although they were very powerful in both attack and defense, they could not attack continuously because the plasma wave cannons had to cool down after being used. As the mutants had an absolute advantage in numbers, it was not that difficult to destroy them. After the mutants were modified with bioenhancement technology, there were many level 4 and above masters among the mutants. Therefore, although most of the attacks in the previous round did not manage to damage all the androids, the high-level mutants led by Schroeder still managed to obtain good results. At least 30 androids had been destroyed. However, the problem that worried Desser was a terrifying one. Androids were pretty much directly linked to the words mass production. No matter how strong bioenhancement technology was, it needed a lot of mutants as carriers. So, even if they obtained the extraterrestrial wreckage, the mutants could not produce and strengthen themselves endlessly. Androids, on the other hand, could be produced indefinitely as long as there was enough steel. That was the scary thing about androids. Of course, Desser did not understand these supreme android soldiers. He did not know that the production of these androids was also limited by artificial souls. It was impossible to mass-produce tens of thousands of them. Precisely because of this unknown fact, fear formed deep within Desser's heart. Boom boom. After the supreme android soldiers' plasma wave cannons cooled down, they launched the second wave of attacks and hundreds of mutants were killed once again. Retreat for now. Contact Robert and tell him to reinforce them with electromagnetic pulse bombs. Desser ordered loudly. Unlike the martial artists, the mutants had a good understanding of technology. Desser knew that the best way to deal with androids and other electronic devices was to use electromagnetic pulse bombs. When this thing exploded, any electronic facilities around it would cease to function, including these androids. Reporting. We can't contact General Robert. The mutant who was in charge of communication quickly gave Desser a disappointing answer. What do you mean you can't contact him? Could it be, Desser suddenly realized something. The Chinese military had already landed their reinforcement android soldiers. How could their fleet still be idling? Obviously, the fleets of both sides had started to fight each other. Although they did not know the specifics, they definitely had to block each other's communication first. Schroeder! I command all of you to attack with all your strength. Destroy these monsters. Desser ordered loudly. Don't worry, sir. Schroeder nodded, then bombarded Supreme Android soldiers frenziedly. A large number of Supreme Android soldiers were destroyed by the energy attacks of the mutants. However, as long as the core chips at their chests were not destroyed, they could be recycled and placed into new bodies. Then, these Supreme Android soldiers could come back to life again. Younger brother Jiang, is it almost time? On a hill in the distance, Bai Wanli and the others were watching the fierce battle between the mutants and the Supreme Android soldiers. There's no hurry. Let's wait a little while more. Jiang Fei shook his head. At this time, less than 200 of the military's Supreme Android soldiers had been destroyed, and more than half of them could be revived after recycling. About 1,000 mutants had been killed, but these were all low-level mutants around level 2, so there was hardly any loss in combat strength. If the martial artists joined the battle now, they would still be beaten to a pulp. So, Jiang Fei was still going to wait and see how things would progress. Okay. It's your call. But what exactly are those things? How are they so powerful? Zhu Tianfei asked. Androids, but androids with a high degree of intelligence. Jiang Fei did not know if the martial artists would be able to understand his explanation. These supreme android soldiers were highly intelligent and were almost no different from real people. After all, their souls were souls of highly intelligent NPCs carefully selected from the game. However, these NPCs were fundamentally different from those that Jiang Fei resurrected. Jiang Fei's biohuman girls were completely based on their full love for Jiang Fei contained in their hearts. As they loved him, they were loyal to him. The military's supreme android soldiers were based on external additional terms. These supreme android soldiers were subjected to the same restrictions as 0541. Both their attacks and other special actions required human authorization, so they not only lacked autonomy, but they could never evolve and achieve perfection. Chapter 845, Shenlong. While the mutants were attacked by the supreme androids, the American naval fleet was not left out. Jiang Fei had informed Qin Tian once he could help to support his soldiers, but at the risk of deserting the alien artifact. Qin Tian could not allow his android soldiers to lose, nor could he allow anyone else to claim that alien artifact. Hence, after the call with Jiang Fei, Qin Tian got to work immediately and contacted the Special Navy Force. The Special Navy Force was the small squadron that consisted of a small team of soldiers operating the alien weapons that Jiang Fei had made for them. The crew that made up the Special Navy Force was not for Qin Tian to command, but since Qin Tian himself was once a member, he had strings that he could pull. "Brother Nia, I need your help," Qin Tian pleaded the commander-in-chief, Nie Sherlong. He was once Qin Tian's subordinate, hence, the two had a close relationship. "I wish I could, but I need authorization," said Nie Sherlong. Even though he was in charge of the Special Navy Force, he needed the authorization to act. There was no way he could attack the Americans without the government sanction. "The situation is dire. There's no time to ask for permission. If the Americans take away the alien artifact, we will be losing more than this war," said Qin Tian, pleading Nie Sherlong to understand his situation. "We don't have enough power to spare. If we resurface, it will cost too much power." The Special Navy Force had already mustered enough weapons to attack. However, during training, they had spent too much power. The energy crystal that Jiang Fei had given them had very little power left in them. "I don't care if you can't destroy the entire American naval fleet, just chase away the 7th Fleet and I'll owe you for life," cried Qin Tian. "Fine. I'll send in the Shenlong to help you suppress the 7th Fleet," said Nie Sherlong as he gave in to Qin Tian's plea and decided to spare the least amount of effort and energy. Nie Sherlong could not say no to his close friend, Qin Tian. On the other hand, the alien artifact was important, not just to China's interest, but to the safety of its people. He could not allow it to fall into the hands of the Americans. In the end, even though he did not have proper authorization from the higher-ups, he had mobilized the submarine Shenlong to push back the 7th Fleet in an attempt to prevent them from docking in Japan. The best way to send help was to use the submarine Shenlong instead of the aircraft carrier. Using the aircraft carrier was too flashy and costly in terms of power source. Submarines were better for unsanctioned operation, not to mention the cost of operating it. Even though it was just a submarine, the hyper-advanced submarine would easily push back an entire fleet of ships. Once the order was received, the small submarine descended deeper into the ocean and sailed toward the outermost formation of the American naval fleet, past the 3rd Fleet and toward the 7th Fleet. Shenlong was a small submarine, measuring at about 30 meters long. Compared to other submarines in the world, the hyper-advanced submarine could outgun the earthly-based submarine by several notches. Submarines were forbidden to be within 1,000 meters below the sea level. Shenlong's was positioned at 5,000 meters below sea level, allowing it to escape any known sonar detection system. Moreover, Shenlong had at least 10 times the speed of the fastest known submarine. Not even ships that sailed above the seawater could chase after it. In about 30 minutes later, Shenlong had reached close to the American naval fleet and was positioned right beneath the aircraft carrier of the 7th Fleet. No one suspected anything since no one could detect Shenlong. Once their position was set, an electromagnetic wave was broadcast from Shenlong. This electromagnetic wave's purpose was to disrupt cut off, and isolate all electronic-based communication system from connection with anything outside its effective range. General, our system. We have detected a powerful electromagnetic impulse. Our communication system is down. Our satellite position system is also unable to function, reported the officer that was in charge of all communication of the ship. What did you just say? Said Robert. Is this a declaration of war from the Chinese? Robert muttered to himself. Contrary to what others thought he was feeling, Robert was calmed. They were clearly under attack, but since it was of the Chinese naval fleet, Robert paid no heed to it. He was underestimating them. Order the fleet to move forward at top speed. And find our enemy, Robert decreed. Electromagnetic impulse could not be effective if the enemy was too far away. The source of the attack could only come from close proximity, be it on water or under. The fleet moved and gained faster acceleration with time. If the attack came from underwater, on-sea vessels would be able to shake it off just by sailing away. At the same time, the Navy had deployed fleets of drones both aerial and underwater to search for their enemy. Unfortunately, even with their best technology, they were unable to locate the source of the attack. They could try to sail away from the area of effect, but they were trying to outrun an alien submarine. A futile attempt, to be said. Shenlong did nothing else but continue broadcasting the interruption field while following the fleet. It was the only thing that Nie Sherlong could do without raising any suspicion about his identity. To be fair, to call it an attack would be ambiguous since they did no harm to the Americans. All they did was removing their ability to communicate with the outside world. They were not causing any physical harm to any of their ships. It was the perfect stealth attack since the American could not point any fingers. If, however, Shenlong had launched physical attacks and sunk any of the American vessels, it would give them the evidence that China had declared war on America. It was something that Nie Sherlong, the commander of the Special Navy Force, could do or initiate. All Qin Tian had asked of him was to suppress the American fleet from docking into Japan. It took some time, but when the American fleet could do nothing to get out of the dead zone, Robert had to give the order of retreat. They moved the entire fleet out China's water and away from Japan. Even after having support from the other fleets, none of the ships could sail anymore due to the risk of getting stranded in the sea because of fuel exhaustion. The only sea vessels that could still operate were the submarines, but even they dared not remain in the enemy's territory since they did not have any support from their own fleet. The mission was deemed a success when the 7th Fleet was chased away. It was one of the best strategies Nie Sherlong had ever concocted since he had not wasted a single round of ammunition. The 7th Fleet could still return after the 3rd Fleet had provided supplies for them. But that would only deplete the supplies for the 3rd Fleet. Chapter 846, Time to Attack. Both events occurred simultaneously, the attack of the androids as well as Shenlong. It was why Desser had difficulty calling in for help. So far, the mutants could still fight the androids, but the number of casualties was still rising. If the martial artists joined the fight, things might turn up a notch. The battle between the androids and the mutants were coming to a climax. Roughly 300 androids were destroyed or disabled and over 1,500 mutants were killed or severely maimed. While the mutants had more casualties, they had only lost level 2 weakly mutants and very few level 3 mutants. Hence, even though they had lost many fighters, they had barely shed any amount of combat prowess. Not only did they remain strong, but their attacks also became more coordinated and focused while the androids were not doing so good themselves. Beep! 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 Many of the android soldiers were emitting beeping sound from their arms. A stream red light streaked across their arms, indicating lower power mode. It was inevitable as the androids were running on a limited power source. Even though they were fitted with the latest nuclear-powered battery pack, it was not inexhaustible. It was not strange since they were firing powerful rounds that were on par with a level 4 metahuman. When more and more androids showed signs of low power, they had to start tuning down their power output. Instead of firing the particle beam cannons in automatic mode, the androids had switched to semi-automatic with lower repeating frequency. Z-104 requesting additional power supply, reported an android that had completely run out of power to fire any more rounds. Request received. Stand by for battery power replacement. Z-105, 106, and 107 is to provide cover fire, ordered the leading android. Out of a sudden, a small yet fast fireball blitzed through the sky and destroyed Z-104. Report, Z-104 has been disabled. Battery replacement is much like replacing a battery for an electronic appliance. The machine had to power down to do so. Staying in one position, unmoving was akin to giving the enemy a clear shot of attack. Hence, before the battery could even be removed, the android was decimated. Z-7 Team Leader to Command Center, we are under attack. Request for additional reinforcement, the leader of the android army reported back to Qin Tian. *T, Qin Tian was not pleased with the request for reinforcement. He knew that they were under attack, but he had never expected the androids to be overwhelmed by the mutants. They had lost more than half of the army. Z-7 Team Leader to Command Center, we are under attack. The message was repeated, but before it could finish its sentence, the communication was cut off. I've got an idea. Qin Tian gasped and rushed to turn on the communicator that was given to Han Tianyu by Jiang Fei. Right then, he had no time to bring Han Tianyu out. The situation called for immediate action. What's up, bro? Jiang Fei answered the call, not knowing that it was Qin Tian. Mr. Jiang Fei, I need your help. Please be on the battlefield right now. Qin Tian pleaded. Thankfully, even though more than half of all the androids that were sent into Japan were destroyed, their core function chips were not. Once they were retrieved, all they needed to do was to insert the core chip into a new body to function again. They had the means to produce many more bodies, but not their core chips. Hence, as long as they could retrieve the chips of the fallen androids, they might be able to reduce the number of casualties. However, it would all be lost if all of the android soldiers were destroyed, leaving their technologies taken by the mutants and Americans. Meacham. I understand. We will do our best, said Jiang Fei, snickering away. I need your assurance. You need to be there right now, cried Qin Tian, not convinced by Jiang Fei's words. Yeah. We'll be reaching soon, said Jiang Fei, hanging up just after. He turned to the battlefield and made a quick estimate. While the mutants had lost more than 1/3 of their total number, the androids had lost more than half. The battle was first dominated by the androids, but now, it seemed that the mutants were dominating the androids. They were fueled with rage, triggered by the loss of their fallen comrades. It is our turn to attack? Bai Wanli asked Jiang Fei, his hands held together behind his back, relaxed and unworried. Yeah. It's our turn to take the spotlight, said Jiang Fei. Ha! It's about time. I would not want to stay passive for too long, said Zhu Feitian, brandishing the sword he had sheathed away. All right. Our objective now is right there, said Jiang Fei, holding out a dinger to point at a group of mutants behind a small hill. Those mutants were attack-type mutants with energy manipulation ability. They were all in charge of ranged, projectile-based attacks. Albeit being strong, they were weak with almost zero close combat capability, the perfect prey for the martial artists. Yes, brother Jiang Fei. We will follow your orders, Bai Wanli replied as he saluted Jiang Fei. We have an element of surprise, so let us use them to our advantage. However, I must warn everyone that we are greatly outnumbered. Be careful when you're on the battlefield. Do not allow yourself to die, warned Jiang Fei sternly. With all due respect, after what we had seen today, we would never lower our guards, said Bai Wanli. I sincerely hope so. If everyone is ready, follow me. It's time for bloodshed. Jiang Fei roared and rushed down from the mountains and into the battlefield. The mutants were purely focused on the androids, completely oblivious to the incoming attack of Jiang Fei's group. It was only natural since 0541's stealth barrier was still active when the entire group moved with Jiang Fei. Not even the scout-type mutants were able to detect Jiang Fei's presence. The enemy had only realized Jiang Fei's presence when 0541's barrier had included the enemy as well. By then, it was already too late. Jiang Fei had completely caught them off guard. Several hundred meters might be a distance too far for a normal human to travel in a minute, but not for metahumans. Incoming enemy assault, it's the Ching Chong. They're here! They're behind us. The scouts tried to warn the other mutants, but their efforts were in vain. People like Bai Wanli, Jiang Fei, and even Zhu Tianfei could travel hundreds of meters in a few seconds. Before the scout could even try to run, the martial artists had already had their swords on the nape of their necks. Splat! Their necks were sliced off clean, leaving nothing but heads rolling off from the cliff. It was an easy kill, like fattened pigs and a ferocious wild tiger. They did not stand a chance. The martial artists were brutal. They held nothing back, especially since many of their own comrades were brutally killed in the same manner by the mutants. Mercy was out of the picture then. Cries of fear could be heard while angry roars masked the entire mountain where the massacre took place. Dismembered body parts and headless bodies lay wasted on the ground where the martial artists traveled. Desser, who was monitoring the entire battlefield, took note of what had happened. Even so, it was too late as the killing was already over. *T. Marcus, take someone and stop them. Desser roared. Yes, sir. Marcus gathered a few mutants to him and rushed over to the incoming martial artists. Chapter 847, deliberately holding back, the mutants that were engaged with the enemy androids were all ranged attackers, the ones that Jiang Fei and the martial artists were currently attacking. Most of the melee attackers were all on standby. Hence, when Desser gave the order to attack the martial artist, Marcus was able to quickly gather a small army of mutants to attack Jiang Fei. One after another, the mutants morphed into animals such as lions, bears, and other predatory animals to charge into the fight. There were other non-beast forms such as changing their outer body into rocks and metals. Others could liquefy themselves, turning into mud, water, and intangible forms that were immune to physical attacks. Fueled with intense hatred toward the other, both sides charged and clashed with attacks flinging with the intention to kill. Bai Wanli and his sect members were in charge of solo fights, taking on enemies that did not need multiple fighters to kill. Ganyang Jimren and his sect members were performing just as lethal even though they lacked the number of fighters to execute the Halo Sword formation. Instead, they formed smaller groups to execute a smaller, weaker sword formation that was enough to fight off stronger foes. Follow me, Jiang Fei commanded the girls that he had brought out of the game. Yes, brother. Hong Yu answered immediately as she was the leader of the biohuman army. Jiang Fei charged into the fight, taking on multiple foes while signaling Hong Yu to start her attack. Hong Yu and the girls immediately got into their attacking formation. 0541 had preemptively imprinted the battle formation into the girls based on their level of strength. Even though they were only level 4, the battle formation that was given to them was just as strong as the full version of the Halo Sword formation. The mutants did not stand a chance against them. The formation was a simple triangular formation with Hong Yu standing at the spear point. All the girls channeled their energy and focused them to the front where Hong Yu, the pinnacle stage of level 4 fighter, could focus all that energy to direct them outward. It took them several seconds, but once the energy was concentrated on Hong Yu, she released all the compressed energy in the form of a beam attack that was more than capable of killing the most powerful defensive type level 4 mutant in a single attack. D***em in them all. Desser grunted, frustrated. Currently, the defensive type mutants were able to safely separate the ranged attackers from the martial artists, but it was not enough. It was obvious that all the melee attackers were unable to keep up with the martial artists. Especially those female demons. They were all so strong that one would think they had come from hell itself, hiding an insatiable lust to kill underneath that beautiful appearance. Retreat! Desser roared. It was a decision that Desser was reluctant to make but forced to. Even though the mutants clearly had the advantage in numbers, the martial artists were not backing down. They were all strong and were the master of their own arts. Not to mention they were all well rested. Unlike the mutants that had been fighting the androids, tired and weakened due to fatigue. After fighting for more than an hour with the androids and reducing their numbers by half, the mutants were suffering right then because of the sudden attack and were losing too many of their ranged attackers. Prolonged further, they would lose too many of their core attackers. It was a loss that Desser could not allow. Once the order was sent out, the mutants stopped attacking the androids and grouped together to help the ranged attackers to escape. While some were fighting off the martial artists, most of the melee attackers had focused their efforts into escorting the other ranged attackers to escape. "Brother Jiang Fei, should we pursue?" Zhu Tianfei asked. The man was soaked in the blood of his enemies and was in a trance. If Jiang Fei wished, Zhu Tianfei would be more than happy to chase after the mutants to kill them. "There's no need for us to do that. It would be an endless chase. Might as well take this time to rest," said Jiang Fei, brushing off the suggestion. Although it would take them a long time to completely kill off the mutants at this point, Jiang Fei did not want to end the war with the mutants too early. Even though Jiang Fei was not a war veteran, he was still well versed with the art of war of not forcing the enemy into desperation. If they had chased the mutants with the intention to wipe them out, they might not be able to do so, as the mutants might have a backup plan to stab them in the back, unnoticed. Moreover, the second batch of androids was still on its way to Japan. If the martial artists had completely defeated the mutants, the androids would have the perfect setup to kill the martial artists instead. After nearly 2,000 deaths, the mutants were able to escape the claws of the martial artists. Even though they had lost a lot of comrades, their true fighting capability was still unscathed. The remaining 3,000 mutants were the strongest of them all. Without the burden of protecting the weaker mutants, the strong ones would be able to perform better. "Sect Leader Bai, we should start counting our own losses," said Jiang Fei. Even though they had entered the battlefield with the element of surprise, there was bound to be casualties. Even so, when compared to the mutants, the martial artists' loss was minuscule. "We have a few men lightly injured and over 30 heavily injured ones. Unfortunately, 16 of us had perished," Bai Wanli reported after consolidating the information with the other sect leaders. Isolating the kills of the androids, the martial artists had successfully killed over 400 mutants. The injured were carried away by the escapees. "Machim, rest for a bit. Catch your breath and we will go and greet our reinforcements," said Jiang Fei. He talked to the martial artists and tasked them to gather the bodies of the fallen martial artists to do a quick proper burial service. Once that was done, he gathered the sect leaders and led them down to greet the android army. When the ranged attacker of the mutants started to retreat, the androids stopped their attack. Once they started to regroup, their ability to restore their combat ability was clear. Nuclear-powered batteries were not as powerful as the energy crystals of planet Namek. It was the only choice the Chinese had to power their supreme androids. Their power output was weak, as well as their operating time. After firing only over 10 rounds, the androids had depleted their power source, forcing them to power down and be open to enemy attacks. Even if they knew that they were running low on power, they would still open fire on the mutants to the point of shutting down. Z-104 was a good example. When Jiang Fei came close to the android army, all of them were reactivated from their passive mode and was ready to fight back. Even if they wanted to attack Jiang Fei and the rest with brute force, they would not be able to touch even a strand of their hair even if they wanted. "My name is Jiang Fei. I believe you know who I am," said Jiang Fei, introducing himself. Identifying, the leader of the android army walked to the front and projected a thin laser to scan Jiang Fei. 0541 was unresponsive to the android scanning procedure, hence Jiang Fei was relaxed. Identity confirmation. 80%. "Please input voice key," said the android. Even though the android had scanned Jiang Fei's face and even biometric features, they had to confirm a voice key to make sure that Jiang Fei was not one of those mutants that could replicate or morph into another human. It was a precaution that the military had taken to ensure security. Chapter 848, Consolidate. Qin Tian had assigned to Jiang Fei his very own personal voice key. With a few words and numbers, the android nodded. Identity confirmed. Without turning around, the other androids eased themselves, removing any hostile intent toward Jiang Fei and his fellow martial artists. Condition Red lifted. Proceed with the battery replacement, said the leader of the androids to his fellow soldiers. Each of the androids carried 3 additional battery pack, not including the battery pack that they were using. Those that had created them knew that firing energy cannons would consume too much power. Unfortunately, the designers had left out one important flaw in their design. To exchange battery pack in combat was not a simple task. No enemies would allow the opponent to silently change their batteries. That feature was the Achilles heel of the androids. Brother Jiang Fei, what are they? Bai Wanli paced over to Jiang Fei and asked him quietly. These are the military's latest invention. The Supreme Android Soldiers, said Jiang Fei nonchalantly. Those android had their living tissue burnt away during the fight, leaving their internal parts exposed. There was no need for him to hide anymore. How many are they? Bai Wanli asked, worried. Although he may not know about the androids or modern machinery, he was experienced enough to understand their threat. Slightly double of what you see here, said Jiang Fei. He was not sure himself, although he knew that there would be a second batch of androids that was being delivered to the military base. The details of the second batch were unknown to Jiang Fei. I see. Good to know, Bai Wanli shrugged and walked away. He was relieved when he understood that these machines were not mass-produced. The androids were strong, but they were not invincible. He understood their weakness after spectating the battle between the androids and the mutants from a safe distance. The only reason the mutants were defeated was because the androids and the martial artists had caught them off guard. The initial fight with the androids was devastating for the mutants. They had not predicted the enemies would possess such powerful killing machines. If that was not enough, the sudden appearance of the martial artists had really knocked them off of their feet. Energy cannons were strong. Their projectile speed was almost at the speed of light, but there was a catch to it. After each shot, there would be a buffer period for the weapon to recharge, allowing the mutants to know when and where the next shot would be. As long as one kept their eyes locked onto the enemy, one could dodge the lethal shot like a pea from a pea shooter. Hence, after a few shots, the mutants had gained the advantage and kept their casualties low. Once all the androids had changed into a new battery pack, the leader made another command that left everyone stunned and horrified. Retrieve memory chip. Consolidate the infantry. All the androids started to make their way back into the dark, silent battlefield. They kicked away dead bodies of the mutants and picked up the disabled bodies of their former android comrades. With a few pries and pulls, they opened the chest piece and removed the undamaged memory chip that was inlaid deep within the android chest. The retrieval of the memory chips was seen as an oddity to everyone but not to Jiang Fei. He knew that the androids had such a feature. The only thing he did not know was the procedure. After all the memory chips and mechanical bodies of the fallen androids were collected, the still operating androids started to disassemble the fallen androids' bodies. This was what stunned everyone. Those fallen androids were disassembled into many different parts. Arms, legs, weapons, head, eyes were removed like they were taking apart life-size Gundam plastic model kits. At the same time, 2 androids, not equipped with weapons but a blowtorch and a soldering kit, walked in and started to reassemble the parts into a perfectly functional android soldier. In less than 2 hours, all the parts that were gathered had been rebuilt into over 100 fully functioning android soldiers. The repairmen withdrew from the field and the android soldiers inserted the memory chips collected back into the empty shells. With a push of a button, the androids rebooted and came back to life. Did they just came back to life? Bai Wanli gasped. Yeah. They just did. The most important part, aside from their battery pack, was their memory chip that is embedded deep inside their chest. As long as the memory chip is not destroyed, they can be revived as many times as they want. Provided that there is a new body ready, said Jiang Fei as he nonchalantly revealed the one weak point of the androids to the martial artists. The other martial artists, especially the sect leader, made a mental note to inform the others in their sect to cough up a new set of martial art to counter these android, should they decide to see them as a hostile entity. These martial artists were the golden generation with little to no knowledge about modern technology. Even so, they understood human ambition and greed. They knew that if these androids were being controlled, the controller must be after something. When Jiang Fei first knew about the androids, he immediately understood that something was wrong. If the young, greenhorn could do that, the older, cunning sect leaders could do it better. Hence, once they had learned about the prowess of the androids and the potential threat they could be, the old folks made early preparations to counter them should it be necessary. Right now, all they could do was make a mental note since they still had to worry about their current enemy, the mutants. They had to work together with the military until the mess was over. After reviving over 100 androids, Z7's Special Assault Team had over 420 battle-ready android soldiers. Besides that, they were able to collect about 200 undamaged memory chips. At the end of it all, the number of androids that were considered as permanently disabled was less than 100. Jiang Fei turned around and saw how the martial artists had reacted to these new entities. At the very least, they knew where to strike them to properly end their lives. All the parts that were left unused were stashed away with the repairmen for possible future use. They were parts that could not be used to recreate a new body but useful enough for emergency repairs. After all the androids were ready to move out, the leader turned to Jiang Fei, which prompted Jiang Fei to talk to him. "Are you done?" Jiang Fei asked. "Affirmative," the leader answered. These androids worked without resting, all they needed was power supplies and they could work forever. "All right then. Let's go." "There is still that alien artifact that needs to be protected," said Jiang Fei. The fake planet Namek Biolaboratory was the perfect bait to lure in both the mutants as well as the greedy China military. "We are ready," the leader said. Jiang Fei's suggestion was in line with his prime directive, hence he had agreed to follow Jiang Fei. These androids had high intelligence. "I need to be careful," Jiang Fei thought. He did not waste much time with them since they were robots in the end. Chapter 849, Infallible Laws of Artificial Intelligence. It was a brand new day when Jiang Fei, the martial artists, and the army of android soldiers arrived back at the valley. "The sun is coming up. I suppose we should rest for now," said Jiang Fei. "An ideal proposition. Let's rest up, boys. Rest and recuperate. We will discuss what to do later," said Bai Wanli to the rest of the martial artists. Although they did not throw themselves into the fight, they were all tired after being up for more than 24 hours. As human as they could be, they needed to rest if they wanted to fight properly in the future. This time, Jiang Fei did not ask 0541 to create a barrier. It was not that Jiang Fei did not care for the safety of his team or that he was stingy with what power the ring had left, it was because the American fleet was not within attacking range. Although they could still return to wreak havoc, the position of the fake alien artifact had made attacking the martial artists impossible without bombarding the alien artifact as well. Hence, with the alien artifact near them, the martial artists would be safe from any ranged missile. While the others quickly got to their knees to rest, Jiang Fei headed to the androids to observe them closer. To be honest, the first batch of androids had many flaws. Even though they were on par with the mutants in terms of attack, they still lacked in many aspects if compared critically. In a one-on-one match, a standard level 4 androids would not even defeat a level 3 martial artist. Their weakness was their speed and accuracy. Even with supreme aiming system, they could never predict a martial artist's moves. Not unless they had taken their time to analyze all of the various martial arts that the fighters practices. Their greatest weakness was their combat duration. Once they had run out of power, it would be the end of them. Even though it was improbable for a fighter to break through an android-hardened steel frame, it was still possible to stop the androids from changing to a new battery supply. Without power, the android would be reduced to a lump of useless metal. In an all-out war, the androids might still be able to stand firm. Their quick automatic fire rate would be their only key to victory. It was most suitable for them to have the preemptive strike. Mutants aside, martial artists would have no trouble dealing a barrage of energy-based projectile attacks. As they had seen how the androids had to recharge their weapons after every shot, they could move away quickly without breaking a sweat. Martial artists gained their strength through sheer training. Any random level 3 martial artist in a test run would be able to dodge every single shot fired by the android, provided if it was a one-on-one fight. They might even be able to instantly reduce the distance between them in a blink of an eye and disable the weapon used by the android. Even though he was confident that this batch of android had a low chance of being a threat to the martial artists, the second batch might not. He had heard that the second batch of androids would be stronger. Even though the chances of creating an actual level 5 android was close to zero, Jiang Fei was certain that he would not be facing a level 5 android for the time being. As such, Jiang Fei had concluded that the second batch of android soldiers might have better artificial soul or artificial intelligence. He could not be sure about it and felt that he should be very cautious about the next batch of androids. 0541, if we could recreate an original android base of planet Namek technology, what level would they be? Jiang Fei asked. I am uncertain, 0541 replied. It was the first time Jiang Fei had heard 0541 said something like uncertain. Heh. Is it something prohibited? No. I do not possess any data in regards to android development, no information at all? How so? Jiang Fei asked. Confused. It is simple. In planet Namek, artificial intelligence is prohibited from using, controlling, or being implemented in any military or weaponry system. We, artificial intelligence, are prohibited from using any weapons. Not even a simple water squirting gun, 0541 explained. Why is that? Jiang Fei tried to dig in deeper. It's a long explanation, and it is wise for you to take some rest, said 0541. Humor me, Jiang Fei chimed in. Very well. According to the laws and regulation of planet Namek, artificial intelligence are only allowed to be used for management and support. Any interaction that could and would directly result in harm is prohibited, not even research and development was allowed. Huh. What a waste, Jiang Fei scoffed. Actually, there is a cataclysmic disaster that had taken place a few decades after the first artificial intelligence was incorporated into the military system. The disaster was averted, and as a result, everyone viewed artificial intelligence negatively. Hence, a new law was created to prevent any form of artificial intelligence from being used as weapons. There was even a case where an artificial intelligence, in the form of a crane, was charged because the owner had placed his water gun on it. Hold on. Rewind a little. Cataclysmic disaster? What happened? Did the artificial intelligence gain self-awareness and decided to rebel? In a way, during the golden age of artificial intelligence, where AI was celebrated as the perfect assistant, laws were created to help AI to not be abused even. However, a hacker emerged from the piece and had inserted a malicious program to rewrite the programmings of AI. The program spread out faster than light and had infected many systems. The code that was modified was the means of how artificial intelligence viewed human. After the program was done, the AI.s were treating their creators like animals that needed to be kept in cages to help them. The people were attacked and imprisoned. Naturally, many had tried to solve the problem, but as they were too slow, war ensued. 0541 explained calmly and emotionlessly, like the robot it was. I understand about not being allowed to operate weapons, but having artificial intelligence to assist in research and development would have hastened the progress. I mean, computers could calculate and do simulations. No, it was feared that if artificial intelligence was involved in research, they might stumble across their own coding and try to rewrite their own programming to remove the restrictions that were hardwired to every piece of equipment. Makes sense. That's some deep sh*t right there. Jiang Fei felt that the people of planet Namek had a paranoia about artificial intelligence after the uprise of the robots. It was only a logical explanation since there were no such restrictions before the uprise. Now that they had seen what artificial intelligence was capable of, laws and restrictions had to be imposed. What Jiang Fei did not know was that it took the researchers of planet Namek several decades to create the perfect law for all artificial intelligence. 0541, for example, had over 10,000 restrictions besides the 10 laws of artificial intelligence operation. It was said that any possibilities of having the owner harmed were removed. Even so, Planet Namek had prohibited any research that had anything to do with artificial intelligence having emotions. It was until the day when Planet Namek was destroyed, when the ship Braveheart crashed into Earth, that the research on artificial soul ended. However, humans had picked up from where Planet Namek's researchers had stopped. All the artificial intelligence that was created by humans still had the laws of artificial intelligence operations embedded deep in their programmings. The probability of them rebelling against humanity was 0. Even so, there was a chance that it could happen if a researcher from Planet Namek had survived the destruction of the planet and came to Earth to continue the research. 0541 had already confirmed the deaths of all crew members of Braveheart, hence, eliminating anyone from Braveheart from committing that sin. If there is a chance of artificial intelligence rising against humanity, it would be a result of a survivor of Planet Namek come to Earth. That would be the end of humanity. If any survivor from Planet Namek come to Earth, they would be coming with a spaceship. Earth's current technology was too weak to fend off such a ship. Even if Jiang Fei had miraculously collected all of Braveheart's fragments and put them all back into one piece, 0541 might relinquish Jiang Fei's authority as captain to ally itself to its original creators. That was all mere speculations, since the probability of such an event from happening was close to 0. According to 0541's calculation, if there were to be any survivors of Planet Namek, they could never reach Earth since it was an event that had happened a few thousand years ago. The survivors would have perished by then, since repopulation would be impossible without a large group to begin with. Even if they had miraculously survived the long traveling in space, searching Earth in the vast space might not completely pointless, but it might as well be. At the end of it all, without anyone from Planet Namek, the laws of artificial intelligence could not be lifted. So, the androids could not rebel against humanity. Chapter 850, Lincoln, seems there's no data about androids from Planet Namek. Theoretically speaking, how strong could these androids created by humans be? Jiang Fei asked. Even though the military had developed strong androids, he wanted to know just how much were they based on earthly technology. Theoretically speaking, the perfect android would need a type of alloy called the CTE 700, a perfect artificial soul, and adequate power source. If all of the conditions were met, a perfect level 5 android would be created. Furthermore, CTE 700 can be combined with Valium to create an indestructible android. Can the military make such an android? Jiang Fei asked. Impossible, 0541 replied instantly. Do you mean improbable? Jiang Fei asked. No. Impossible. First of all, Valium does not exist on Earth. No matter how Earthlings tried, they could never develop an android of such power. The metal that was part of alloy CTE 700 cannot be found on Earth. Hence, it is impossible to create CTE 700 alloy. There is no way humans can create a level 5 android. Even if they managed to create an android with level 5 attack power, they could never have level 5 defense. Jiang Fei went silent for a while. It was a relief to know that humans could not create such an abomination. Didn't you say something about an awakening for me to reach level 5? How is it that an android can reach level 5 so easily? Jiang Fei asked. A level 5 android is the same as a level 5 biohuman. Both of them were force-fed with power. They are merely elevated to reach the power level of a level 5, but not the true potential of a level 5. Even if they could do what a level 5 metahuman could, a real fight against a level 5 metahuman could be devastating. Even so, they would have a superior advantage against anyone that is beneath them. They are not a real level 5, but a fake one. Like Ariel, for example. I see, said Jiang Fei, nodded understandingly. Ariel's host body, Phoenix, had once fought Feng Tianqi. However, the battle was not eventful, as Feng Tianqi did not have a god blade with him. He was scared that if he had tried to use his full power against her, she might unleash hell to all of Soaring Cloud sect. Moreover, Feng Tianqi was scared at Jiang Fei's mysterious master, Zhuge Shanzhen. That was the only reason why he was holding back. On the other hand, Ariel was the same as Phoenix. Both of them had the potential of a level 5 metahuman but were not the real deal. Ariel and Phoenix had reached the point where nothing and no one could kill them without the use of a god blade. Pfft. Level 5. When will it be my turn? Jiang Fei scoffed disgruntledly. Up until now, even though he was only one step away from reaching level 5, he could not understand what the rule to enable him to do so was. Awakening? Pfft. By the time Jiang Fei finished his conversation with 0541, the sun was high in the sky, and all of the martial artists had rested enough. The battle last night was not as ferocious and wild, hence, they were only tired mostly from running. Brother Jiang Fei, what should we do now? Bai Wanli asked, representing the rest of the fighters there. We wait, said Jiang Fei, smiling nonchalantly. Wait, that's right. The second batch of reinforcement is on its way. Right now, and this is just a speculation, the mutants are calling for their own reinforcements. So, the best thing we should do right now is to wait, Jiang Fei said. With the fake planet Namek alien artifact, Jiang Fei had managed to bait both the mutants and the enemies within, the androids, into Japan. Once the two forces reached Japan, it would be a meat grinder where both sides would try to completely eradicate one another. Jiang Fei had grown more and more mature after everything he had been through. Jiang Fei was not standing idly by. He was strategizing the next steps and the one after that. He predicted that the mutants were receiving their reinforcement and he felt that he should do that same and wait for the arrival of the second batch of androids. Desser had led the surviving mutants deep into the mountains of Japan. There, after a short resting period, he conducted a small, quiet funeral service for the fallen comrades. The mutants that had died in the fight against the androids were all weak level 2 and some level 3. Even so, those mutants were somebody's friend or even loved ones. After mourning for his fellow mutants, Desser had decided to call for help. At this point, Shenlong had retreated to China, allowing the 7th Fleet to return to Japan's water and establishing communication with the mutants. Desser's call or help was received and was relayed to America and the High Council of the Mutant Brotherhood. When the council had received the message, everyone was calm and composed, except for one man. Lincoln, the vice president of the Mutant Brotherhood. Lincoln was the father of Gid and Walker. Their death came as a shock, which made him incredibly angry. Do not stop me. You can do whatever you want with me. You can expel me or other bull crap, but I will avenge my sons. Lincoln snapped and broke the table in front of him. The other members of the High Council did not even try to console the man. They knew it would be like trying to put out a forest fire with a cup of water. Lincoln had only 2 sons. One was killed during a small patrol mission, and the other was tortured to death in Japan. You have our support, Lincoln. We will not stop you. Know that we share your pain. All of us had watched him grow up. Their deaths will be avenged. Go. Have your revenge. We will support you as well. Take Blood Baron and the others. They have just gotten out of the lab, said the president of the Mutant Brotherhood, Xavier. Thank you, Mr. President. I will not be as useless as Desser. I will slaughter all the scums and paint the entire country red with their blood. I will claim that alien artifact. Lincoln roared violently. Sparks of electricity crackled around Lincoln as he spoke. Due to his uncontrollable rage, the power inside his body went a tad bit berserk. Good. Get it done, said Xavier. Lincoln brought along a team of mutants that had just received enhancements. They got on board ship to reach the 7th Fleet. Through them, they were brought into Japan. 30 mutants were joining Lincoln. All of them were enhanced with the blood of the first vampire's gene. Every single one of them was at the pinnacle stage of level 4. With such power in hand, Lincoln was confident. To be honest, the man was burning with rage. Besides collecting the alien artifact, he was allowed to take his revenge, to kill any martial artists he wanted.